Lillian. The first rule of deception is to blend into the scenery. I used to be an expert at it, but tonight at the Earl of Marlborough's ball, I seem to be having some trouble in that department. My rented gown, a confection of lavender silk, trimmed with delicate silver lace, rustles softly as I adjust my posture against the gilded column. The paste diamonds at my throat and wrists catch the candlelight, sending tiny fractured rainbows across the polished floor. To anyone who doesn't inspect too closely, I appear every inch the genteel Miss Amelia Ashworth, a distant cousin of the Hertfordshire Ashworths, a persona I've carefully cultivated over the past 6 years. What a grand gathering! Is that the Duke of Westwick? Isn't he so very tall? I faintly hear the giggling voices of young ladies around me, whispering and giggling under their fans. They're here to find an eligible husband, and with the number of unattached men attending this ball, I'm sure they won't have any trouble in that department. Even the supremely eligible Earl of Westmore is rumoured to be attending. Not that any of it concerns me. At 28, I'm firmly on the shelf. And even if I weren't, my secret would render me ineligible to any prospective husband. Secrets, if we're keeping count. In truth, I am no lady. My real name is Lillian Hartman, and I'm the daughter of a middle-class London merchant whose unexpected death left my mother and me with nothing but debts and desperation. I began penning silver fork novels out of necessity, spinning tales of aristocratic intrigue and forbidden romance to keep a roof over our heads and afford a physician for mother's consumption. But what started as survival has become my passion, and my freedom. My mother has passed away, yet I continue to write salacious tales of excess, each novel outselling the last. My publisher, the real Mr. Ashworth, guards my secret identity as jealously as a dragon hoards gold. M. Rutherford has become quite the literary sensation among the ton, though none suspect that the author who so accurately depicts their foibles stands among them at their exclusive gatherings, collecting material with each stolen conversation. The sleeves this season are positively enormous, whispers a young debutante to my right, her arms indeed encased in what appears to be enough silk to sail a small ship across the channel. Lady Jersey nearly couldn't fit through the doorway at Almack's last Wednesday. I make a mental note to include such details in my next chapter. These little morsels of authenticity are what make my novels ring true to my readers. My attendance tonight comes courtesy of Mrs. Harrington, my mother's childhood friend, whose second cousin married into minor nobility. These tenuous connections are gold to someone like me, each invitation an opportunity to observe the aristocracy in their natural habitat, like a naturalist might study exotic birds. I have no illusions about my place here. I am 28, firmly on the shelf by society's reckoning, and possess neither title nor fortune. But I have my wit, my pen, and an income that allows me the luxury no husband would likely grant: independence. I need no man's permission to write, to publish, to support myself. This freedom is worth more to me than all the diamonds in London, and I have no plans of ever giving it up. My pleasant musings are interrupted by the tittering of fans and hushed voices from a nearby cluster of ladies. Miss Amelia Ashworth and the Earl of Westmore, one whispers behind her fan. Most scandalous. I freeze, my glass of ratafia halfway to my lips. What nonsense is this? I lean closer, trying to overhear them. Indeed, another agrees with obvious relish. Did you read the gossip rags? I can't believe they don't know of it yet. My lady's maid's cousin serves at the house across from Miss Amelia's lodgings, and swears she saw his lordship climbing down from her balcony in the dead of night. Heat floods my cheeks. This is the first time my name has been mentioned in association with a scandal. I've never laid eyes on the Earl of Westmore, let alone pushed him out of my balcony. I beg your pardon. I insert myself into the conversation, eager to snap this rumor in the bud before it blossoms into something that could destroy my double life. Anonymity is my cloak of protection. I assure you, there is absolutely no connection between myself and the Earl of Westmore, I declare, my voice pitched low but firm. I have never even been introduced to the gentleman. The ladies exchange knowing glances, their painted fans fluttering with barely contained mirth. They don't believe me, giggling because they think I'm trying to conceal my affair. You don't have to go so far as to lie, Miss Ashworth. We had no idea his lordship had developed a preference for ladies of a certain maturity, says the boldest of them, a blonde with a cutting smile. How refreshing that he looks beyond the debutantes. I open my mouth to deliver a stinging retort when the ballroom suddenly falls silent, as if the entire assembly has collectively held its breath. The footman's voice rings out clear as a bell. The Right Honourable Richard Morland, Earl of Westmore. Like flowers turning toward the sun, every face in the ballroom swivels toward the entrance. Mine follows, curiosity overcoming indignation. There he stands, the man who apparently climbed out of my balcony last night. And good heavens, he is magnificent. Tall and broad-shouldered, he commands attention without effort, his posture speaking of breeding and confidence that cannot be learned or purchased. His evening clothes, impeccably tailored of the finest midnight blue superfine, emphasize the powerful lines of his form. But it is his face that arrests me. Strong features carved with aristocratic precision, a straight nose, and a mouth that hints at both severity and sensuality. His hair, thick and lustrous as sable, is styled in the fashionable Brutus cut that suits him far better than it has any right to. When he turns slightly to acknowledge the bowing host, I catch sight of his eyes, penetrating and storm grey, framed by dark lashes that any woman would envy. They seem to take in everything at once, assessing, judging, perhaps even finding the entire assembly wanting. My breath catches painfully in my chest. This is the man I'm supposedly conducting an affair with, this paragon of masculine beauty and breeding? The very idea is laughable. He is so far beyond my sphere that we might as well inhabit different planets. My goodness, I whispered to myself, suddenly grateful for the column that partially shields me from view. No wonder half of London is in love with him. I watch as he moves through the crowd with practiced ease, accepting greetings from gentlemen and flirtations from ladies with equal nonchalance. There is something in his bearing that suggests he finds it all rather tedious, a man going through the motions of societal obligations without true engagement. How fascinating he would be as a character in my next novel. The brooding lord, perhaps hiding a secret passion or wound. My fingers itch for a quill. But I must be careful. If rumours are already circulating about Miss Amelia and the Earl, I cannot risk drawing his attention. One conversation with the real Miss Amelia would reveal the fabrication of my identity, and with it my livelihood and independence. I slip away toward the refreshment tables, deciding to remain concealed until my denial makes its way across the ballroom. I sip my ratafia slowly, trying to make the weak punch last as long as possible. The cool liquid does little to soothe the knot of tension in my stomach. From my secluded position near the potted palms, I can observe without being observed, a skill I've honed to perfection over the years. Yet something is amiss tonight. The weight of a stare prickles at my nape, causing me to turn slightly. My breath catches. Across the crowded ballroom, those penetrating grey eyes are fixed directly upon me. The Earl of Westmore is watching me with unsettling intensity, his gaze unwavering even when I meet it. I quickly avert my eyes, pretending great interest in the contents of my glass. Perhaps he hasn't truly noticed me. Perhaps he's merely looking in my general direction, contemplating the architecture or some such mundane matter. But when I dare another glance, he has moved. No longer stationed among his admirers, he is cutting a determined path across the ballroom floor, directly toward me. Panic rises in my throat. I cannot flee without drawing attention, yet to remain feels perilous. What could the Earl of Westmore want from me? He crosses to my side in a few long strides, my heart beating with every step. When he comes to stand in front of me, I know I'm in deep trouble. His brows are knitted, his expression suspicious, his face supercilious. Good evening, his deep voice interrupts my thoughts. My head snaps up, gazing into his clear grey eyes that are magnetic and cold at the same time. Allow me to introduce myself, he says, flouting all convention. I am Richard Morland, the Earl of Westmore, and it seems that we're having an affair.
Richard. The moment I make my way inside the Earl of Marlborough's ballroom, one thing becomes clear. Everyone is talking about me. Not that this is unusual. As one of England's most eligible bachelors, I have grown accustomed to the whispers, the fluttering fans, and the calculating glances from ambitious mamas. At 32 years, I have managed to evade matrimony with the same skill I employ in parliamentary debates. A combination of tactical withdrawal and strategic silence. Tonight, however, the whispers carry a different tenor. The glances are not merely hopeful, but knowingly amused. I pause near the entrance, adjusting my cravat, a simple but elegant arrangement that my valet, Peters, spent 20 minutes perfecting, and survey the crowd. Westmore, Lord Harrington greets me with a barely concealed smirk. Didn't expect to see you here tonight. Thought you might be otherwise engaged. His eyes slide to the right, aimed at a woman in a lavender gown by the potted plants. Her face is concealed, but I can see her moving about. But of course, Miss Ashworth is here. Isn't that who you're here to see? I raise an eyebrow. Miss Ashworth? I don't know what you mean. As you can see, I find myself at liberty this evening. Indeed. He chuckles, then lowers his voice. Though the gossips say you've been at liberty to climb through balconies at night. Never thought you had it in you, old fellow. I feel a pat on my back, and that's when I realize something is afoot. Balconies? I'm afraid you've lost me, Harrington. I stare at him, perplexed. The man's grin widens, and I find myself growing increasingly irritated. I despise gossip, particularly when I am its subject. Come now, Westmore. Everyone knows about you and the mysterious Miss Ashworth. The midnight rendezvous? The hasty departure from her bedchamber? He leans closer, his breath reeking of brandy. Though I must say, I wouldn't have expected you to choose a spinster. She must have qualities that aren't apparent at first glance. Though now that I look at her, she is indeed a beauty. I feel my jaw tighten. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Who is this Miss Ashworth? Harrington's face falls slightly. Disappointment evident that I won't regale him with sordid details of an affair that never occurred. Over there, lavender gown. Rather pretty for her age, I suppose. He gestures toward the far side of the ballroom. I follow his gaze and find myself staring at a woman unlike any I've seen before. She stands apart from the crowd, a quiet island of grace amid the sea of ostentatious fashion. Her lavender gown is elegant, but not overly adorned, and her bearing suggests refinement, rather than the desperate eagerness I typically observe in marriageable women. There is something in her countenance, an intelligence in her dark eyes perhaps, that captures my attention more thoroughly than her undeniable beauty. Her dark hair is piled atop her head, though nothing she wears is in the height of fashion. Yet, she makes an impression. Could this be the woman whose window I was supposedly climbing out of? Preposterous? And yet, I find myself intrigued. If there is a scheme afoot, I shall uncover it. I make my way toward her with deliberate steps, noting how her eyes widen slightly as she realizes my approach. There is wariness there, not the coquettish anticipation I've grown accustomed to seeing in ladies of the ton. Good evening, I say, bowing slightly. She doesn't move, forgetting her curtsy. I believe we have not been properly introduced. I am Richard Morland, Earl of Westmore. I study her face carefully, searching for signs of duplicity or calculation. The man you're apparently having an affair with. Her eyes widen momentarily, but then something unexpected happens. Instead of blushing or stammering, she raises one perfectly arched eyebrow and meets my gaze with remarkable composure. My lord, she says, her voice low and melodious. If we are indeed conducting an affair, I must say it has been most disappointing thus far. I've yet to receive a single love poem or bouquet of flowers. Your skills as a paramour appear to be as fictional as our supposed relationship. I feel my lips part in surprise. Most women of the ton would have either swooned at the impropriety or seized the opportunity to further entangle me in scandal. This one does neither. She simply stands before me, a glimmer of amusement in her intelligent brown eyes, as if she finds the entire situation rather entertaining. Before I can respond, A plump woman in an unfortunate shade of puce stumbles forward, fanning herself vigorously. "Oh, Miss Amelia Ashworth, allow me to formally introduce you to the Earl of Westmore," she gushes, performing a wobbly curtsy in my direction. "My lord, this is Miss Amelia. Her family hails from Herefordshire." I don't listen to the rest of the woman's sentence, my eyes transfixed on the highly unusual creature before my eyes. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Amelia," I say with practiced cordiality, though I find myself genuinely intrigued. Despite the rather unconventional circumstances of our supposed association. "The pleasure is mine, my lord," she replies with a perfect curtsy that belies her earlier lapse. Though I must say, if we are to be the subject of scandalous rumors, I would have preferred something with a touch more imagination. Balcony climbing is rather pedestrian, don't you think? Perhaps next time the gossips could have you rescuing me from pirates, or whisking me away to the continent for a clandestine wedding. I cannot help the smile that tugs at my lips. Her wit is as refreshing as spring water after a lifetime of insipid lemonade. "I shall make a note to arrange something more spectacular for our next fictional indiscretion," I reply, finding myself drawn deeper into her orbit. Though I confess I'm perplexed as to how we've never crossed paths before. I would certainly remember meeting a lady of such distinctive intelligence. She shifts slightly, her eyes darting toward the nearest exit. "I rarely attend these gatherings, my lord. The endless parade of fashion and frivolity holds limited appeal when one has reached my advanced years." "Advanced years?" I repeat, unable to mask my incredulity. "Surely you cannot be above 25. "You are too kind, my lord, but flattery will not erase the cruel mathematics of time. I assure you, I am firmly on the shelf and quite content to remain there." The lady in puce, whose name I've already forgotten, titters nervously. Miss Amelia is far too modest. Though she may not be a fresh debutante, she possesses qualities far superior to mere youth. I observe Miss Amelia more closely, noting the slight tightening of her jaw at her friend's well-intentioned but clumsy defense. There is something about her demeanor that suggests she is not entirely comfortable in these surroundings, despite her evident breeding and poise. Like a rare book mistakenly shelved among penny dreadfuls, she seems both part of this world and separate from it. My gaze trails down the jewels at her throat, and their shine is too much, too artificial. My suspicions are further confirmed when I notice that up close, her gown appears a little outdated, faded from the edges. But she has caught my fancy, and if she's trying to trap me into marriage, I must find out. As I can see, my eyes fix on her, exacerbating her discomfort. She is restless, wanting to move away from me. "I thank you for your kind words, my lord," she says. "However, I would not like to detain you any longer. I am sure there are many women eager to make your acquaintance tonight." Her fingers twitch on her fan, and I get the feeling that she's hiding something. "You're the only woman I'm interested in tonight, my lady." My words sound a little too sincere, making me pull back a little. For years I've been the cold and elusive Earl of Westmore, but this lady has me acting out of character. "Would you do me the honor of standing up with me for the next dance, Miss Amelia?" I find myself asking, surprising even myself with the request. A flash of alarm crosses her features before she composes herself. "I fear my dance card is quite full this evening, my lord. Perhaps another time." Her friend gasps audibly. "But Amelia, you told me not 10 minutes ago that you had no partner for the waltz. See, your card is entirely blank for that set." Miss Amelia's cheeks flush delicately, as her friend helpfully displays the damning evidence. I raise an eyebrow, finding her discomfiture oddly endearing. Most women would sacrifice their favorite lady's maid for a waltz with me, yet this woman is trying to be rid of me. "In that case, I would be delighted to claim this dance," I say, offering my arm to Miss Amelia. She hesitates, her intelligent eyes searching mine for some hint of my true intentions. Finding herself trapped by her friend's well-meaning betrayal, she finally places her gloved hand lightly upon my sleeve. "Very well, my lord. I shall endeavor not to tread upon your toes." As I lead her toward the dance floor, I cannot help but notice how the candlelight catches in her dark hair, revealing hints of chestnut and auburn, that would remain hidden in less flattering illumination. Her reluctance is palpable, and her movements betray a lack of practice. The orchestra strikes the opening notes of a waltz, and I place my hand at the small of her back, feeling her stiffen slightly at my touch. As we begin to move in time with the music, I find myself studying her with increasing fascination. Up close, the contradictions in her presentation become more apparent. Her manners are impeccable, yet there is something slightly off in her deportment, as if she learned the rules of society from a book, rather than at her mother's knee. She misses more than one step, and while her dancing skills are passable, I am beginning to suspect that she has never danced the waltz before. "My lord," she says after several moments of silence, "if you are seeking a suitable wife among tonight's gathering, I fear your time would be better employed elsewhere. As you can see, I am much too old to be a suitable wife to anyone." I raise an eyebrow, guiding her through a turn. "Is that your subtle way of rejecting my advances, Miss Amelia, before I have even made them?" A faint smile touches her lips. "Merely an observation, my lord. A man of your station must have certain requirements for a bride, and I assure you, I meet precisely none of them." "And what requirements might those be?" I inquire, genuinely curious about her assessment. "Youth, fertility, fortune, connections, breeding," she replies matter-of-factly. "A docile temperament and a fashionable education consisting primarily of watercolors and the pianoforte." I cannot suppress a chuckle at her candor. "You paint a rather dismal portrait of my matrimonial prospects." "Not at all. Such women are abundant in these ballrooms. You need only extend your hand to claim one." I guide her through another turn, noting how perfectly she follows my lead despite her professed disinterest. Perhaps that is precisely why I have no immediate plans to wed. I find myself strangely unmoved by the prospect of a marriage based on such considerations. "You do not wish to marry, my lord? What a surprise." Her voice is sarcastic, making me smile. My aversion to matrimony is well known in London, but nobody has ever made jest of it before. I should be offended, but I'm attracted to this dark-haired self-proclaimed spinster. "You make light of my preferences," I note. "I wouldn't dare." Her fake subservience makes me smile again. "I am not opposed to marriage. Merely that I have no desire for the type of alliance you described. My parents were fortunate enough to share a love match, despite the constraints of their position. I grew up observing a partnership of minds and hearts, not merely estates and bloodlines." "How remarkably idealistic," she murmurs, studying me with renewed interest. "I would not have expected it of you." "Why? Because I'm an Earl." She misses another step, but I cover up her mistake, pulling her closer. Her breath fills my ears, the awareness of our nearness making my heart thud. It's now that I notice how light her jewels are. They're most definitely paste. "I did not expect a man of your position to believe in something as frivolous as love," she says softly, her eyes meeting mine with a frankness I find both disconcerting and exhilarating. "Most peers view marriage as a business transaction." "I believe in what I have witnessed," I reply, guiding her through another turn. "My parents shared 30 years of genuine affection and partnership. I saw how they deliberated together on estate matters, how they respected each other's counsel. Why should I settle for less?" A wistful expression crosses her face. "How fortunate you are to have had such an example. I wish you luck in your quest for true love, my lord." Her lips curve into a teasing smile. "Perhaps you should begin scaling balconies in earnest. One might find a meeting of minds in the most unexpected places." The suggestion sends a jolt of unexpected heat through my body. "Is that an invitation to scale yours, Miss Amelia?" I ask, my voice dropping to a timbre I scarcely recognize. Her cheeks color in an adorable blush, and her lips part in silent surprise, soft and pink as the first blush of dawn. The candlelight casts golden shadows across her delicate features, highlighting the intelligence in her eyes, the proud arch of her cheekbones, the graceful column of her throat. For one mad moment, I imagine closing the proper distance between us, tasting those parted lips, discovering if they are as sweet as they appear. The desire to do so strikes me with the force of a physical blow. Before I can contemplate this madness further, the pattern of the dance separates us. When we come together again, I clear my throat, determined to regain my composure. You do not appear to have danced the waltz often, Miss Amelia, I observe, noting how her steps lack the practiced precision of society ladies who have been drilled in such matters since childhood. Horror flashes in her eyes, quickly followed by something that resembles fear. She glances around as if concerned that others might have noticed her deficiency. I have been away from London society for some time, she stammers, her composure momentarily fractured. Country life offers fewer opportunities for such elegant diversions. The pieces do not fit. Her manners are refined, yet inconsistent. Her dress is quality but not current. Her jewels are paste, yet she claims connection to a good family. This woman is hiding something, and I find myself desperately curious to uncover her secrets. Tell me of your family, I say, watching her face carefully. I am not familiar with the Hertfordshire Ashworths. She hesitates. There is little to tell, my lord. My mother passed some years ago. My father is an inconsequential country gentleman who prefers solitude to society. Her gaze shifts slightly to the left, a telltale sign of fabrication I have observed in many parliamentary debates. I should like to pay my respects to your father. Perhaps I might even call on you, Miss Amelia. Her eyes grow wary at my inquiry. That would not be proper, my lord. The rumors are baseless, and your visits would only feed the gossip-mongers' appetites. She looks around nervously. I assure you, I've no idea how such tales began, but they will certainly die their natural death if we provide no further fodder. Something in my chest tightens at her dismissal. I find myself strangely disappointed that she wishes to end our acquaintance so decidedly. Most women would seize upon such rumors to secure my attention, yet she seeks to extinguish them. She is certainly hiding something. Perhaps, I say, guiding her through another turn, my hand pressing slightly more firmly against her back. But I find myself reluctant to part ways so soon after making your acquaintance. Her gaze snaps to mine, surprise evident in those intelligent brown eyes. My lord, surely you don't wish to encourage these falsehoods? Not the falsehoods, Miss Amelia, I reply, lowering my voice so only she can hear. But I do find myself wishing to know you better. Your conversation is refreshing. A becoming blush spreads across her cheeks. You flatter me, sir. I merely speak the truth. Most ladies of the tongue converse in platitudes and fashion notes. You, however, possess a wit that matches your beauty. Beauty fades, my lord, she counters, though her eyes sparkle at the compliment. As does fortune and title, in the end. Intelligence, however, endures. The music slows, signaling the dance's imminent conclusion. I find myself reluctant to release her. At least allow me to send flowers to express my admiration, I press, surprising myself with my persistence. A token of appreciation for the most stimulating conversation I've had at a ball in years. She hesitates, biting her lower lip in a gesture so unaffected and genuine that I feel a surge of warmth spread through me. I suppose, if you insist, my lord. I do. A sigh escapes her lips. My father, Gregory Ashworth, has a residence on Upper Brook Street, number 16. I commit the address to memory instantly. Gregory Ashworth, I repeat. I look forward to making his acquaintance someday. A shadow passes across her face. He is often away on business. My father is a quiet man who values his privacy. The music ends, and I reluctantly release her, bowing as propriety demands. I have thoroughly enjoyed our dance, Miss Amelia. As have I, Lord Westmore, she replies, curtsying gracefully. Though I fear I've monopolized too much of your time already. On the contrary, I say, offering my arm to escort her from the dance floor. I find myself wishing for another set. I think we've given the gossips enough to discuss for one night. I bid you farewell, my lord. She curtsies, and before I can hold on to her, she walks away, her steps rather hurried, as if she's running away. I remain in my spot for a moment longer, watching her retreating back leave the ballroom. One thing's for sure, rumor or not, Miss Amelia certainly has my attention.
Lillian. 2 days after the ball, I walk through the streets of London, approaching my destination. My publisher's office stands in Upper Brook Street in Mayfair, a contrast to the middle-class environs I'm used to. After I returned from the ball, I was shaken, partly because of the Earl's attentions, and partly because I feared my disguise would be exposed. In a nervous rush, I blurted out the name and address of my publisher to the Earl of Westmore. Surely there's no way he'd connect a lady to the celebrated novelist M. Rutherford. It's one of the reasons I deliberately used a male nom de plume. The mist-laden London air clings to my shoulders like a damp shawl as I hurry past the stately townhouses of Upper Brook Street. Gregory's office sits in a handsome brick building with gleaming white columns flanking the entrance, a far cry from the modest rooms where I pen my scandalous tales. It is this promise of wealth, opulence, and a better future that keeps me writing. My novels make enough for me to live a good life, though not a life of excess, by any means. Still, I'm happy because, unlike so many women, I do not have to depend on a man to ensure my survival. My father's untimely death taught me that nothing can replace the independence my work affords me. I clutch my manuscript more tightly against my chest. The bundle, wrapped in brown paper and twine, represents months of labor, and I've developed the habit of delivering each completed work personally, rather than entrusting it to a messenger. Too many hours have been poured into these pages to risk their loss. My plain muslin gown and serviceable pelisse feel woefully inadequate after the lavish silks I wore to the ball. Today I am simply Lillian Hartman again, with no paste diamonds adorning my throat or elaborate coiffure framing my face. The transformation is liberating, even if the weather is not. Above me, the sky broods in shades of pewter and slate, threatening rain at any moment. As I approach the steps to Gregory's office, a newsboy's cry catches my attention. Read all about it, Earl of Westmore's mysterious lady love. My steps falter. Surely not. I fumble in my reticule for a penny and snatch the gossip sheet from the boy's grimy hands. There, in smudged ink, is an illustration that bears a passing resemblance to me in my lavender ball gown, being led across a dance floor by a tall, distinguished gentleman. Lady A, rumoured to have captured the elusive Earl's heart, I read aloud, my voice barely a whisper. Sources close to his lordship report he may at last be considering matrimony with the spinster who has bewitched him. Heat floods my cheeks. This is precisely what I feared: attention, scrutiny, the dangerous light of curiosity shining upon my carefully constructed facade. And yet, my traitorous mind recalls the pressure of his hand at my waist, the surprising gentleness of his touch as he guided me through the steps I so clumsily followed. Lord Westmore with his storm-grey eyes and that mouth that seemed perpetually on the verge of a smile at my expense. I thought him cold before, but his ideals of love have left me feeling heartless by comparison. What woman wouldn't be moved by such a man? He possesses not only the physical attributes that make ladies swoon, the broad shoulders, the commanding height, the aristocratic features, but also a quickness of mind and steadiness of character that are far rarer commodities among the peerage. Unlike many of his peers, the Earl's name has never been linked with excessive gambling, drinking, or debauchery. No whispers of ruined maids or abandoned mistresses follow in his wake. And while his father's recent passing must have left him with responsibilities aplenty, his estates are said to be well managed and prosperous. But these flattering thoughts must cease, for we will never meet again. I cannot risk anyone finding out my true identity. I crumple the gossip rag in my hand, stuffing it hastily into my reticule, after paying the boy. My guise as Miss Amelia has always relied upon remaining invisible enough to observe without being observed. Now, this unwanted attention threatens everything I've built. Gregory Ashworth, my publisher, is the only person in London who knows my true identity. I met him when he selected my first manuscript, a Silver Fork novel I had written in desperate haste while sitting at my mother's sickbed. The doctors had been expensive, and our funds were dwindling rapidly. He recognized something in my writing that others had dismissed, and he's paid me fairly ever since, never prying into my personal affairs. Our arrangement suits us both. He profits handsomely from M. Rutherford's scandalous tales, and I maintain the independence I cherish. We're even on a first-name basis now. I blurted out his name by accident to Lord Westmore because it was all I could think of in that moment, but surely the Earl must have forgotten by now. A man of his stature would hardly remember such an insignificant detail from a brief encounter with a woman of no consequence. Convinced I am overthinking this, I enter the building and climb the narrow staircase to the publishing office. The room buzzes with activity, clerks bent over ledgers, printers' assistants rushing through with inky fingers, and the ever-present scent of paper and binding glue hanging in the air. The mahogany paneling gleams warmly in the gaslight, giving the bustling space an air of respectable commerce. My own fingers are calloused and constantly stained with ink, thanks to the nature of my work. I notice Gregory's secretary is missing from her usual post outside his office. Strange. Mrs. Finch is typically as reliable as a church bell. I approach his door, knock once out of courtesy, and then turn the brass handle. Gregory, I've finished the new manuscript. I believe readers will find this one even more. I stop mid-sentence as I lay the package on his desk, my nom de plume clearly visible on the brown paper wrapping. That's when I notice that Gregory Ashworth has stilled. I notice another shadow, and my heart stops. There is someone else in the room. My head snaps up, and I find myself staring into familiar slate-grey eyes. The Earl of Westmore stands before the bookcase, an expensive greatcoat draped over his powerful frame, his expression changing from polite interest to dawning recognition. "My lord," I stutter, the blood draining from my face as I realize he has been speaking with my publisher. He found me. At the worst possible moment. God, he knows my secret. His grey eyes go wide as he adds up everything in his mind, reaching the same conclusion as me. I am M. Rutherford. Dear Lord, could this day get any worse? My heart beats so violently I fear it might burst from my chest. His gaze drops to the manuscript on the desk, then rises slowly to meet mine again. A pleasure to meet you again, Miss Amelia. Or should I say, N. Rutherford? He steps forward, and I am struck anew by his commanding presence. He's tall, towering a head over me, his distinguished clothes rendering him an air of lethal elegance. Though if I had to guess, none of them is your real name. Gregory steps forward, his tall frame interposing itself between the Earl and me. With his curly raven hair swept back from his prominent cheekbones and dark eyes flashing with concern, my publisher cuts an imposing figure himself, though not quite as commanding as the nobleman before us. My lord, Gregory says smoothly. As I was explaining before this interruption, our publishing house has seen considerable growth these past years. M. Rutherford's works have proven particularly profitable. Your investment would be most advantageous to all parties concerned. The tension in the room is palpable. I know what Gregory is attempting, to divert attention, to maintain the fiction that I am merely a courier delivering manuscripts. But the Earl's knowing gaze has not left my face, and the heat of his scrutiny makes my skin prickle with awareness. Indeed, Lord Westmore replies, his voice a cultured drawl that does little to mask his obvious interest in me, rather than any business proposition. And now that I've met the author himself, or should I say herself, I find myself even more intrigued by the prospect. Gregory's face pales slightly. My lord, I don't know what you mean. Please, Gregory, I interject, unable to bear the charade a moment longer. Lord Westmore's eyes blink, as if he's surprised that I address my publisher, who is 12 years older than me, by his Christian name. His lordship has already deduced the truth. There's little use in pretending otherwise. Lord Westmore's lips curve into a satisfied smile that sends an unwelcome flutter through my midsection. Not a lock of his sable hair is out of place, his boots polished to reflect my face, and it's infuriating that this man is so perfect. Miss Amelia was at the Marlborough Ball 2 nights past. We shared a rather illuminating waltz. Gregory's head whips toward me, his eyes wide with alarm. Lillian, you didn't... I required research, I say defensively, though my voice sounds weak even to my own ears. The Tun's latest fashions and scandals don't record themselves. Gregory presses his fingertips to his temples. You have always been more careful with your research before. I was careful, I say, straightening my spine and finding my courage. It looks like I have a problem to solve. I believe that Lord Westmore and I should speak privately. Would you give us a moment, please, Gregory? My publisher hesitates, his protective instincts clearly warring with his respect for my independence. Finally, he nods. I'll be just outside the door, he says pointedly, his gaze lingering on the Earl with unmistakable warning before he exits. As the door closes behind him, I am acutely aware of being alone with one of the most powerful men in England, a man who now holds my secret in his aristocratic hands. You realize this is highly improper, Lord Westmore observes, though there is no censure in his tone. A young woman alone with a gentleman, without a chaperone or companion. I lift my chin. I am not a lady, my lord, as you have so astutely discovered. I am a working woman who earns her living writing novels about the rich. As such, I don't require a chaperone. The Earl clears his throat. Clearly, he has only ever conversed with ladies. How did you find me? I ask, unable to hide the tremble in my voice. Lord Westmore's lips curve into a smile that is both disarming and dangerous. He takes a step closer, and I resist the urge to retreat. You gave me the name Gregory Ashworth and an address on Upper Brook Street, he says, his voice low and intimate. I traced it, of course. But upon observation, I quickly discerned that Mr. Ashworth could not possibly have a daughter your age, given that he is barely 40 himself. He begins to pace the room with the casual confidence of a man who believes every space he enters belongs to him by right. His fingers trail along the spines of books on Gregory's shelves. My curiosity was piqued, so I investigated further and discovered that Mr. Ashworth runs this publishing house, the very one responsible for the works of the celebrated M. Rutherford. He turns to face me fully. I arranged a meeting under the pretense of potential investment, hoping to learn more about you. And then, by remarkable coincidence, you appeared. The room suddenly feels too warm, too small. I resist the urge to loosen my collar. I never thought you'd be. He deliberately fades away. Does anyone else know about this secret life of yours? No, my voice is low, but my desperation is high. My lord, I must implore you to keep what you've discovered to yourself. My livelihood depends upon it. He raises an eyebrow, appearing genuinely surprised. You're not going to deny it? Why insult your intelligence, my lord? The evidence is before you. I gesture to the manuscript on the desk. I find little point in fabricating elaborate denials when the truth is so painfully obvious. He studies me with those penetrating grey eyes, and I feel as though he can see every secret I've ever kept. So this is what you were hiding, he says softly. The renowned M. Rutherford is a woman. A woman with a sharp mind and even sharper tongue. His lips quirk upward. Your wit, intelligence, the paste jewels, your lack of waltzing skills, it all makes sense now. That is why you were so different from the other ladies present at the ball. I am a novelist, my lord, I say stiffly. Not a lady of leisure, as you can see. It is unexpected, he continues as if I hadn't spoken, but it makes you all the more fascinating. I blink at this. Fascinating? I had expected condemnation, perhaps even threats of exposure. Not this strange, bemused admiration. You were at the Marlborough Ball for research, weren't you? He asks. I nod reluctantly. I cannot write convincingly of the Tun without observing it firsthand. Clever, he murmurs. And resourceful. How did you get an invitation? Through the distant relation of a friend. My fingers are clammy. If your real name isn't Miss Amelia, may I ask what it is? It's a harmless question, but telling him my real name feels more intimate than the waltz we shared. Lillian Hartman, I say. Merely a Miss Lillian Hartman, if you must know, with no connections to the baronetcy. Oh, you're not merely anything, he notes, his eyes sharp. The way he makes my stomach flutter is something I need to ignore. On my way here, I notice that the rumor mill is abuzz with news of our impending betrothal. I straighten my shoulders. If you're concerned about the rumors linking us, I assure you I wasn't the one who spread them. I know that. His slate eyes slant in my direction, observing my modest gown and focusing on my face. His focused gaze makes me blush. If it puts you at ease, I will cease attending such events immediately. My research can be conducted through other methods. No. His voice is authoritative in a way that brooks no argument. My lord, I'm confused. I don't want you to stop, he says, stepping closer, his voice dropping to an intimate timbre that sends shivers racing across my skin. On the contrary, I propose an arrangement. I swallow hard, trying to ignore the warmth radiating from his tall frame. What sort of arrangement, my lord? His eyes glitter with calculation. I shall keep your secret, Miss Hartman. No one will learn from me that the celebrated M. Rutherford is a woman of modest means who masquerades as a lady, nor that Miss Amelia Ashworth is an impostor. My breath catches. And in exchange? You will continue to attend society events, as Miss Ashworth, of course, and you will allow me to court you, publicly. My heart is about to explode out of my chest. I try to laugh, thinking he is jesting, but the serious expression on his face gives me pause. Court me? I nearly choke on the words. Whatever for? Lord Westmore's smile is slow and deliberate. The rumors already link us. Rather than deny them, I suggest we encourage them. I stare at him in disbelief. You wish for me to pose as your lover? My potential bride would be more accurate, at least in the eyes of society. My mind races to comprehend his meaning. But why would you want such a thing? Surely a man of your station. I have no desire to marry, as you know, he interrupts, his tone matter of fact. Yet I am besieged by matchmaking mammas and their eager daughters at every turn. If I appear to be seriously courting a woman, I shall be granted respite from their machinations. This is madness, I whisper, pressing my fingers to my temples. You cannot seriously consider, but I am a novelist, a spinster, a woman of modest means. I have neither name nor breeding. I'm a walking, talking scandal in the making. I am well aware of that. However, none of those things can sway my mind. His slate eyes fix on mine with unwavering intensity. The arrangement benefits us both. Your secret remains safe, and I evade the matrimonial noose for another season. You don't need my help to evade the matrimonial noose. You've been doing quite well by yourself. I pace the small confines of Gregory's office, my skirts swishing angrily against the floorboards. If I cooperate with you, my reputation would be ruined if this charade were discovered. Not to mention, I'm still an unmarried female. Lord Westmore's face remains severe, sending an unwelcome flutter through my midsection. Miss Hartman, you do not have a reputation to speak of. You are neither a debutante nor a society matron. You are a scandalous novelist who already pretends to be someone she is not. His words sting with their accuracy. He realizes his mistake and stills. I'm sorry if my words offended you. I halt my pacing, turning to face him fully. No, you're merely stating the facts, my lord. However, drawing such attention to myself might expose my true identity, I argue, clutching at the last threads of reason. Someone could recognize me from my everyday life. On the contrary. He approaches, close enough that I can smell the bergamot and sandalwood scent of his shaving soap. My interest in you, in Miss Ashworth, will serve as a shield. Who would dare question the woman being courted by the Earl of Westmore? My protection would render you above suspicion. I search my mind for excuses, but he has an answer for everything. If Lord Westmore is determined to go through with this sham, nothing I say can stop him. Very well, I say finally, the words falling from my lips like autumn leaves, reluctant but inevitable. I shall agree to this charade, but only until the end of the London season. After that, we part ways, and you maintain your silence regarding my true identity. His eyes gleam with triumph, and I realize too late that I've surrendered too easily. Excellent, then we have an agreement. I have conditions, I add hastily, determined not to be completely outmaneuvered. First, there shall be no improprieties between us. This arrangement is for public consumption only. I am a gentleman, Miss Hartman, he says, looking mildly affronted. I would never compromise a lady's virtue, even one who is only playing at being a lady. I give you my word that I would never burden you with my unwanted attentions. I ignore the sting of his words. Second, I retain complete freedom to continue my work. I must continue working to make a living. Of course, he is too obliging. Though I would like to offer to purchase you a suitable wardrobe. With your current gowns and jewels, you're going to be found out someday. A new wardrobe would benefit our charade. He's right, of course, but accepting such things from me would make me seem like a mistress. Still, I can't fault his reasoning, so I nod. Only a gown or two. I hardly require an entire wardrobe. As you wish. His instant agreement is suspicious, but I let it slide. Now, if you're done listening conditions, we should shake hands on it. He extends his hand to me, and reluctantly, I give him my outstretched palm, only realizing now that I'm not wearing any gloves. Neither is he. His warm skin touches mine as he shakes on our deal, little sparks of awareness tingling all over my body. I can't think of him that way. This is just a charade after all. A fake relationship to entertain the ton and assure the Earl's freedom. I hope you keep your word, my lord. A gentleman always keeps his word, Miss Hartman, he says, his deep voice echoing in the room long after he's gone.
Richard. I sit in my study, staring at my estate ledgers without focus. I'm in my London townhouse, though my mind is occupied by the thoughts of a witty novelist. I can still feel the imprint of Lillian Hartman's hand against mine, those calloused fingers, bare and work-roughened from hours of writing. How strange that I find such evidence of labor more endearing than the pampered, smooth hands of society ladies, who have never known a day's honest work. I've never thought so much about a lady's hands before. The memory of her touch lingers, refusing to fade even as I attempt to focus on the columns of numbers before me. What possessed me to propose such a ridiculous arrangement? I, who have avoided marriageable ladies with the dedication of a monk for the better part of a decade, have now willingly placed myself in the path of scandal by publicly courting a woman who is not who she pretends to be. A novelist masquerading as a lady. A commoner playing at being aristocracy. If the truth comes out, the scandal will be huge. And yet, her secret only makes her more appealing. There is something intoxicating about Lillian Hartman, her quick wit, her independence, her fierce determination to make her own way in the world. When I think of her intelligent brown eyes, her lush mouth that seems perpetually poised to deliver some clever retort, I feel a stirring of desire that I have not experienced in years. I toss down my pen with a sigh. It is no use pretending to work when my mind is so thoroughly occupied with thoughts of her. Have I done something irreversible? My attraction to her blooms like a hothouse flower, fast and vibrant and potentially dangerous. The door to my study swings open without warning, and I look up to see my mother standing in the doorway, her posture as regal as ever, despite her advancing years. The Dowager Countess of Westmore has always been a formidable woman, and even now, with silver threading through her dark hair, she commands attention with her presence alone. "What is this affair of yours I hear about, Richard?" she demands without preamble, sweeping into the room in a rustle of expensive silk. "Mother." I haven't seen her for a while, and this is how she greets me. I sit up straighter in my chair, instinctively assuming the posture of the dutiful son, even though I have been the master of my own household for years now. My mother was much younger than my father when they wed, but theirs was a love match of rare intensity. Her intelligence and shrewd management are part of the reason our estates flourish, though she has gradually ceded control to me since his passing. However, she remains part of fashionable circles, which means she has access to all the latest gossip. "I beg your pardon, Mother." I attempt to sound nonchalant, though I suspect I know precisely what has brought her storming into my study at this hour. She brandishes a folded newspaper, her blue eyes flashing with indignation. "I read the most extraordinary rumors about you and a Lady Ashworth in the morning papers. Complete rubbish, of course." She pauses, her gaze sharpening as she observes my carefully neutral expression. Richard, tell me this gossip is unfounded. I remain still, caught between truth and discretion. How does one explain to one's mother that he has asked a woman to pose as his lover? Mother, I begin, choosing my words with care. I was not aware that my personal affairs were of such immediate interest to you. Do not play coy with me, Richard, she says, closing the door behind her with a decisive click. Her dark eyes, so like my own, scrutinize me with the penetrating gaze that has intimidated lesser men for decades. She stands before me in a gown of deep burgundy silk, her silver-streaked hair arranged in an elegant coiffure beneath a lace cap. Even at 55, the Dowager Countess commands a room with effortless authority. When my son's name appears in every gossip rag in London, paired with a lady I have never even heard of, it becomes very much my concern. She crosses to my desk, producing a crumpled newspaper from her reticule. The illustration makes me wince, a crude rendering of myself leading Lillian across the dance floor at the Marlborough Ball. I assumed it was rubbish, she continues, her voice softening slightly as she studies my face. Some invention of the scandal sheets to sell papers. But your expression tells me otherwise. I sigh, setting aside my ledger. There is little point in denying what is evidently true. I have developed somewhat of an interest in Lady Amelia Ashworth. My mother's eyes widen, her gloved hand rising to her throat in a rare display of genuine surprise. Good heavens, you mean to say you actually danced with this woman? Voluntarily? We shared a waltz, I confirm, though I offer no further explanation. How am I to tell my mother that my courtship is nothing more than an elaborate ruse? That Lady Amelia Ashworth does not even exist, and the woman I am pursuing is in fact an impoverished novelist with a sharp tongue and even sharper mind? I never thought I would see the day, she murmurs, sinking into the chair across from me. After all these years of avoiding every eligible young woman thrust in your path? Tell me about her. I hesitate, uncertain how much to reveal. She is not what one might expect. My mother's eyes narrow with suspicion. What does that mean precisely? Is she foreign? A widow? Please tell me she is not an actress, Richard. She is neither foreign nor an actress, I reply, suppressing a smile at the thought of Lillian upon a stage. She would likely skewer the audience with her wit before the first act concluded. She is simply a woman of uncommon intelligence and spirit. And beauty? My mother prompts. I recall Lillian's face, not the conventional porcelain perfection so prized by the ton, but something infinitely more compelling. The intelligence in her dark eyes, the stubborn curve of her chin, the way her lips part with raw sensuality, her mahogany locks bound by pins. I'd very much like to release those pins and see her hair cascade like a rich, sable waterfall. Yes. My voice is low as I admit the deep yearnings of my heart. She is beautiful. Good heavens. My mother clutches her bosom as if she's about to swoon. Don't tell him you're courting the chit. I clear my throat. Since our fast begins soon, I might as well admit to it. I am. My mother's eyes widen. Well then, I must meet this lady who has caught your attention. Who are her parents? Her father is a baronet, I say vaguely, and a recluse since her mother passed. The Cavendish ball next week, my mother intones, her mind jumping from one thing to another. Invite her to it. No, I will ask Lady Cavendish to issue an invitation to your Miss Amelia. Your Miss Amelia. I want to argue that she isn't mine, but I keep my mouth shut. As you wish. It seems that our first challenge as a fictional couple has already arrived. I find myself at Ashworth's publishing offices the very next morning. The well-appointed establishment sits nestled between a bookseller's shop and a gentleman's tailor in one of the more respectable commercial streets of London. The brass nameplate gleams in the morning light as I ascend the steps, my boots clicking against the stone. Inside, the scent of paper, ink, and binding glue fills my nostrils, an oddly pleasant combination that speaks of productivity and commerce. Clerks scurry about with manuscripts clutched to their chests, while a harried-looking secretary attempts to organize what appears to be a mountain of correspondence. I approach her desk with purpose. Good morning. I'm here to see Mr. Ashworth, I announce, removing my hat. The Earl of Westmore. Her eyes widen appreciably. Of course, my lord. Mr. Ashworth is currently engaged with one of our authors, but I shall inform him of your arrival immediately. Before she can rise from her seat, I hear a familiar voice from behind a partially open door. Lillian's voice. Its melodious cadence unmistakable, even through the barrier of oak and distance. My pulse quickens embarrassingly. Please, don't trouble yourself, I say smoothly. I believe I am expected. A lie, of course, but delivered with such aristocratic confidence that the poor woman merely nods and returns to her correspondence. I move toward the door, pausing only briefly before knocking once and entering. Both occupants of the room look up in surprise. Gregory Ashworth stands behind his desk, a stack of papers before him, while Lillian sits opposite, her profile to me. She wears a modest gown of deep blue cotton, practical and unadorned, a stark contrast to the lavender confection she wore at the ball. Yet somehow, I find this simple attire more becoming, more authentically her. Lord Westmore, Ashworth recovers quickly, offering a bow. This is an unexpected pleasure. Lillian has turned fully now, her intelligent brown eyes widening in alarm. A tendril of dark hair has escaped its pins to curl against her cheek, and I find myself inexplicably fixated on it. Mr. Ashworth, I incline my head, turning my attention to Lillian. Miss Hartman. How fortuitous to find you here. I had come here to inquire about her whereabouts from Mr. Ashworth, as I need an address to send the invitation to. My lord, she says, rising from her chair with a stiffness that betrays her discomfort. I was not aware you had business with my publisher. Indeed I do, I reply smoothly, moving further into the room. I have decided to invest in Mr. Ashworth's publishing venture. I find myself increasingly intrigued by the literary world. You have? Ashworth's eyebrows rise nearly to his hairline, while Lillian's expression shifts from surprise to suspicion. How unexpected, she murmurs. I have always believed in diversifying my interests. Well then, I'll leave you gentlemen to discuss your business. I've just finished my work for the day, Lillian says, gathering her papers with brisk efficiency. I'm returning home now. Her tone makes it clear she considers our conversation concluded. When Lillian moves, I know I must seize this opportunity. Allow me to escort you home, Miss Hartman. Gregory Ashworth's dark eyes swing like a pendulum between me and Lillian. I thought you were here to discuss an investment in my company, my lord. I must escort the lady home. We both know Lillian is no lady. I shall swing by tomorrow with the figures, Mr. Ashworth, I reply, my eyes never leaving Lillian's face. We can review everything then. Of course, my lord. He bows slightly, smiling in amusement. Does he think I have developed an interest in his author? He wouldn't be far off the mark. I don't need a chaperone, my lord. Lillian shakes her head firmly, taking another step forward as I trail behind her. I follow her out of Mr. Ashworth's room, eager not to lose her. Nonsense. What kind of gentleman would I be if I let a lady walk alone in these dangerous streets? I have been treading these dangerous streets alone for years, she says, as we pad down the stairs and emerge from the building. I assure you, I don't require your protection. The weather is exceptionally fine today, I observe, noting the rare London sunshine filtering through the normally overcast sky. And I had something to discuss with you regarding our arrangement. Perhaps I might join you on your walk? My carriage can follow at a discreet distance. She hesitates, clearly searching for a polite way to refuse. Finding none that wouldn't breach our newly formed agreement, she sighs. If you insist, my lord. I do. I offer my arm, and after a moment's hesitation, she places her gloved hand upon my sleeve. The sensation of her touch, even through layers of fabric, sends an unexpected jolt through me. We begin our promenade down the busy London street, my carriage following at a respectful distance as promised. The bustle of commerce surrounds us. Street vendors hawking their wares, gentlemen hurrying to their clubs, ladies shopping with their companions. Yet I am acutely aware only of the woman beside me, of the light pressure of her hand upon my arm. How is your next manuscript coming along, Miss Hartman? I inquire, genuinely curious about her work. She gives me a sidelong glance, her lips curving into a sardonic smile. Thanks to you, my lord, I find myself with quite an abundance of inspiration. Nothing fuels creativity like blackmail and deception. I cannot help but laugh at her candor. I prefer to think of it as a mutually beneficial arrangement, rather than blackmail. How charitable of you, she replies dryly. We walk in silence for a moment before I venture. You must find great satisfaction in your work to pursue it with such dedication. Something in her expression softens. I do, though it began as a necessity, rather than a choice. Necessity? I prompt gently. She hesitates, then says, after my father died, my mother fell ill, and I began selling my novels to support her. However, after her passing, I continued to write. It gives me a sense of purpose in life. How admirable, I remark. Though I'd think a woman in your circumstances would prefer to find a husband rather than a vocation. Her deep brown eyes cut to me, pausing for a moment. I have no desire to belong to a man, my lord. Wives are little better than chattel, having no voice or independent means. I could never be a man's wife, my lord. To be dependent on his resources and goodwill to survive. That doesn't strike me as the kind of life I wish to live. You have strong opinions on the matter, Miss Hartman, I note. I study her profile as we walk, noting the proud tilt of her chin, the resolute set of her shoulders. Most women would dream of marrying into wealth and title, yet here stands one who actively rejects such a path. Is there perhaps a reason for that? She hesitates, and I go on. Marrying a peer would afford you a life of pleasure and ease, I point out, though even as I say it, I realize how hollow it sounds. You would never need to work again. At what cost? She counters, her eyes flashing. My independence? My ability to make decisions without seeking permission? The freedom to write what I please? She shakes her head. No, my lord. I have seen what happens to women who have nothing of their own. I will not place myself at the mercy of a man's whims, no matter how gilded the cage. I see. Her fiery passion is catching, and I can't take my eyes off her. Women like her would be labeled bluestockings or termagants by society. But in the daylight, her eyes flashing with passion, her face animated with conviction, Lillian Hartman is the most beautiful woman in the world. She lowers her voice as we continue to walk, the silence soothing her temper a little. My father's death taught me that nothing is certain in this life. One day, we were comfortable. The next, we were destitute. Had my mother been trained for something beyond being a merchant's wife, perhaps our suffering would have been less. That is why I have no desire to give up my property and independence for a man. I swallow, nodding. In a world where women are trained from birth to seek advantageous marriages, her fierce independence is as rare as it is admirable. You are a most unusual woman, Miss Hartman, I say, unable to keep the admiration from my voice. So I have been told, she replies dryly. Though rarely as a compliment. It was meant as one, I assure her. I find your independence attractive. In my position, I am surrounded by people who want something from me. My title, my fortune, my influence. Even my mother, whom I love dearly, has her own agenda regarding my future. However, tell me, Miss Hartman, do you not ever find it lonely? Something vulnerable flickers across her face before she masks it. Sometimes, she admits softly. But loneliness is a small price to pay for freedom. I understand her sentiment all too well. Yet, ever since I met her, my loneliness, my self-imposed distance from others, has begun to feel burdensome. With Miss Hartman, I can share true companionship, a meeting of minds, a space where I can be myself, knowing she seeks nothing from me. Listening to her gives voice to the deep thoughts buried in my heart. She tells me the truth, without flattering me with undeserved praise like other women do. I am not a title to her, not a way to secure her future, nor a way to create a family. I am merely a man. Before I can respond, The clatter of hooves and the rumble of wheels intrude upon our conversation. A carriage rounds the corner at reckless speed, its driver shouting ineffectually at his team. The horses, clearly spooked by something unseen, careen toward us with alarming speed. Without conscious thought, I lunge forward, seizing Lillian by the waist and pulling her against me as I leap backward toward the shelter of a nearby shopfront. "Watch out," I shout, my arm tight around her slender form as the carriage thunders past, missing us by mere inches. She gasps, her hands instinctively clutching at my coat, her face pressed against my chest. I can feel her heart hammering wildly, matching the frantic rhythm of my own. For a suspended moment, we remain thus entwined, the danger past, but the awareness of each other's proximity suddenly overwhelming. Her body fits against mine with a rightness that steals my breath. The scent of her, paper and ink and something faintly floral, fills my senses. I can feel the warmth of her through our clothing, the softness of her curves against the hardness of my frame. My hand splays protectively across her back, feeling the delicate architecture of her spine beneath my palm. When she tilts her face up to mine, her cheeks flushed and her eyes wide, I am struck by a nearly overwhelming desire to lower my mouth to hers, to taste the sweetness I am certain I would find there. Her lips part slightly, as if she can read the direction of my thoughts, and for one mad moment, I believe she might welcome such an advance. The spell breaks when she straightens, placing her palms against my chest to create a proper distance between us. Reluctantly, I release her, immediately feeling the loss of her warmth. People move all around us, staring, and I clear my throat, realizing we've become a spectacle. "Thank you, my lord," she says, her voice slightly breathless as she smooths her skirts with trembling hands. "Your quick thinking saved me from certain injury." "It was nothing," I reply, though we both know it was far from nothing. The moment hangs between us, charged with unspoken awareness. I extend my hand again, and she takes it, beginning to walk fast to escape the strangers whose attention we have. We walk quietly for a few moments, my mind occupied by the almost kiss we shared on the street. What came over me? How could I think of compromising a woman on the streets? I've never felt this out of control before. To dispel the sudden awkwardness, I clear my throat. "Miss Hartman, the reason I sought you out today was to invite you to the Cavendish Ball this weekend. I thought it an excellent opportunity to begin our arrangement." Her eyebrows lift in surprise. "So soon?" "The sooner we establish our connection in the eyes of society, the more effective our stratagem will be." I hesitate, then add, "I shall have a suitable gown prepared for you. Madame de la Rue on Bond Street is expecting you this afternoon. She has been instructed to bill me directly." "A rented gown would suffice," she protests. "Absolutely not," I say firmly. "The gown must be yours. My mother will be in attendance, and she has a discerning eye for such details." I watch her expression change as understanding dawns. "Your mother?" The color drains from her face. "I had not considered that I would need to meet your family." "Well, unfortunately, the news of our affair has reached her ears. She is eager to meet you. We must put on a united front so that she doesn't suspect anything." "And how would we do that, my lord?" "I am sure you will find a way, Miss Hartman," I say. "I believe she is a very perceptive woman, your mother," Lillian says, her voice softening with genuine curiosity, as we continue to walk side by side. Her fingers fidget slightly with the edge of her glove. "I have heard of the Dowager Countess of Westmore. Didn't you tell me yourself that she is an intelligent woman, who helped your father manage his estates? We would be foolish to underestimate her." I hesitate, unsure how to describe the formidable woman who raised me. "You're right. My mother is astute, exceedingly so. She notices details others overlook and has an uncanny ability to discern falsehoods." I offer a wry smile. "She can be rather meddlesome when it comes to my affairs, I'm afraid. But her intentions are good. She wishes to see me happily settled." "Then we must be especially convincing," Lillian murmurs, her brow furrowing. "I cannot afford to arouse her suspicions." "Indeed not. My mother would see through any obvious deception. We must appear genuinely, Attached. The word feels strangely intimate on my tongue. We turn onto a narrower street, the elegant townhouses of Mayfair giving way to more modest structures. The pristine cobblestones of the fashionable districts become rougher underfoot, and the air carries the mingled scents of coal smoke, baking bread, and the nearby Thames. Clerks and shopkeepers hurry past us rather than the idle aristocrats of St. James. We have crossed an invisible boundary into a different London altogether. This is quite a distance from the ball, I observe, noting the stark contrast between this middle-class neighborhood and the glittering ballrooms where we shall pretend to court. Bloomsbury suits my needs and my purse, Lillian replies simply. It is respectable enough for a woman living alone, yet affordable for someone who earns her bread by the pen. We continue along Great Russell Street, passing modest brick homes with clean but worn facades. A nearby bookshop displays the latest novels in its window, including, I note with some amusement, a prominently featured work by M. Rutherford. I believe your alter ego has found a place of honor, I remark, nodding toward the display. A faint blush colors her cheeks. It is gratifying to see one's work appreciated, she admits. Though I suspect the bookseller would be rather shocked to discover the author walking past his establishment this very moment. We approach a narrow 3-story house, its brick facade weathered but well maintained. A small brass plate beside the door indicates that rooms are let to respectable tenants. It is a far cry from my Mayfair mansion, yet there is something warm and genuine about it that my grander residence often lacks. This is where I reside, Lillian says, pausing at the steps. The upper floor is mine. My landlady, Mrs. Winters, occupies the ground floor with her daughter. I find myself strangely reluctant to part from her. I shall send my carriage to pick you up for the ball, I say before she can argue. Unable to stop myself, I raise her hand to my lips and place a kiss on the back of her gloved palm. I look forward to seeing you, Miss Hartman. A blush creeps up her cheek, startled by my sudden gesture. I will do my part, she says, rather stiffly. Good afternoon, my lord. I let go of her hand slowly, and she turns, speedily walking up the short flight of stairs to the main door. As I watch her disappear behind the door, I feel a sense of longing. It's strange how much I like being around her, even though we've only recently met. As I turn around and walk to my carriage, a disturbing thought enters my head. Lillian Hartman might be my undoing.
Lillian. I feel breathless as I enter the Cavendish ball in the most exquisite sapphire silk gown I've worn in my life. It clings to my body, highlighting my curves and bringing out my complexion. It's been a few days since I saw the Earl, but the memory of how he held me close, our bodies pressing as the horse carriage sped by, is etched in my mind. I can't forget the gentle pressure of his hands on my waist, the way his warm breath caressed my cheek, his hard mouth opening for a moment. Shutting my eyes, I remember how I wanted to close that distance and kiss him, desperate to taste those lips that challenge and surprise me at once. As I step into the ballroom, I realize that despite my reservations, he is perhaps the only person around whom I can be myself. The Earl is highly unusual in that he isn't turned off by my opinions and ideas. Instead, he listens like he wants to know more, like he wants to unravel my mind, and that is more dangerous than any seduction. I shake my head, reminding myself that this is merely a business arrangement, a way to keep matchmaking mamas off his back. A way to protect my secret, nothing more. I spent the last 2 days learning everything I could about the Morland family, their estates, and most importantly, the formidable Dowager Countess. I must be convincing. One slip could unravel everything. As I enter the grand ballroom, I feel several eyes turning toward me. The whispers begin almost immediately. I lift my chin, affecting the serene confidence of a woman who belongs here, though my heart flutters with apprehension. Despite my proclaimed independence, I cannot help but wonder what would become of me should this deception be discovered. Let them talk, I murmur to myself. I have means enough to retire to a cottage in the country if need be. But then I see him. The Earl of Westmore stands across the ballroom, engaged in conversation with two gentlemen. My breath catches in my throat, as a strange, pulsing awareness spreads through my limbs. He is resplendent in formal black evening attire that accentuates the breadth of his shoulders and the lean strength of his frame. His cravat is tied in a complex arrangement that only the most skilled of valets could achieve, and a single diamond pin winks from its pristine folds. But it is his face that arrests me, those chiseled features that might have been carved by a master sculptor, the sensual curve of his mouth, the intelligent gleam in his storm-gray eyes. When those eyes find mine across the crowded room, something molten pools in my belly. His gaze travels slowly, deliberately down my form, lingering on the modest décolletage revealed by my gown, then to my waist, cinched tight by the expert hands of Madame de la Rue's seamstresses. His sable hair gleams under the chandelier, rendering him every bit the powerful aristocrat that he is. When his lips curve into a slow, appreciative smile, I feel it like a caress against my skin. He excuses himself from his companions and strides toward me with purpose, parting the crowd effortlessly. I cannot look away as he approaches, commanding the attention of every person he passes. "Miss Hartman," he says, his voice pitched low for my ears alone. "You are breathtaking this evening." "You are too kind, my lord," I reply, cursing the breathlessness in my voice. I can't look away from him, every inch of my body pulsing with awareness. We haven't known each other long, yet he seems to affect me deeply. Not kind, merely truthful. His eyes hold mine with an intensity that makes my knees feel peculiarly weak. "That color becomes you exceedingly well." "Thank you, my lord." I glance around, acutely aware of the many eyes upon us. "Your attention seems to have rendered me quite the object of curiosity." His smile deepens, revealing a dimple I had not noticed before. "Then let us give them something worthy of their interest." He extends his hand to me, and after only a moment's hesitation, I place my gloved fingers in his. "Shall we dance, my dear Miss Ashworth?" "I am afraid I'm not much good at dancing, as you discovered. However, I would settle for a glass of champagne." "I'll fetch you one," he smiles amiably, and I realize he is rather accommodating despite his station. I don't know what to make of a man like him, as he challenges everything I know about lords and the aristocracy. "Is that Lord Westmore?" a lady asks, moving next to me. "Lady Ophelia," I pause. "Lady Ophelia is the daughter of a duke, and I wonder what she's doing here." Dressed in a buttercream yellow gown, she looks young, as befitting a lady of 20. "Was the rumor about him climbing your balcony true, Miss Ashworth? My friends have been talking about it all week." "It most decidedly is not," I assert, color climbing my neck. "But he seems to be rather interested in you," she notes, spying him walking toward us with two champagne flutes balanced in his hands. Before I can concoct a reply, he approaches me. The crystal catches the candlelight as he offers one to me, his fingers brushing mine in a touch that seems deliberate. Heat climbs up my neck at this small intimacy. "Your refreshment, Miss Ashworth," he says, his voice carrying just enough for nearby onlookers to hear. "Thank you, my lord." "Lord Westmore," Lady Ophelia begins to speak, now joined by her mother. I see what this is, a ploy at making a match. I take a small sip of champagne, grateful for the cool liquid against my suddenly parched throat. "Your Grace," Lord Westmore bows to her. "How pleasant to see you here." "Yes, Westmore. Your mother told me you'd be coming." Her eyes move from me to him, Lady Ophelia moving to her mother's side. Her green gaze examines me like I'm a piece of meat at a butcher's, and entirely too low quality to even contemplate purchasing. "How interesting, the type of women you keep company with. And Lady Ashworth, what a surprised to see you in such distinguished company." "Good evening, Your Grace," I reply with perfect politeness, sipping the champagne a little too fast. "Isn't the ball splendid? The Cavendishes have truly gone out of their way to host such a grand affair." "Yes." Her eyes are assessing. "I did not expect you to be present, though." "I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation," I say, noticing her hopes of contracting a match with the Earl dwindle. "Miss Ashworth and I were just discussing the merits of Shakespeare's sonnets. She has the most fascinating insights." Richard cuts in, though I detect a note of coolness in his tone. His hand comes to rest at the small of my back, a possessive gesture that sends a secret thrill through me. Indeed? Lady Harcourt looks as though she's swallowed something unpleasant. How intellectual. Richard leans closer to me, his breath warm against my ear. Smile, darling. The Duchess looks ready to expire from shock. I bite back a laugh, turning my face toward his as though sharing a lover's confidence. Is that not our aim, my lord? To scandalize the ton with our unexpected attachment. His eyes crinkle at the corners, genuine amusement softening his aristocratic features. You play your part admirably. The Duchess clears her throat. Will you be attending Lady Jersey's musicale next week, Lord Westmore? My daughter and I will be there, of course. Before Richard can answer, his attention is caught by someone approaching from behind me. His expression shifts subtly, a straightening of his shoulders, a slight tension around his mouth. I turn to find myself facing a regal woman in a gown of deep purple silk, her silver-streaked dark hair arranged beneath an elegant lace cap. Though she must be past 50, she carries herself with the confidence of a queen, her penetrating grey eyes, so like Richard's, assessing me with razor-sharp precision. The Dowager Countess of Westmore has arrived, and her formidable presence makes the air around us seem to still. Mother, Richard says, stepping forward to take her hand. The Dowager Countess comes to a stop in front of me, surveying me before her eyes move to the Duchess and Lady Ophelia. My lady. Lady Ophelia curtsies to her. Lady Ophelia, how delightful to see you. And you, your grace. I hear the Duke's health isn't doing so well. Lord Carden is in town too, most concerned about his state. The mention of Lord Carden is a bitter taste in the Duchess's mouth. She only has daughters, which means when her husband dies, the dukedom will go to Lord Carden, his wastrel nephew. I'm sure he is delighted by the turn the Duke's health has taken. It is most unfortunate. However, our physician says he will recover. The Duchess tries to regain composure, but I can already sense that Lord Westmore's mother is a formidable woman. Mother, Richard says. May I present Lady Amelia Ashworth? Lady Amelia, this is my mother, the Dowager Countess of Westmore. I curtsy deeply, painfully aware that the Dowager Countess's shrewd grey eyes miss nothing, from my borrowed jewels to the way her son's hand lingers protectively at my back. Lady Ashworth, she says, her voice cultured and measured. I have heard quite a bit about you in recent days. Your ladyship, I reply, keeping my voice steady. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. The Duchess of Harcourt gives a small, triumphant smile. I was just remarking to Lord Westmore how unexpected his choice of companion is this evening. The Dowager Countess turns her penetrating gaze to the Duchess. Were you indeed? How fascinating that my son's affairs should occupy your thoughts so thoroughly, Your Grace. A flush creeps up the Duchess's neck. I'm certain you have other guests to attend to, the Dowager Countess continues smoothly. Do give my regards to the Duke. Dismissed so elegantly yet decisively, the Duchess has no choice but to retreat, taking her disappointed daughter with her. I stifle a smile at the swift disposal of our unwanted companions. I don't know another woman who could dismiss someone of a higher rank so decisively. Once they are gone, the Dowager Countess turns her full attention to me, and I feel myself being assessed like a horse at Tattersall's. So, Lady Amelia, she begins, her voice deceptively gentle. I understand your family hails from Hertfordshire. The county is known for its excellent hunting. Does your father participate in the sport? I've rehearsed my answers carefully. My father finds more pleasure in his books than in the saddle these days, your ladyship. He has always been of a scholarly disposition. Indeed? And what of your mother? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. She passed away some years ago, my lady. This much at least is true. A fever took her when I was 18. The Dowager Countess's expression softened slightly. You have my condolences. The loss of a parent is a profound burden. Thank you, your ladyship. And what brings you to London after so long an absence from society? Richard tells me you've been living quietly in the country. Richard's arm tightens almost imperceptibly around my waist. Mother. It is quite all right, my lord, I interrupt, offering him a reassuring smile before turning back to his mother. After years of caring for my father, I found myself in need of diversion. With my father gone, I grew lonely. London offers a wealth of cultural enrichments that the country cannot match: the theatre, lectures, and exhibitions. I meet the dowager's penetrating gaze with what I hope appears as genuine sincerity. One cannot spend one's entire life in seclusion, after all. How very true, the dowager countess replies, her lips curving into a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. And yet, one wonders why a young woman of your circumstances would choose to attend social gatherings rather than seek a more permanent arrangement. At your age, most ladies have long since secured a husband. Heat rises to my cheeks at her pointed reference to my advanced years. Before I can formulate a response that won't reveal too much of my true nature, Richard intervenes. Mother, he says, his voice taking on an edge I haven't heard before. Lady Amelia's reasons for remaining unwed are her own, just as my reluctance to enter the matrimonial state has been my prerogative. Not every woman measures her worth by her ability to secure a husband. I glance at him, startled by his defense. The dowager countess raises one elegant eyebrow, her gaze moving between us with calculating precision. How refreshingly modern of you, Richard, she observes dryly. Though I wonder, Lady Amelia, what exactly is your interest in my son? A man of his position must naturally be wary of those who might have designs upon his title and fortune. Mother, Richard interjects more forcefully, his hand at my waist tightening possessively. That is quite enough. A peculiar warmth blooms in my chest at his protective tone. I should not be moved by this. It is merely part of our charade. And yet I find myself inexplicably touched by his willingness to challenge his formidable mother on my behalf. It is quite all right, my lord, I say, placing my hand gently on his arm before turning to face the dowager countess. Your concern for your son is admirable, my lady, and entirely natural. If I had a son of Lord Westmore's standing, I too would be vigilant against fortune hunters. Her eyes narrow slightly at my directness, but I continue. As for my interest in your son, I find his conversation stimulating and his company agreeable. Unlike many gentlemen of my acquaintance, he values intellect over blind obedience and has opinions worth hearing. I find his take on marriages particularly illuminating. Oh? The dowager's expression shifts almost imperceptibly, surprise flickering across her features before she masters it. Lord Westmore has learned much from your example, your ladyship. He hopes for a love match, much like his parents had. At that, the dowager countess turns to her son, raising an eyebrow. I see he has spoken of such things with you. He is remarkably honest, I admit. One of his more commendable qualities. As are you, my dear, the dowager countess says, her eyes sharpening. Though in my experience, those who proclaim their honesty most loudly often have the most to hide. My heart stutters in my chest, but I maintain my composure with a light laugh. How perspicacious of you, my lady. I suppose we all harbor little secrets, though mine are decidedly mundane. A fondness for reading novels when I should be practicing the pianoforte, or a preference for long walks rather than needlework. Richard's eyes dance with amusement at my clever evasion. It's deception, that's what it is. The dowager countess nods, as if she's done with me for now. I must say, Lady Amelia, you are not at all what I expected. I shall take that as a compliment, my lady, I reply, a mischievous smile playing at my lips. For what could be more tedious than being precisely what others anticipate? A surprised laugh escapes her, genuine and unguarded. Indeed? Well, I shall be curious to see how this attachment between you develops. With a regal nod, she glides away to join a group of matrons across the ballroom. Good evening to you both. When she is gone, chatting with other ladies, I slump. That went better than expected, Lord Westmore murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. Did it? I feel as though I've just undergone an interrogation by the Spanish Inquisition. I now know where you get your ability to intimidate from. His laugh is low and intimate. Trust me, my mother was positively cordial, She likes you, I think. She suspects me, I counter, watching the dowagers retreating back. She may not know what precisely, but she knows I'm hiding something. Yet she did not press further. That is as close to approval as one gets from the Dowager Countess of Westmore. The ball continues around us in a swirl of colour and sound, but suddenly I find it all overwhelming. I break away from him, needing some air. Excuse me, Lord Westmore, I think I need some air. Without looking back, I proceed out of the ballroom, my nerves strained despite the night having only begun. The thought of doing this all season sounds rather intimidating. I must take some time to compose myself. The Cavendish Gardens unfold before me like a secret realm apart from the glittering ballroom. Boxwood hedges create intimate alcoves, where marble benches nestle beneath rose arbors, their sweet perfume lingering in the night air. Lanterns hang from wrought iron posts along the gravel paths, casting pools of golden light that guide my way deeper into this verdant sanctuary. I draw a deep breath, savoring the mingled scents of lilies, jasmine, and damp earth after the cloying press of perfumes inside. Moonlight bathes the formal gardens in silvery luminescence, transforming the ordinary into the ethereal. I pause beside a small ornamental pond where water lilies float like stars upon the dark surface. The solitude soothes my frayed nerves. Here, away from prying eyes, I need not pretend to be Lady Amelia Ashworth. I can simply be Lillian Hartman again, if only for a few precious moments. A twig snaps behind me, and I whirl around, my heart leaping to my throat. Forgive me, Lord Westmore says, emerging from the shadows into a shaft of moonlight. I did not mean to startle you. He stands before me, tall and imposing in his evening attire, his features softened by the gentle glow of the moon. The night air has loosened a lock of his sable hair, which falls rakishly across his brow. My lord, I manage, willing my pulse to steady. I should have known you would follow me. Are you displeased that I did? His voice is low, intimate in the quiet garden. You left rather suddenly. I was concerned. I consider lying, but find I cannot. No, I admit. Though I did come out here for a moment's respite. I've never received so much attention at a ball, and it gets rather overwhelming. He approaches slowly, as one might approach a skittish deer. You acquitted yourself admirably with my mother, and I am sorry for demanding this of you. Do not worry, I will play my part, I say, turning to gaze across the garden. I now recognize how effective I am at keeping away prospective brides. That you are, he chuckles, coming to stand beside me. When I lift my eyes, our gazes lock in a moment of silent magic. My chest rises and falls, suddenly too aware that we are alone. He breaks the spell by asking, "Would you like to take a walk around the gardens with me?" Since I have no reason to refuse, I stand up, taking his hand. Lead the way, my lord. His hand feels warm against mine, a gentle pressure that seems to anchor me to this moment as we stroll deeper into the moonlit garden. The lanterns cast elongated shadows across the gravel path, our silhouettes stretching before us. Do you ever wonder, he asks suddenly, what your life might have been had circumstances been different? If your father had lived, perhaps? The question catches me off guard with its unexpected intimacy. Often, I admit, my voice softer than intended. Though I try not to dwell on such thoughts, they lead nowhere but to melancholy. And yet, he persists, guiding me around a particularly lovely rosebush heavy with blooms, would you have discovered your talent for writing had fate been kinder? I consider this as we walk, the gentle rustle of my silk skirts against the gravel providing a soothing counterpoint to the distant strains of the orchestra. Perhaps not. I might have married some merchant's son and spent my days ordering dinner and making calls. A life like that would never have satisfied you, he says. It would have put out the fire in you, and wouldn't that have been a tragedy? His words give me pause, as if he glimpses my soul. You seem to have an extremely high opinion of me, my lord. Most men of your station would find me difficult. A harridan, they'd say. I am not most men of my station. I know how rare a spirit like yours is, Miss Hartman. He stops beneath an arbor draped with wisteria, turning to face me fully. In the dappled moonlight filtering through the vines, his expression is surprisingly vulnerable. You are far too honest for your good, my lord. I am afraid such sentiments could turn a woman's mind. Have they turned yours? He asks, his voice low. My heart quickens at his directness. Lord Westmore, I begin, uncertain how to respond to words that sound dangerously sincere for what is meant to be a charade. Richard, he corrects gently. When we are alone, I would have you call me Richard. The intimacy of his Christian name on my lips seems a greater transgression than any physical touch. Richard, I whisper, testing the shape of it. We must remember this is merely an arrangement between us. A shadow crosses his face. Is it, Lillian? My name sounds delicious on his lips. I step back, losing my balance as my silk slipper catches a vine. Ah! My hands flail in the air as I lose my footing, falling back. His strong arms catch me before I can stumble, his hands grasping my waist firmly. The sudden closeness between us steals my breath away. Our faces are but inches apart, his warm breath mingling with mine in the cool night air. I find myself staring at his lips, unable to look away, the tension between us threatening to blind me. Careful, he murmurs, his voice a deep rumble that I feel more than hear. In steadying me, he has drawn me closer than propriety would ever allow. I should pull away, but I remain frozen in his embrace, my heart beating a wild tattoo against my ribs. Here, in a secluded corner of the garden, hidden behind bushes, we are alone. And I can't stop looking at him, can't stop thinking about the things he said to me. It no longer feels fake, this unconventional arrangement between us. He inhales deeply and my lips part, focused on his mouth while thinking improper thoughts. I would very much like to kiss you, he whispers, his voice a gentle caress of sensuality, his gaze dropping to my lips. If you would permit me. He is the respectable gentleman until the very end, waiting for my response, our faces tethered by an invisible force. The proper response would be to step away, to remind him of our arrangement, to maintain the distance that prudence demands. But all reason flees in the face of my forbidden attraction for this man. So I do the unwise thing. Instead of pulling away, I rise on my tiptoes and press my lips to his, silencing his request with my answer. For a heartbeat, he remains still, as if stunned by my boldness. Then his arms tighten around me, and he returns my kiss with a fervor that makes my knees weaken. He groans, the delicious sensual sound igniting a deep need inside me. His lips are warm and firm against mine, coaxing, persuading, demanding, and I open for him, an inferno of desire pouring out of me. I have been kissed before, fumbling inexpert encounters that left me wondering what all the fuss was about. But this is revelation. Heat blooms within me, spreading like wildfire through my veins as his mouth moves against mine with exquisite skill. One of his hands slides up my back to cradle my head, fingers threading through my carefully arranged curls, likely ruining my coiffure, but I cannot bring myself to care. I feel as though I am awakening from a long slumber, every nerve ending suddenly alive and singing with sensation. This is what poets write about, what heroines in novels risk everything for, this consuming fire that renders all caution to ash. I place my arms on his strong shoulders, my reservations vanishing in light of his ardor. This kiss, the way he gently nibbles on my lips before thrusting his tongue into my mouth and tasting me, it makes me want more. Without words, he conveys his feelings for me, and I am rendered speechless by the silent intensity Richard Morland carries within him. If he kisses like this, imagine what he'd be like in bed. He breaks away only to trail his lips along the curve of my jaw, leaving a path of fire in their wake. My breathing turns uneven, letting him take liberties with me, letting him introduce my flesh to the wonderful pleasures that exist. You are stunning, he whispers against my skin, his voice raspy with need. Your mind, your spirit, your courage, you have bewitched me, Lillian Hartman. A soft moan escapes me as his lips find the sensitive spot beneath my ear. I should be mortified by such wantonness, but I can only clutch his shoulders tighter, desperate to remain upright as sensation overwhelms me. Richard. My fingers dig into his hair, feeling his soft, thick strands as he kisses a fiery path down my neck, his mouth branding the tops of my breasts. Lord, it feels so good to feel his mouth against my skin, his warm body pressing into mine as desire fills me. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierces the night, a twig snapping perhaps, or a garden gate closing. Instantly he's on alert. I almost groan when his hot mouth is parted from my skin, putting an abrupt ending to our assignation in the garden. When we hear voices, we spring apart, both breathing heavily. I raise a trembling hand to my lips, which still tingle from his kiss. "Someone is coming," Richard whispers, suddenly cautious. I freeze, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird. The voices grow closer. A man and woman engaged in conversation, their footsteps crunching on the gravel path that winds toward our secluded arbor. Richard's arm encircles my waist protectively, drawing me deeper into the shadows. "We must not be discovered," I whisper, attempting to smooth my hair with trembling fingers. Richard nods, his eyes still dark with desire as he helps tuck an errant curl behind my ear. The approaching couple pauses just beyond the wisteria-draped entrance to our sanctuary. I recognize the woman's voice as Lady Harrington's, her distinctive laugh carrying through the night air. "My lord, it looks like the garden is too crowded tonight. I cannot be seen with you." "My husband is in attendance," she says to her companion. "We must find another place to finish our acquaintance." Richard and I look at each other, our eyes sharp. To be discovered thus would mean the end of my charade, and possibly my career. Richard's arm tightens around me, his body tense as we wait in breathless silence. "I know Lord Cavendish has a few spare rooms upstairs. Why don't you meet me there after dinner?" The couple exchanges more of their plans, and after what seems an eternity, they move on, their voices fading as they continue their promenade through the garden. Richard releases a long, slow breath, releasing me after they disappear. "That was entirely too close," he says, stepping back from me with obvious reluctance. His cravat is askew, his hair mussed from my eager fingers. He looks thoroughly kissed and utterly magnificent. My voice falters as reality crashes down upon me. What have I done? I should never have been so forward. "I beg your forgiveness, my lord." "Richard," he corrects gently, reaching to take my hand. "And there is nothing to forgive, unless you regret what passed between us." I cannot meet his gaze, my cheeks burning with mortification. "I do not regret it," I admit softly, "but I fear I have complicated our arrangement most terribly. We must not do this ever again." "Lillian." He tilts my chin up with one finger, forcing me to meet his eyes, but I refuse by pulling away, cutting him off. "We should return to the ballroom before our absence is noted," I say, unable to address the profoundness of what we just shared. "I shall go first. You should attend to your appearance before you follow." He glances down at himself and gives a rueful chuckle. "Indeed, I look as though I have been set upon by highwaymen." His eyes soften as they meet mine once more. "Or perhaps by a novelist with a surprising passion." I clear my throat, refusing to smile. However, as I leave him, my heart feels heavy with unprocessed feelings. This escape feels incomplete, but that is ridiculous, for completion of that kiss would mean my complete and utter ruin. "He is a lord," I remind myself as I hurry to the ballroom, fixing my hair and gown. It would be most unwise to continue this acquaintance. But as I reach the stairs, I admit to myself that our fake courtship feels way too real.
Richard. I can't forget our kiss. As I sit in my townhouse's study, mindlessly eyeballing estate ledgers, my lips tingle with the memory of kissing Lillian Hartman in the gardens. It's been a day since the ball. A day since Lillian and I managed to deceive my mother and the rest of London society into believing that I carried a tendre for her. Except, it might not be a deception, after all. My study, with its oak paneling and rich crimson draperies, offers little comfort tonight as I find my thoughts straying again and again to our forbidden kiss. The way she fled from me afterward haunts me still. One moment she was in my arms, her soft lips yielding beneath mine, her body melting against me with a passion that matched my own. And the next, she was pulling away, eyes wide with something akin to fear. "Damn it all," I mutter, shoving away from my desk with more force than necessary. I know that I am being unconscionably selfish. For a woman in Lillian's position, an affair with a man of my rank offers nothing but ruin. She is not some aristocratic lady who can weather a scandal with nothing more than a temporary retreat to the country. Nor is she a courtesan accustomed to the protection and privileges that come with being a nobleman's mistress. She is a working woman, one with a secret identity, and a life that hangs in careful balance. I need to apologize to her, to explain that it was just an impulse. I can't expect her to carry on our ruse if she fears being accosted by me, can I? But do I even want to carry on this ruse? When it comes to Lillian Hartman, my emotions expand beyond all reasonable bounds, like a balloon filled with too much air, threatening to burst at any moment. I have known countless beautiful women, engaged in flirtations that meant nothing. Yet this novelist with her ink-stained fingers and sharp tongue has somehow worked her way beneath my carefully constructed armor. Perhaps it was why I asked her to pretend that afternoon. I might be falling for her. The realization strikes me with the force of a physical blow, leaving me momentarily breathless. I reach for the brandy decanter, pouring myself a generous measure early in the morning, and downing it in one swallow, welcoming the burn as it travels down my throat. Lillian Hartman is a rare creature, a woman alien in my world. But within her, she carries all the attributes I look for in a companion. My eyes fall upon a letter sitting prominently atop the correspondence on my desk. Mr. Ashworth's formal acceptance of my offer to purchase a 50% stake in his publishing house. After our meeting, I had my man of business review the finances, and the publisher does indeed represent a sound investment. The Silver Fork novels that have captivated society these past seasons have proven remarkably profitable, with M. Rutherford's works leading the charge. Yet I cannot pretend that financial considerations alone motivated this decision. The opportunity to remain close to Lillian, to have a legitimate reason to seek her company without arousing suspicion. These are the true drivers behind my actions. "What a fool you are becoming, Westmore," I mutter to myself, running a hand through my hair. A soft knock at the door interrupts my self-recrimination. "Enter," I call, expecting my butler with the evening post. Instead, my mother glides into the room, resplendent in a traveling ensemble of deep blue. Her observant gaze sweeps the study, taking in my disheveled appearance and the half-empty glass of brandy in my hand. "I have decided to return to Westmore Park," she announces without preamble, her eyes judging my uncharacteristic actions. "The city has become rather tedious, and the country air will do me good." "So soon, mother?" I set aside my glass, rising to greet her properly. "You've barely been in London a fortnight." She waves a dismissive hand. "I have seen all I need to see." Her sharp eyes fall upon the letter from Ashworth that lies open on my desk. With the swift movement of a falcon spotting prey, she lifts it, scanning its contents before I can intervene. "A publishing house?" Her elegant eyebrow arches toward her hairline. "Richard, what can you be thinking? To associate yourself with the publication of novels, particularly those of a radical bent, would be most unwise for a peer of your standing." I retrieve the letter from her fingers with more patience than I feel. "It is a lucrative investment, mother. Ashworth's business has shown exceptional growth these past 5 years. There are other ventures that would prove equally profitable without risking your reputation," she counters, seating herself in the chair opposite my desk. The Ton is already whispering about the scandalous exposé a new author of his, a fallen lady, is penning. "Is that so? I assume that would increase the publisher's profits even more." Mother sighs deeply, relinquishing the paper to me. "You are the Earl now, Richard. I stopped interfering in your financial decisions years ago." Her fingers trace the embroidered pattern on her reticule with deliberate care. "Do as you wish. I trust your judgment in these matters, even if I find the venture somewhat questionable." Her unexpected capitulation surprises me, though I know better than to believe this is the end of her objections. She is merely choosing her battles with strategic precision. Tell me about your Miss Amelia, she asks, shifting topics with practiced ease. I noticed she departed rather abruptly on the evening of the ball. Several guests commented upon it. I clear my throat, recalling how Lillian had hastily excused herself after our encounter in the garden, claiming a sudden headache. Her face had been flushed, her eyes avoiding mine as she bid the Cavendishes good night. She was unwell, I explain, the half-truth sitting uncomfortably on my tongue. A headache, I believe. Indeed? Mother's tone makes it clear she finds this explanation lacking. How unfortunate that such an affliction should strike precisely when you two had returned from the gardens. Heat creeps up my neck. You are remarkably well informed, Mother. I make it my business to be, she replies simply, rising from her chair. Well, I trust you know what you're doing, Richard. She doesn't seem like the woman she pretends to be. I blink, surprised my mother noticed. What do you mean? She raises her hand. Just that she seems rather suspicious. I tried looking for her family, the Herefordshire Ashworths, but the only person I could find was a young Mr. Gregroy Ashworth, a country squire who runs a publishing house. The very one whose publishing house you seem to be interested in. Her sharp eyes tail me. I hope you know what you're doing, Richard. I do, I reply confidently. And I'd appreciate it if you weren't so caught up in my business, Mother. Whatever you say. She flutters her hand, unconvinced. Just know that I care about your happiness, Richard. She shakes her head. When you make up your mind about Miss Ashworth, write to me. I want to tell her I've already made up my mind, but I remain silent. I shall not delay my departure. The carriage is being loaded as we speak. I stand, offering my arm to escort her to the entrance hall. As we walk together, my thoughts spiral around the ball. I escort her outside, where her carriage is waiting, her trunks loaded. I wish you a safe journey, Mother. Please give my regards to Mrs. Whitmore. I shall. She pauses at the doorway, turning to study my face with unsettling perception. Richard, whatever game you are playing with this woman, be careful. There is something about her that does not quite align. Your concern is noted, Mother, I reply stiffly, unwilling to engage further on the subject of Lillian. With a kiss to my cheek and a rustle of expensive fabric, she departs. I watch her carriage pull away from the townhouse, relief and determination settling over me in equal measure. I must see Lillian today. I arrive at Lillian's residence with my heart pounding like a schoolboy's. The modest brick building stands quietly in the afternoon light, its facade unassuming compared to the grandeur I'm accustomed to. For a moment, I hesitate, wondering if my presence here might cause her distress rather than ease it. But I cannot leave matters as they are, not when I've spent every waking moment since our kiss replaying it in my mind. The landlady answers my knock, her eyes widening as she takes in my appearance. Few earls, I imagine, have darkened her doorstep. I'm here to call on Miss Hartman, I announce, removing my hat. Mrs. Winters, Lillian's landlady, gapes at me as though I was some exotic creature escaped from a menagerie. Her round face flushes crimson as she curtsies so deeply, I fear she might topple forward, onto the modest entryway floor. My lord, she exclaims, straightening with visible effort. I don't have to look twice to know that she recognizes me. The Earl of Westmore at my doorstep. What an unexpected honor. How may I be of service? I've come to call on Miss Hartman, I explain, removing my hat and gloves with practiced ease. Is she at home? The woman's eyes widen further, darting nervously toward the staircase. Miss Hartman? Oh, but... She wrings her hands, clearly torn between social propriety, and her mouth works soundlessly for a moment before she finds her voice. A gentleman caller? And an earl, no less. She clutches her collar as if to prevent her heart from leaping out. I'm afraid that wouldn't be proper at all, my lord. A young lady receiving a gentleman alone. Mrs. Winters, who is it? Lillian's voice calls from above, and I hear her footsteps on the stairs before she appears in the entryway. She freezes upon seeing me, color draining from her face. Lord Westmore, she breathes, one hand gripping the banister. Miss Hartman, I reply, bowing slightly. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. Mrs. Winters looks between us with undisguised curiosity. You know this gentleman, Miss Hartman? Yes, Mrs. Winters. Lord Westmore is. Lillian hesitates, clearly searching for an explanation that won't scandalize her landlady. A business associate, I supply smoothly. I've come to discuss a literary matter with Miss Hartman. The landlady sniffs suspiciously. Well, I suppose I could permit a short visit in the parlor. With the door open. And I shall sit with you, of course. That would be most kind, I reply, though inwardly I chafe at the restriction. How am I to speak candidly with Lillian under such scrutiny? Mrs. Winters ushers us into a small but tidy parlor. Its furnishings modest, but well maintained. Lillian sits stiffly on a settee, her hands folded in her lap, while I take the chair opposite. The landlady positions herself by the window, pretending interest in her needlework while clearly straining to catch every word. I take the opportunity to observe Lillian's living space. A small writing desk stands in the corner, its surface covered with neatly stacked papers and several ink bottles. Her quills are arranged precisely, and I can see the edge of what must be her current manuscript peeking out from beneath a paperweight. The room speaks of order and purpose, much like the woman herself. I notice Lillian glancing around the modest room, a flush creeping up her neck. I apologize, my lord, she says, her voice soft but steady. I have no maid to prepare refreshments for you. I live simply, as you can see. Mrs. Winters jumps to her feet as if stung, her needlework forgotten. Gracious heavens, Miss Hartman. I cannot allow an earl to sit in my house without refreshment. What would people say? She bustles toward the door. I shall instruct cook to prepare tea and biscuits immediately. As the landlady's footsteps recede down the hallway, a charged silence falls between us. Lillian sits with perfect posture, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white with tension. I find myself studying the ink stains that mark her slender fingers, badges of her profession that she makes no effort to hide in this, her true domain. I did not expect to see you so soon after the ball, my lord, she says at last, her voice carefully neutral. Richard, I correct gently, leaning forward in my chair. And I could not stay away. Her eyes meet mine briefly before darting away. Why have you come? Is it to do with another invitation? No, I have come to apologize, I say simply. Her head snaps up, her gaze meeting mine in confusion. My behavior in the garden was unpardonable. I acted on impulse, without consideration for your position or reputation. It was selfish of me. My lord, there is nothing to apologize for. Believe me, I have forgotten the events of that evening. Have you? I ask, my voice dangerously low. When she quirks an eyebrow, I admit, I haven't been able to forget our kiss. It plays in my mind every waking hour, making me wonder what made me do it. Richard? Lillian? Her name falls from my lips like a caress. I see the effect it has on her. The slight widening of her eyes, the subtle intake of breath. I think I am developing a tundra for you. The words hit her, making her dark eyes widen, ringing in the empty parlor like ghosts. You mustn't call me that, she protests, though I note how weakly the objection is delivered. Her chest rises and falls rapidly. You and I, we're on opposite poles of the social hierarchy. Nothing can come of an attachment between us. I thought you were practical enough to know that. I smile at her assessment of me. If only she knew how thoroughly she has upended my practicality. Ah, my dear, but I am a romantic. I understand that my request puts you in a difficult position, but I merely wanted to be honest. I pause, considering her flushed face. I've never met a woman as enticing as you. You're sharp, intelligent, independent, and fierce in your convictions. The more time I spend in your company, the more I seek your radiance. Can I be blamed for developing an attachment for someone as remarkable as you? Lillian swallows. My lord, you know I am not a marrying sort of woman. I told you that I value my independence too much to give it up for a man. I understand your reservations about marriage, but what of love, Lillian? Tell me, Does this independent life of yours have any place for love? Her lips part in surprise, and for a moment, vulnerability flashes across her face, a fleeting glimpse of the woman beneath the armor she wears so well. Love, she whispers, as if testing the word's weight on her tongue. I've never contemplated such a sentiment before. She looks down at her hands, those beautiful, ink-stained hands that have created worlds and characters, that have carved out her independence. When she raises her eyes to mine again, they shine with unexpected candor. I have loved, my lord, my parents, my characters. She swallows visibly, a small act of courage that makes my heart swell. But romantic love? I fear I am too good at protecting my heart to let myself feel such a thing. It is a luxury a working woman like myself cannot afford. A few days ago, I would have agreed with your sentiments, I confess, my voice dropping to a murmur. But lately I find my defenses compromised. Richard. I have spent years avoiding entanglements, convinced that independence was preferable to the disappointment of a loveless match. I lean forward, the scent of my bergamot and sandalwood perfume mingling with papers and ink. And then I met a woman who values her freedom as fiercely as I value mine. A woman whose mind challenges and delights me. A woman who makes me wonder if perhaps independence and love need not be mutually exclusive. My lord, she stumbles. What are you saying? Merely that I have come to care for you, Lillian. And I would like to know if there is a possibility that you might return those feelings. She stares at me, her lips parting in shock. I have rendered the sharp-tongued novelist speechless, and in any other circumstance, I might find satisfaction in this. But now, with my heart exposed and vulnerable before her, I can only wait in agonizing suspense for her reply. The silence between us stretches, taut as a bowstring. Her eyes, those intelligent brown eyes that first captured my attention across a crowded ballroom, search mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. I see confusion there, and something else. Fear, perhaps? Or could it be longing? Before she can formulate a response, the sound of Mrs. Winters returning interrupts our fragile moment. The landlady bustles in carrying a tea tray that seems too heavy for her stout frame. Here we are, she announces, setting the tray down with a clatter that makes us both start. My best china for his lordship, and cook's freshly baked shortbread. How kind of you, Mrs. Winters, Lillian murmurs, her voice strained. She avoids my gaze. I watch as she composes herself, the mask slipping back into place. Her hands tremble slightly as she pours the tea, the amber liquid dancing dangerously close to the rim of the delicate cup. One lump or two, my lord? She asks, not meeting my eyes. Two, I return to cold formality too. Nobody would guess how violently my heart is beating inside my chest. I formally accept the tea, drinking it slowly as Mrs. Winters fills the silence with talk of how she poached her cook from a viscount's kitchen. She makes the most delightful scones, you must try one. She coaxes, and I find myself looped into trying a scone. I can't taste its sweetness, aching to hear Lillian's response instead. She drinks tea quietly, her face turned toward Mrs. Winters. These scones are truly excellent, she says. Indeed, they are quite remarkable, I reply, though the taste is lost on me. My attention remains fixed on Lillian, who studiously avoids my gaze, her profile a study in careful composure. Mrs. Winters beams with pride at my compliment, launching into a detailed account of her cook's illustrious history in various noble kitchens. I nod at appropriate intervals, but my mind dwells on Lillian's silence, on the words that hang between us unanswered. The tea grows cold in my cup as the minutes tick by. Lillian maintains her perfect posture, her eyes rarely meeting mine, her responses to her landlady's chatter polite but brief. The parlor, despite its modest size, suddenly feels cavernous, the distance between us impossible to bridge with Mrs. Winters standing guard. When the last biscuit has been consumed and the last drop of tea drunk, I recognize the futility of prolonging my visit. I fear I have imposed upon your hospitality long enough, I say, setting my cup aside and rising to my feet. I thank you for the excellent refreshments, Mrs. Winters. The landlady curtsies deeply, her round face flushed with pleasure. The honor was entirely ours, my lord. You are welcome in my home any time. Lillian stands as well, her hands smoothing invisible wrinkles from her skirts. Have a good evening, my lord. I see myself to the door, an eager Mrs. Winters bustling behind me. I turn back for a moment, bowing formally to Lillian, who looks pale as chalk. I'm sorry for imposing on you, I tell her. Good evening, Miss Hartman. My lord. She bows her head, not refuting my expectation. Bidding Mrs. Winters goodbye, I emerge out into the street, gazing up at Lillian's house, a sense of disappointment spreading over my chest. For years, I've played the role of the desirable bachelor, every woman and her mama running after me. But it's strangely humbling to be rejected. Though Lillian didn't say so in words, I understand her reluctance. What did I think, that she'd developed feelings for me too? I walk down the street, my heart feeling heavier than when I arrived.
Lillian. I gaze at a large blot of ink staining the page in front of me, an accurate representation of the mental state I currently find myself in. It's been a week since Richard visited me, confessing his feelings. And ever since, I've been lost. No letters have arrived from him, no invitations to a ball, or for riding in the park. I have been busy working on my next manuscript, but when my hands cease writing, my mind turns to his confession. To the words that have split my heart open, challenging everything my mind knows. I have come to care for you, Lillian, and I would like to know if there is a possibility that you might return those feelings. I remember how vulnerable his eyes looked as he said those words to me, struggling to hold himself back as I sat there, stunned. Being a mistress would ruin my reputation, and a marriage is out of question. What good is love then? As I crumple the ink-stained paper and throw it away, I admit that kiss in the garden awakened something in me, something I cannot stuff back into my unconscious mind. I stare at the crumpled paper on the floor, a casualty of my turbulent thoughts. A sigh escapes my lips as I pick up my quill again, only to set it down almost immediately. Even my characters fail me today, their voices muted beneath the persistent echo of Richard's confession. Mr. Ashworth's news from a few days ago still unsettles me. The Earl of Westmore has purchased half the publishing house, he had announced, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Quite unprecedented for a peer of the realm to invest in literature, wouldn't you agree, Miss Hartman? The revelation had struck me like a physical blow. I cannot help but wonder if he did this to maintain some connection to me, to ensure our paths would continue to cross, and if he did, do I want that? I close my eyes, allowing myself to recall his face, those penetrating grey eyes, the firm line of his jaw, the sensual curve of his mouth that had claimed mine so thoroughly in the Cavendish garden. My body warms at the memory, a treacherous heat spreading through my limbs. You are being absurd, Lillian, I muttered to myself, rising from my writing desk to pace the small confines of my room. He is an earl. You are a novelist. The gulf between your stations might as well be the English Channel. And yet I have to admit that never in my life have I met a man like Richard Morland. Even among the highest echelons of society that I've observed and chronicled, none possess his particular blend of nobility and candor. He sees me, not Lady Amelia, not M. Rutherford, but Lillian Hartman in all my stubborn, opinionated glory. And he admires me for it. Where others would seek to tame my sharp tongue, he relishes the verbal sparring between us. I rise from my writing desk, too restless to remain seated. The afternoon sun slants through my modest window, casting long shadows across the floorboards. What would it be like to surrender to these feelings blooming within me? To accept his affections and return them in kind? Impossible, I whisper to the empty room. Utterly impossible. Yet my treacherous heart refuses to heed reason. I press my palm against my bodice, feeling the rapid cadence beneath. Even if I were to become his mistress, my reputation would be irreparably damaged. The scandal would surely expose my literary alter ego, destroying everything I've built. Not to mention I, as a fallen woman, would no longer be welcome in society. And marriage, the very notion is laughable. An earl cannot marry a woman of no repute. All we can have is a discreet night of sensual pleasure, if I am willing to take that risk. I touch my lips, admitting in a dark corner of my heart that such a risk might be worth it. A knock at my door startles me from my reverie. Mrs. Winters appears, her round face flushed with exertion from climbing the stairs. "A messenger just arrived with this for you, Miss Hartman," she says, extending a sealed letter. "From Mr. Ashworth's publishing house. Said it was most urgent." "Thank you, Mrs. Winters," I reply, taking the missive from her outstretched hand. The moment she departs, I break the seal, my fingers trembling slightly. The faint scent of sealing wax rises from the parchment, mingled with the distinctive aroma of Mr. Ashworth's office. Ink, leather-bound books, and the particular tobacco he favors. My eyes scan the hastily penned lines, and my blood turns to ice in my veins. "Miss Hartman, a most disturbing communication has arrived at my office this morning. I believe you should see it immediately. I have enclosed the original note, exactly as it was delivered. With grave concern, G. Ashworth." A smaller folded paper falls from the letter, landing on my writing desk like a harbinger of doom. With trembling fingers, I unfold it, a drop of candle wax from my desk falling onto the parchment like a spot of blood as I tilt it toward the light. The handwriting is elegant, the black ink stark against the cream-colored paper. "Your charade has been most entertaining, N. Rutherford. Or should I address you as Miss Hartman? Perhaps Lady Amelia Ashworth would be more fitting. Withdraw from the company of the Earl of Westmore, or your secret will no longer remain confined to your pages." The Ton would be most interested to learn that a celebrated yet scandalous author walks among them, masquerading as her betters. I sink into my chair, my limbs suddenly leaden, my heart hammering against my ribs. I have received threatening letters before, disgruntled readers, jealous scribblers, even the occasional religious zealot outraged by the moral looseness of my novels. But none have ever known my true identity. None has ever possessed such damning knowledge. Whoever wrote this letter knows I'm Amelia Ashworth. A connection between Lillian Hartman and M. Rutherford would go unnoticed, but Miss Amelia Ashworth is currently the toast of the Ton, thanks to the Earl's attentions. If this gets out, it could damage both our reputations. "How?" I whisper to the empty room, scanning the note again. There is no signature, no seal, nothing to identify the sender. Who could possibly know? My mind races through the possibilities. A rival author, perhaps, seeking to eliminate competition? A publisher hoping to poach my work? Or most likely, a woman with an eye on the Earl. It's intriguing how the letter tells me to end my association with the Earl. At first, I wonder if Richard knows about this, but then I shake my head. If he did, he'd be at my doorstep trying to make sure I'm all right. I pace the worn-out carpet, knowing this might be a credible reason to end the fake relationship the Earl and I have, yet my heart rebels, wanting to cling to the object of my affections a little longer. If I am to be ruined, let it not be through cowardice. I gaze down at the letter, knowing only one more option is open to me. Find out who sent this damning piece. The dawn breaks with a chill as I dress in my plainest gown and most serviceable bonnet. I tuck the threatening letter into my reticule and set out for Mr. Ashworth's office in Mayfair, a bundle of manuscript pages under my arm as a pretense. The streets are beginning to stir with early morning commerce, bakers delivering fresh bread, maids beating carpets, shopkeepers raising their shutters. I walk briskly, my thoughts racing ahead of my footsteps. When I arrive at the publishing house, I climb up the stairs to Gregory Ashworth's office. The clerk, Mr. Perkins, startles at my appearance. "Miss Hartman, we weren't expecting you today," he says, shuffling papers to cover whatever he had been reading. "I've brought some pages for Mr. Ashworth to review," I reply, setting my bundle on his desk. "Is he available?" "I'm afraid Mr. Ashworth stepped out rather suddenly this morning. Said he had urgent business to attend to." Mr. Perkins glances nervously toward the closed door of Gregory's office. "He didn't say when he would return." I frown. It is unlike Gregory to be absent, especially when he knows I would be concerned about the threatening letter. I see. Perhaps I might leave these in his office for when he returns. Mr. Perkins hesitates, then nods, retrieving a key from his desk drawer. Of course, Miss Hartman. You know the way. As I move toward the door, he leans forward suddenly, his voice dropping to a whisper. Miss Hartman, there was a footman here yesterday. Very fine livery, from one of the noble houses, I believe. The Morlands or perhaps the Cavendishes. He was asking about correspondence sent to your address. My heart skips a beat. Did Mr. Ashworth speak with him? No, miss. I told him Mr. Ashworth handles all author matters personally, and that he would need to return when the master was in. He shifts uncomfortably. The fellow seemed most insistent, though. Said his employer was most eager to learn more about you. I force a smile. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. You were quite right to send him away. Once inside Gregory's office, I close the door and lean against it, drawing a steadying breath. The room smells of leather and tobacco, with a faint undertone of the brandy Gregory favors in the late afternoons. His desk is cluttered with manuscripts, correspondence, and printing proofs, the organized chaos of a busy man. I place my pages atop the nearest stack and turn to leave when something catches my eye. A charred fragment of paper in the otherwise empty wastebasket. Glancing toward the door to ensure I am not observed, I kneel and carefully extract the half-burnt scrap. The handwriting matches that of the threatening letter, the elegant script unmistakable. Only a fragment remains unburnt, but the words send a chill through me. ... Should you persist in this charade with Westmore, I shall be forced to reveal. I fold the charred fragment carefully and tuck it into my reticule alongside the original threat. Did Gregory destroy it so that I wouldn't worry? Rising from my crouched position, I scan the office more thoroughly. After searching the bookshelves and Gregory's desk, I don't find any more evidence. Quietly, I exit his office, smiling at Mr. Perkins on my way out. As I do, I remember what Mr. Perkins said. A liveried footman was here yesterday. Since he couldn't have been from the Morlands, as Richard seems uninvolved in the whole blackmail enterprise, I assume he was from the Cavendish household. Outside, the late morning sun bathes Mayfair in golden light, a stark contrast to the darkness unfurling within me. As I descend the steps to the street, the prickling sensation of being watched raises the fine hairs on my nape. Across the way, a gentleman's carriage waits, its black lacquered surface gleaming. The horses stand at attention, a liveried footman positioned beside the door. I pause, pretending to adjust my bonnet while studying the vehicle from beneath my lashes. The crest emblazoned on the door catches my eye, a shield with crossed swords, and what appears to be a falcon. I've seen it before, at the Cavendish ball. It's their family crest. My heartbeat quickens. What business would the Cavendishes have near my publisher's office? They could be here on a social visit. Or they have something to do with the blackmail letter. I turn away, walking briskly toward Bond Street, my mind racing through possibilities. The Cavendish ball was where the rumors of my association with Richard began. Could someone associated with the family be involved in this? By the time I return to my lodgings, a plan has formed in my mind. I shall visit the Cavendish household this very afternoon, under the guise of retrieving a forgotten belonging. As Lady Amelia, of course. Lady Amelia Ashworth to see Lady Cavendish, I announce to the butler who answers the imposing door of Cavendish House. I've attired myself in my finest day dress, a pale blue silk with delicate embroidery at the hem, and arranged my hair in a fashionable style beneath a bonnet trimmed with matching ribbon. The transformation from Lillian Hartman to Lady Amelia Ashworth is complete, though my heart hammers beneath my carefully arranged exterior. I believe I left my handkerchief at the ball a few weeks ago, I explain with an apologetic expression. I was wondering if I could retrieve it. The butler regards me with impassive dignity. I regret to inform you that Lady Cavendish is not at home today, my lady. However, I will ask the staff if they have found a handkerchief. Thank you. It's unfortunate Lady Cavendish isn't here today, I say, infusing my voice with just the right measure of disappointment. The butler gestures me into the marble-floored entrance hall. If you would be so good as to wait here, my lady, I shall make inquiries. As he disappears down a corridor, I take the opportunity to observe the grand surroundings. The Cavendish home is a testament to generations of wealth. Gilt-framed portraits line the walls, priceless porcelain gleams from alcoves, and the scent of beeswax and fresh flowers permeates the air. I move toward a side table, ostensibly to admire a Chinese vase, when a footman emerges from a door to my left. I recognize him instantly as the same livery-clad young man who delivered my invitation to the ball to my publisher. His eyes widen slightly in recognition. "Good afternoon," I say, offering a warm smile. "I believe you delivered an invitation to me for the Cavendish ball some weeks ago?" He bows, clearly pleased to be remembered. "Yes, my lady. To your residence in Mayfair." "Indeed. Tell me, did you happen to deliver many invitations that day?" "Oh yes, my lady, nearly 30 houses in Mayfair alone." He stands a little straighter, proud of his important role. I lower my voice confidentially. "I wonder if you might satisfy my curiosity on a somewhat delicate matter. There have been certain rumors circulating about myself and Lord Westmore. I cannot help but wonder how such tales began." The footman shifts uncomfortably. "I couldn't say, my lady, though." He hesitates, glancing over his shoulder. "Yes?" I prompt gently. "You might wish to speak with Jenny, one of the upstairs maids. She tends to the guest rooms and hears a great deal." I slip a coin into his palm. "Might I have a word with this Jenny?" He pockets the coin with practiced discretion. "She'll be in the east wing at this hour, my lady. I could direct you." "Thomas!" The butler's stern voice cuts through our conversation. "Return to your duties at once." The footman, Thomas, bows hastily and retreats, shooting me an apologetic expression. The butler returns moments later, informing me that my handkerchief has not been found. Before he can usher me out, I affect a look of sudden remembrance. "Oh, I've just recalled. I believe I may have left it in the east wing, where I retired briefly to freshen my appearance during the ball." The butler's expression remains stoic, though his left eyebrow rises a fraction. "I see. If you would follow me, my lady, I shall escort you to check." I follow him up the grand staircase, its mahogany banister gleaming beneath my gloved hand. The upper corridor stretches before us, doors lining both sides like sentinels guarding secrets. A young woman emerges from one room, a feather duster in hand, and a crisp white apron over her dark dress. "Jenny," the butler calls, his voice softening slightly. "This lady believes she may have left a handkerchief in one of the guest rooms during the ball. Might you have found such an item?" The maid curtsies, her eyes darting nervously between us. "No, sir, but I can help her ladyship look if you wish." "Very good. I shall leave you to assist Lady Ashworth." He turns to me with a bow. "If you'll excuse me, my lady, I have duties to attend to below stairs." As soon as the butler's footsteps fade, I turn to the maid with a conspiratorial smile. "Jenny, isn't it? Thomas downstairs suggested you might help me with something rather more important than a handkerchief." Her eyes widen. "Thomas should mind his tongue, my lady." "Please," I lower my voice. "I merely wish to know how certain rumors about Lord Westmore and myself began circulating after the ball. It's caused me considerable distress." Jenny fidgets with her apron, clearly torn between discretion and the natural desire to share gossip. "I couldn't say for certain, my lady." I withdraw a coin from my reticule, one considerably larger than the one I gave Thomas. "Perhaps this might refresh your memory." Her fingers close around the coin with practiced swiftness. "Well, I did overhear Lady Pembroke telling her daughter about it the morning after the ball. She seemed quite put out, if I may say so." "Lady Pembroke?" The name strikes a chord of recognition. "The wife of Lord Pembroke?" "Yes, my lady. She was here visiting Lady Cavendish for morning tea. Said she'd heard it straight from her husband, who'd been at White's the night before." Jenny leans closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Lady Pembroke has a daughter of marriageable age, you see. Miss Pembroke was quite set on catching the Earl's eye at the ball." My heart quickens. "The Pembrokes, of course. Lord Pembroke is known for his gambling. and Lady Pembroke has been most eager to marry her daughter off. Still, I wonder who her husband heard such a rumour from. I think Lord Pembroke may have mistaken me for someone else, I say, hoping she spreads that rumour around to clear my name. As you say, my lady. Also, Jenny, I've heard a rumour about a member of the Ton being an infamous Silver Fork novelist. I was wondering if you'd heard something about that too. A novelist, my lady. She looks around, and I produce another coin to keep her talking. I do believe Lord Cavendish mentioned something about a lady novelist who was deceiving the Ton. My heart skitters fearfully, but I breathe to steady myself. Did he perhaps tell you the name of the lady novelist? No, Jenny admits. I don't believe he knows her real name, but he told me someone at White's does. In fact, Lord Cavendish is going to meet him today. When I hear the butler approach again, I take a step back. Thank you, Jenny. Miss Ashworth. I'm afraid my handkerchief is nowhere to be found, I say, making my way to the butler. Perhaps I left it at another ball? The cool autumn air bites at my cheeks as I make my way towards St. James's Street. Darkness has begun to fall, the street lamps casting pools of golden light across the cobblestones. I draw my cloak tighter around me, the hood concealing my features. No respectable woman would venture near White's unaccompanied, much less at this hour. But I am beyond caring for propriety now, when my very livelihood hangs in the balance. As I approach the hallowed establishment, my courage nearly fails me. The imposing facade, with its bow windows glowing from within, seems to mock my presence. I position myself in the shadows across the street, watching as grand carriages arrive and depart, depositing their privileged occupants, men whose decisions shape empires over brandy and cigars. My breath clouds in the frigid air, creating ephemeral ghosts that dissipate into nothingness. The contrast between my modest cloak and the opulent world before me couldn't be more stark. I am an interloper here, standing on the precipice between two worlds, neither of which I fully belong to. Two gentlemen emerge from the club, their laughter cutting through the evening quiet as they pause beneath a street lamp. My ears prick at their conversation. His mistress has quite the sharp quill, they say, one declares, adjusting his hat. Penning those scandalous novels in the light of day and warming his bed by night. A novelist? His companion replies with a snort. No wonder her work is so full of passion. First-hand research, I'd wager. Who'd have thought she'd dare to tempt a peer of the realm, disguising herself as one of us? They dissolve into crude laughter that sends ice through my veins. Dear God, someone has made the connection. The rumors aren't just about Lady Amelia Ashworth anymore. They've connected her to Mr. Rutherford and the Earl, which is what I wanted to avoid. My heart pounds so violently I fear it might be audible across the street. I shrink deeper into the shadows as the men pass by, debating whether I should flee immediately and ask Gregory to make inquiries through his connections at the club. Someone needs to go in there, discern what is happening, and stop the rumors before they spread. I detach myself from the shadows when the men leave in a carriage, deciding it's too dark and dangerous for me to be wandering alone outside a club that might know my secret. As I step forward, a clearly inebriated gentleman stumbles from the entrance, veering in my direction. His unfocused gaze lands on me, and a lecherous smile spreads across his florid face. Well, well, he slurs, approaching with alarming speed. What have we here? A bit fancy for your usual sort, aren't you? He jeers, reaching for my arm. I step backward, my heart thudding with alarm. Sir, you are mistaken. Please let me pass. Come now, don't be coy, he persists, his breath reeking of spirits as he lurches closer. A pretty thing like you, lurking outside White's at this hour? I'll pay handsomely for your time. I try to sidestep him, but his fingers close around my wrist with surprising strength. Unhand me at once, I hiss, tugging against his grip. Such spirit, he laughs, pulling me toward him. I raise my hand to strike him, when a commanding voice cuts through the night air. Release the lady immediately. My heart nearly stops. I know that voice. I would know it anywhere. I turn to find Richard emerging from the club's entrance, his tall frame silhouetted against the golden light spilling from within. Dressed in a tailored coat with a starched cravat, He looks handsome as the meager light plays on his masculine features, his grey eyes burning hot as coals. His expression is thunderous as he approaches with long, purposeful strides. The drunkard squints at him. "Westmore? What's it to you? She's just a—" I said, "Release her." Richard's voice is deadly quiet now, a steel blade wrapped in velvet. The man drops my arm as though burned, muttering an apology before staggering away into the darkness. I stand frozen, mortified to be discovered here of all places, by him of all people. Richard reaches me in 3 swift strides. His hands grasp my shoulders as his concerned gaze sweeps over me. "Are you hurt?" he demands, his eyes searching mine. I cannot speak, overwhelmed by his sudden presence. My body betrays me with a violent trembling I cannot control. After days of avoiding him, of fighting my growing feelings, he stands before me like an answered prayer I never dared to utter. "No." He turns to the other gentleman who is staring at us. "Know her, do you, Westmore?" he asks, curious. "That is none of your business." Richard's voice is curt, his posture stiffening next to me. "Don't be so offended. I didn't know she was yours." "My lord." The drunk man's footman approaches, bowing apologetically as he stumbles forward. With a satisfied smirk, he goes to his carriage, his footman helping him. Once he gets in, Richard turns to me. "Lillian," he says softly, his voice gentling as he steadies me. I take a step away, breathing. "What in God's name are you doing here?" Another bout of voices fills my ears. I collide with Richard's solid chest as another gentleman exits the club, nearly knocking me over. Richard's arms encircle me protectively, and I inhale the familiar scent of him. Bergamot, sandalwood, and something uniquely his own, feeling it calm me, even as my heart beats faster. For one traitorous moment, I allow myself to lean against him, drawing strength from his warmth. God, I want to be closer to him, to lay my hands on his warm chest, to watch how his bare muscles ripple in the candlelight. I needed to. The words tangle in my throat, my cheeks flushed thanks to my fevered imaginings. "Were you looking for me?" he asks, his voice a rumble I can feel against my cheek. I pull back slightly, summoning my courage. "Not exactly. I was investigating something." His brows draw together. "Investigating? Outside White's? Have you taken leave of your senses? Do you know what might have happened if I hadn't?" "Someone knows," I blurt out, cutting off his lecture. "Someone knows everything. About Lady Amelia. About M. Rutherford. About our ruse." "What?" I step back as he releases me, reeling with surprise. "I received a threatening letter today, my lord. It informed me that if I didn't stop seeing you, my secret would be exposed to the world." His eyes widen as he takes in that information. I can't take my eyes off him, can't stop wondering how it'd feel to run my finger over his jaw and feel the bristle of the overgrown stubble I see there. The Earl's carriage arrives at that moment, the driver pulling up alongside us. Richard guides me toward it with a gentle but firm hand at the small of my back. The footman jumps down to open the door, his face a perfect mask of discretion, though I imagine he must be curious about the disheveled woman his master is escorting. "Please," Richard says, his voice low and urgent. "Come with me. We need to discuss this matter in private." I hesitate only briefly before accepting his outstretched hand and allowing him to assist me into the carriage. The plush velvet seats envelop me as Richard follows, sitting directly opposite. The door closes with a soft thud, and the carriage lurches forward, the rhythmic clatter of hooves against cobblestones filling the silence between us. "So, about the letter. Do you know who sent it?" "No, that's what I'm trying to find out. I receive a lot of threatening letters, my lord, but Mr. Ashworth thinks this one merits looking into." I tell him about my quest to find out who was behind the rumors, including my visit to the Cavendish's house. As I go on, the confined space of the carriage seems to shrink. The Earl's knees nearly touch mine across the narrow divide, and I can smell the faint trace of brandy on his breath, mingled with his distinctive scent. I remove my gloves slowly, needing something to occupy my trembling fingers, all too aware of his intense gaze upon me. "You might have told me earlier," he says at last, his voice gentle but reproachful. "Do you think I would have stood idly by while someone threatened you?" I meet his gaze briefly before looking away, studying the fine stitching of my gloves now resting in my lap. "I thought you'd regret ever knowing me. That you'd see me as a problem hindering the success of your plan. In any case, I wanted to fix the issue before bringing it up." "A problem?" His brow furrows. "Lillian, you are many things, but never that." I swallow hard, gathering my courage, as the silent seconds seem to tick by. He's watching me, and I can't tear my eyes from him, my cloak bunching under my fisted fingers. In the warm, enclosed space, all the fears in my mind spill forth. "You haven't invited me to any balls this week. I thought perhaps people at White's were already speaking of me, of M. Rutherford." I sound like a jealous, slightly miffed mistress. His eyes widen in genuine surprise. "I've heard no such rumors. The conversation you overheard tonight, they were speaking of the Earl of York. His mistress is Helena Harrison, a rather notorious woman who is writing an exposé, which coincidentally is to be published by your publisher." Oh, relief washes through me, loosening the knot of tension that has resided in my chest for days. It was a closer call than I realized. "Did you think they were talking about us?" I assumed the worst. My voice is low. "I have been running about all day, trying to stop the inevitable from occurring. I don't want your reputation to be ruined by association with my lord. Lillian, you're the one in danger, not me. Besides, the Westmore reputation has weathered many scandals in the past." Silence falls between us again, heavy with unspoken words. The carriage sways gently as it turns a corner, the soft glow of the street lamps casting fleeting shadows across Richard's handsome face. I watch the play of light and darkness across his features, my heart quickening at the intensity I find there. "The reason I haven't invited you to balls," he finally says, his voice low, "is because I feared you might find my presence uncomfortable. It is I who might be a hindrance to you, Miss Hartman." I draw a sharp breath at this admission. "What do you mean?" When his eyes meet mine, they're raw and vulnerable, the lamplight flickering inside Richard's silver irises. As I recall, our last conversation did not go that well. I recognize a rejection when I see it. "Richard." He raises his hand. "There's no need to explain yourself, Lillian. I've been wondering what to do about our arrangement all week. As you know, having feelings complicates things. I don't know if I can play my part convincingly anymore." I wouldn't mind continuing the farce. My heart thunders in my chest. I know I'm grasping at straws, wanting to use our fake relationship as an excuse to keep him in my life. "I gave you my word." "It was unscrupulous of me to ask such a thing of you," he admits. "Despite everything, you're a woman with a reputation to protect. I fear my association with you might have brought on this blackmail note." He swallows, and my heart freezes for a second. Perhaps we should dissolve our partnership. His expression is solemn, his eyes downcast. "I shall keep your secret, of course. I'll even get to the bottom of who has been blackmailing you. As part owner of your publisher, it is my responsibility to protect our authors. However, you're no longer required to be my companion, Miss Hartman. I release you from our arrangement." His words sound final, like a bell signaling the end of my hopes. "Do you mean that, my lord?" I fear I didn't consider your feelings when I proposed such a reckless bargain. When his eyes meet mine, they're intense yet soft. "I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I were the reason you had to give up on the vocation that you love so much." My lips part, surprised by the intensity of his feelings for me. "I know how much your work means to you, Lillian. It's one of the reasons I like you so much." His words are like a spell weaving around me. I ignore the tears burning at the back of my eyes, as the warmth inside grows oppressive. He'd give up his pursuit just to protect what I loved. It is in that moment that I know that Richard Morland is more than a passing acquaintance. I can't go home and forget about ever meeting him. No, I know that I'll remember him, remember this moment, until the day I die. He's the only person who has offered me genuine care and understanding, and I want to be a courageous woman, a woman who seizes the opportunity that life has given her. Richard, I say softly, using his Christian name without thought. The words locked inside my heart will no longer be denied. I lean forward, meeting his gaze, swallowing, and then finally, saying what I've wanted to say for an entire week. When you came to me that night, I wanted to say yes. His eyes widen, the grey darkening to the color of storm clouds. What? But the words wouldn't come. I was too stunned, too frightened. That's why I was silent. I twist my fingers in my lap, searching for courage I'm not certain I possess. I've thought of nothing else since. He sits perfectly still, as if afraid any movement might shatter this moment between us. Lillian, are you saying? I care for you too, Lord Westmore, way more than I'd like to admit, I continue, the confession pouring forth now that I've begun. So much so that I'm afraid, not of you, but of what I feel when I'm with you. I meet his gaze directly. You are right, I've built my life around my independence. The thought of caring for someone, of allowing myself to be vulnerable, terrifies me more than any scandal or blackmail ever could. I feel if I continue down this path, I might lose myself. I understand that fear, he says, his voice low and intimate in the darkness of the carriage. To care is to risk. That's why I've avoided it for years. But with you, it feels right. Like not caring about you is harder than caring. Is that why you purchased half of Mr. Ashworth's publishing house? I ask, suddenly needing to know. To keep me close while maintaining a respectable distance? His lips curve into a rueful smile. I bought into your publisher's business not to trap you, but to protect you, Lillian. It was a ruse initially, and then I told myself it was too late to back out. He leans forward slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. However, the truth is that I wanted to ensure your work would always have a home, that your voice would never be silenced, regardless of what might happen between us. I inhale deeply, his feelings affecting me deeply. Every time I think he can't get any better, he says something that makes me realize how wrong I am about him. You're too good for this world, Lord Westmore. Am I? I feel positively wicked when I'm around you. If only you knew the lascivious thoughts I think about you. The carriage jolts over an uneven patch of road, sending me sliding forward. Our hands brush, the contact sending a jolt of awareness through my body. My body moves across the little space, making me land on Richard's lap. He catches me, steadying me with a hand on my waist. When the carriage begins to move, I move, my breasts brushing against the hard planes of his chest. I look up into his stormy grey eyes and see the desire I feel inside reflected in them. This time, however, I do not pull away. Richard's eyes darken as he reaches up to touch my cheek, his fingers warm against my skin. He leans forward, and I take in a sharp breath, craving the touch of his lips once again. Tell me to stop, Lillian, and I will, he murmurs, his voice rough with restraint. I lean into his touch, my resolve crumbling like sand against the tide. If I wanted you to stop, I wouldn't be here. The words have barely left my lips before his mouth crashes on mine, hot and demanding. The moment our lips meet, a week's worth of longing, of denial, of pretending not to want exactly this, dissolves in an instant. I moan, sealing my lips to his enthusiastically, my hands coming up to grip his shoulders as the kiss deepens. I move until I am seated on his lap, my skirts billowing around us. His arms encircle my waist, drawing me closer as he deepens the kiss, drinking me in. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, hot and seeking, and I welcome him eagerly, my hands rising to frame his face. The rough stubble beneath my palms contrasts with the softness of his lips, creating a sensation that sends shivers down my spine. I've wanted to touch him like his, wanted to surrender to his passion. I've been kissed before, but never like this, never with this consuming hunger that makes me feel devoured and cherished all at once. It's his flavor I crave, his passion I feel when I close my eyes. Lillian, he groans against my mouth, his hands tightening at my waist. I shift on his lap, feeling the hard evidence of his desire pressing against me through our layers of clothing. Heat pools low in my belly at the contact, a molten need fluttering in my core. His kisses are intoxicating, addictive, each one making me crave another with increasing desperation. When his mouth leaves mine to trail down my throat, I tilt my head back, offering him greater access. His teeth graze the sensitive skin beneath my ear, and I cannot suppress the soft moan that escapes me. "You are exquisite," he murmurs against my skin, his breath hot and damp. "More enchanting than any woman I have ever known." His words inflame me further. I thread my fingers through his thick hair, marveling at its silken texture as I guide his mouth back to mine. Our kisses grow more frantic, more desperate, as if we're trying to make up for the week we spent apart, for all the years we might have known each other but didn't. My body feels alight with new sensations, the weight of his hands as they slide up my sides, the heat of his mouth as it claims mine, the hardness of his chest against my softness. I want more. I want to feel his skin against mine, want to explore every inch of him, want to give myself to him completely. "I want you," I confess breathlessly between kisses. I've never wanted anyone like this before." He pulls back slightly, his grey eyes dark with desire but also searching. "Are you certain, Lillian? I would never ask you to." I silence him with another kiss. "You've turned my head completely, my lord," I whisper against his lips. "I can understand why someone would go to such lengths to keep me from you." His arms tighten around me possessively. "I have eyes only for you," he says, his voice rough with emotion. "From the moment I saw you across that ballroom, there has been no one else." I gaze into his resolute gaze as the horses slow down. The carriage slows and then halts with a gentle lurch. We break apart, breathing heavily as footsteps approach. Richard commands him to stop, the door remaining closed as he faces me, allowing me time to fix my appearance. Richard helps me straighten my cloak and adjust my hair, his fingers lingering against my cheek. "Allow me to escort you home, Lillian." I don't move, a tempest of feelings churning inside me. I can still feel his lips on mine, his hands against my skin, and the last thing I want to do is go home. "It isn't safe for a woman to tread the streets at this hour," he explains. I breathe unevenly, gathering my courage to say what I want to. "I do not wish to go home, Richard. I wish to spend the night here," I whisper, my pulse racing in my throat as I grasp his hand. "With you." "Lillian." His eyes darken to the shade of a thundercloud at midnight, and his fingers tighten around mine. "Do you understand what this means? If anyone were to discover you spent the night in my home, your reputation would be irreparably damaged. You could be ruined, or worse." I let out a small, breathless laugh. "My lord, did you not tell me once that I am not a lady and hence do not have a reputation to speak of?" "I did not mean that." My voice softens as I meet his gaze steadily. "I want to be with you tonight, Richard. Only you. I am aware of the risks, but I want to take them anyway." The carriage lamp casts golden shadows across his face, illuminating the struggle within him, desire warring with honor, need battling against propriety. His thumb traces circles on my palm, sending shivers up my arm. "Lillian." His voice is husky, almost raw, losing the fight. "If you come inside, I'll not let you pretend indifference again." I meet his gaze, feeling as though I stand at the edge of a precipice, about to take flight. My heart beats wildly against my ribcage, like a caged bird seeking freedom. In this moment, I choose courage over caution, passion over prudence. "Then perhaps it's time I stop pretending," I breathe. Something flares in his eyes. Triumph, relief, desire, and then he raps on the ceiling of the carriage. The footman appears, holding the door open as Richard instructs him to drive the carriage to the back entrance. He doesn't appear shocked upon noticing me, to his credit, and follows instructions. The carriage loops around the street, ending up at the back entrance of Richard's townhouse. He descends from the carriage, holding out his hand to me like a dashing prince. I take it, knowing what awaits me tonight. And I can't bring myself to regret it. From the very first moment we met, from the moment he asked me to pretend to be his love interest, we have been headed down this path. I watch into the building, hand in hand with the man I've developed feelings for, all the fear replaced by anticipation, and perhaps even relief. Tonight, I finally become his.
Richard. Lillian is in my bedchamber. Sitting on my bed, those haunting brown eyes fixed on the wallpaper as she surveys my living space. My bedchamber surrounds us in masculine splendor, burgundy damask draping the tall windows, oak paneling gleaming in the firelight, and at its center, my massive four-poster bed, with its dark carved posts and crimson coverlet. Lillian's eyes widen as she takes in the opulence around her. "This is grander than anything I've ever seen before," she murmurs, her fingers trailing along the silk counterpane. I discarded my coat upon entering, standing before her in my white linen shirt, the collar open at the throat, my waistcoat of deep blue brocade still buttoned, and my evening breeches clinging to my form. Her cloak too lies forgotten upon a chair, revealing the grey muslin gown that accentuates the gentle curve of her waist and the swell of her bosom. "Would you care for some brandy?" I ask, moving to the sideboard where a crystal decanter catches the firelight. "It might help ease your nerves." She nods, and I pour the amber liquid into 2 glasses, offering one to her. Our fingers brush on contact, and my pulse quickens. In the soft glow of the bedchamber, her beauty steals my breath, her chestnut hair beginning to escape its pins, her intelligent eyes now softened with anticipation, a becoming blush staining her cheeks. The pulse at her throat flutters visibly as she raises the glass to her lips. She takes a sip and coughs slightly. "It's rather strong." "Are you nervous?" I ask, my voice gentle. "A little," she admits, meeting my gaze with disarming candor. I sit beside her, close enough to feel her warmth yet not touching. "I will take great care with you, Lillian. We need not rush." "I trust you, Richard," she says simply, gazing into my eyes, and those 3 words make my heart flutter like a schoolboy's. I watch as she finishes her brandy in one determined swallow, her nose wrinkling charmingly at the burn. Never did I expect this moment to arrive, this brilliant, fierce woman willing to share herself with me. The depth of my feelings for her overwhelms me, and I am determined to give her pleasure beyond anything she has known. I didn't expect to meet her at White's today, but the moment I laid eyes on Lillian, the familiar longing in my chest pulsed to life. I haven't been able to forget her since that visit a week ago too, and as I escorted her into my carriage, I knew that if she even gave me a little bit of hope this time, I wouldn't be able to let her go. In the short time that I've known her, she's become the center of my universe. Taking the empty glass from her fingers, I set it aside on the nightstand and turned to her fully. "Is this your first time, Lillian?" She shakes her head. "It is, though I am aware of how things work between a man and a woman." A spark of her usual wit returns as she adds, "I have researched the topic quite thoroughly for my novels." "Ah, so I am to be at the mercy of a woman who knows the theory but not the practice?" I tease, leaning closer. "How terrifying." "You needn't worry, my lord," she replies, her eyes dancing. "I am a quick study in all things." "I am sure you are. I've never known a woman as brilliant as you." My voice echoes the admiration I feel for her. In my eyes, there's no one else whom I'd rather be with. Her smile is a siren's call, and I can resist no longer. I lean forward, capturing her lips with mine. The taste of brandy lingers on her mouth, sweet and fiery like the woman herself. My hand slides to the nape of her neck, fingers threading through the carefully arranged chignon that has begun to loosen. One by one, I extract the pins from her hair, delighting in the way each released tendril cascades down like a waterfall of rich mahogany. "You have the most beautiful hair," I murmur against her lips. "I've imagined it unbound since the moment we met." "Have you now?" she whispers, her breath catching as my fingers massage her scalp. "What else have you imagined, my lord?" "Everything," I confess, pulling the last pin free. Her hair tumbles down in glorious waves, framing her face and spilling over her shoulders. "I have imagined you in every way a man might imagine a woman who has bewitched him. Naked, at my mercy, your wonderful body finally bared to my gaze." She shivers beneath my touch as I run my fingers through the silken mass. "I am at your mercy tonight, my lord." "On the contrary, I think it is I who is at your mercy." I trail kisses along her jaw, down the elegant column of her throat. You've cast a spell on me with your sharp mind and sharper tongue, and I cannot afford to disappoint you. You have never disappointed me, Richard. Besides, I'm known for being quite merciful. My tongue has other talents besides cutting remarks, she says boldly, though the flush deepening on her cheeks betrays her inexperience. I chuckle against her skin. I look forward to discovering all your talents, Miss Hartman. My hands move to the fastenings of her gown, deftly working the small buttons at her back. May I? She nods, her eyes never leaving mine. Please. I undress her slowly, reverently, as though unwrapping a precious gift. The grey muslin gives way to reveal a modest white chemise beneath, the simple cotton a stark contrast to the elaborate silk and lace that society ladies favor. Yet on Lillian, this unadorned garment is more alluring than the finest French negligee. Good Lord, you are a vision, I tell her, pressing a kiss to her shoulder as I ease the gown down her arms. She laughs softly. You need not flatter me, my lord. I am well aware that my undergarments are not what you are accustomed to seeing. On the contrary, I say, helping her step out of the pooled fabric at her feet. There is something infinitely more arousing about a woman who dresses for herself, rather than for a man's gaze. Her stays come next, the laces yielding to my practiced fingers. With each loosened cord, her breathing deepens, her chest rising and falling more freely. When the restrictive garment falls away, leaving her in only her thin chemise and petticoat, I am struck by the natural grace of her form. You are staring, Richard, she observes with her usual sharpness, which I find so endearing. When one's partner is so beautiful, one can't help but be mesmerized. With gentle pressure, I ease her down onto the crimson coverlet, her dark hair spilling across the silk like ink on parchment. The contrast is striking, her pale skin against the deep red, her eyes wide and trusting as she gazes up at me. I lower myself beside her, propping on one elbow to better admire her beauty. You make me feel like a work of art, she whispers, a smile playing at her lips as she bends forward to take my cravat off, discarding it on the carpeted floor. Though I suspect your assessment is colored by desire, rather than objectivity. My assessment is colored by truth, I counter, trailing my fingers along the neckline of her chemise. And the truth is, Miss Hartman, that you are exquisite. I bend to capture her mouth once more, savoring the softness of her lips, the sweet taste of brandy lingering there. My hand slides down to cup her breast through the thin fabric, feeling the weight of it against my palm, the nipple hardening beneath my touch. She arches into my hand with a soft gasp. Does that please you? I murmur against her lips. Very much so, she breathes, her eyes fluttering closed. Though I find myself at a disadvantage, my lord. You remain fully clothed while I am nearly undressed. An oversight I shall remedy immediately. I sit up, making quick work of my waistcoat buttons before tossing it aside. Better? She shakes her head, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Not nearly enough, sir. With newfound boldness, she reaches for my shirt, tugging it free from my breeches. Her fingers brush against my abdomen, sending jolts of desire through me. I help her pull the garment over my head, baring my chest to her curious gaze. Oh, she whispers, her eyes widening as she takes in the breadth of my shoulders, the planes of my chest, the dark hair that narrows to a trail disappearing beneath my waistband. Her hand reaches out tentatively, hovering just above my skin. May I? You need never ask permission to touch me, Lillian, I tell her, my voice rough with wanting. I am yours to explore as you wish. Her palm presses against my chest, warm and delicate, and I fight to control the shudder that runs through me at her innocent touch. She traces the contours of my muscles with fascination, learning the shape of me. When her fingers graze my nipple, I cannot suppress a low groan. Did I hurt you? She asks, alarmed. I shake my head, smiling at her concern. Quite the opposite. Your touch brings me pleasure. How interesting, she muses, deliberately circling the hardened nub with curiosity. I believe I must return the favor too. I capture her smaller, pale hand in mine, leaning over with her fingers pressed against my heart. With gentle pressure, I ease her chemise down, the fabric sliding over her skin as her breasts heave with each quickened breath. The delicate garment pulls at her waist, revealing her to my hungry gaze. Her ivory skin glows in the firelight, the gentle swell of her breasts crowned with dusky pink nipples that pucker under my scrutiny. "You are magnificent," I breathe, unable to tear my eyes from her. Like alabaster warmed by the sun. I cup her breasts with my hand, gently rasping my thumb over each delicate peak to incite a moan. A blush spreads from her cheeks down to her chest, painting her skin with a rosy hue that only enhances her beauty. "I want to taste you, Lillian." I lower my head, drawn to her like a moth to flame, my breath fanning against the perfect round mounds of her breasts as I test their weight in my palms. With her eyes fixed on me, I bend over and take one perfect nipple between my lips. Then, I suck, drawing the delicious taste of her into my mouth. Lillian gasps, her back arching as I suckle gently. Her hands find purchase in my hair, fingers tangling in the strands as she holds me to her breast. The taste of her skin, sweet and clean with a hint of salt, intoxicates me more thoroughly than the finest brandy. "You taste so sweet, Lillian." "Richard," she moans, the sound sending a jolt of desire straight to my groin. I feel myself hardening further, straining against the confines of my breeches. That feels so good. I suckle harder, gently teasing the sensitive bud with the edge of my teeth to send pools of pleasure spiraling down her core. I nip and tease until she's breathless. And then, I release her nipple with a wet sound, admiring how it glistens with moisture from my attentions, before turning my attention to its twin. This time, I circle the taut peak with my tongue before drawing it into my mouth, sucking more firmly. Her response is immediate, a sharp cry of pleasure as her body trembles beneath mine. "That's it," I encourage against her skin. "Let me hear how I please you." As I feast upon her breast, I feel her hand tentatively seeking lower, her fingers brushing against the hard ridge of my arousal through my breeches. The contact, even through layers of fabric, nearly undoes me. "Yes," I hiss, encouraging her exploration. "Touch me, Lillian. I want to feel your hands on me." Her fingers grow bolder, stroking the length of me through the fabric with increasing confidence as I feast on her aroused peak. The dual sensation of her caress and the taste of her breast sends waves of pleasure coursing through me. I groan around her nipple, the vibration causing her to writhe beneath me. "I had no idea," she pants, her voice thick with desire, "that such pleasure existed." I release her breast, both nipples now wet and glistening from my attentions. "We have only just begun, my dear," I promise, pressing kisses down the valley between her breasts to her stomach. "There are pleasures yet unknown to you that I intend to reveal." My hands find the ribbons of her petticoat, and I pause, looking up at her flushed face. "May I remove this? I want to see all of you, Lillian." Her eyes, dark with desire and trust, meet mine. She nods, biting her lower lip. "Yes." With reverent hands, I untie the ribbons of her petticoat and slide the garment down her legs, leaving her in nothing but her thin chemise. I can see her skin through it, making me want to reveal her in her entire glory. I ease the final piece, slipping it over her head, revealing her entire naked beauty to my eyes. Good Lord! My breath catches in my throat as I gaze upon Lillian lying bare on my crimson coverlet, her beauty stealing the very air from my lungs. Her creamy skin, yards of it, becomes visible to my eyes. Her round breasts, topped with glistening pink nipples that I sucked on, fill my eyes. But now, I can also see the shapely curve of her lush, creamy hips, and the dark triangle of curls, the secret heart of her femininity that lies between her thighs. Her legs are shapely, elegant, and I find myself overcome with the need to feel them wrapped around me while I drive into her. She watches me, her face flushed with desire, her expression vulnerable yet trusting as she gazes up at me with those intelligent brown eyes that first drew me to her across a crowded ballroom. "You are breathtakingly beautiful, Lillian," I whisper, unable to disguise the reverence in my voice, my hands stroking her bare hip gently. I am honored that you've trusted me to be your first. A shy smile curves her lips. What are you going to do with my trust, my lord? Make you scream with pleasure, I admit. It is all I've wanted to do to her since I brought her into my townhouse. I stand to remove my remaining garments, aware of her curious gaze following my movements as I shed my breeches, the outline of my hard member visible through my small clothes. Oh, she breathes, her lips parting in surprise. I'm afraid I've never seen anything so big. Are you sure it is meant to fit inside me? I return to the bed, lowering myself beside her. We are perfectly made for each other, I assure her, gathering her into my arms. Our naked bodies collide in a symphony of sensation, her soft curves melding against my harder planes, the heat of her skin searing into mine. I claim her mouth in a passionate kiss, groaning as her breasts press against my chest. She responds eagerly, her arms twining around my neck as she returns my kiss with fervor that belies her inexperience. My hands roam the landscape of her body, learning every dip and curve, every place that makes her sigh and tremble. I caress the flare of her hips, the sweet roundness of her bottom, kneading the flesh there as our tongues dance together. My fingers slide under her ass, stroking her bare wet folds for the first time. She moans into my mouth, the sound vibrating between us as I explore her center, sliding my calloused finger from end to end. She is already slick with desire, her folds swollen and ready for my touch. I stroke her gently, gathering her moisture on my fingertips. You're so wet for me, I murmur against her lips. She moans inside my mouth, a sweet surrender that sets my blood aflame. I cannot resist teasing her further, my fingers exploring the slick folds that betray how much she desires this. Desires me. Your body speaks what your lips dare not confess. I plant little pecks on her swollen lips, stroking her delicate flesh. So wet, so needy. Your body knows what it wants. Her breath catches. Richard. Breaking our kiss, I trail my lips down the elegant column of her neck, tasting the salt of her skin, feeling her pulse quicken beneath my tongue. Every sigh she makes urges me onward. I move lower, past the valley of her breasts, down to the gentle curve of her stomach. With my hands, large, powerful, the veins prominent from years of fencing and riding, I part her thighs. She yields to me, though her eyes widen with uncertainty as I position myself between her legs. What are you doing? She asks, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. I'm going to taste you, my dear, I tell her, my voice rough with desire. I want to lick the deepest part of you. Your pussy. Pooh. Before she can protest, I lower my mouth to her slick folds and lick a clean trail along her quivering length. Her husky moan overcomes all her reservations. Oh God, she cries, her head falling back against the pillows. The flavor of her, sweet, tangy, uniquely feminine, floods my senses. She shudders beneath me, a shocked gasp escaping her lips as her words dissolve into incoherence. I had no idea. You could do that. This is my favorite part, I say, tracing every delicate fold with my tongue, savoring every petal like the finest delicacy. Your cunt is so wet for me, dripping all over my lips, I growl against her flesh, claiming her with the crude word that seems to inflame her further. So perfect, so ready, it's mine, Lillian. You're all mine. Her hips buck at my words, her thighs trembling on either side of my head. You're teaching me new words tonight, my lord. She manages between gasps, a trace of her wit surfacing despite her arousal. I see I have a new master in the art of pleasure. I laugh against her sensitive flesh, the vibration making her moan anew. I am not your master, Lillian. Tonight, I am your servant, here solely to cater to your desires. Pressing an open-mouthed kiss to her sex, I feel her hips rise to meet me, seeking more. I grip her thighs firmly, holding her in place as I locate that small, swollen bud at the apex of her folds. When I flick my tongue against it, she cries out, her back arching off the bed. That's it, darling, I encourage her, circling the sensitive nub with the tip of my tongue. Don't hold back. I found that little pearl that can unravel you. Let me hear how much you like me suckling on it. I tease her bud with flat strokes of my tongue, feeling her pussy clench, and then I close my mouth around it, giving it a nice suck. Ah, Lillian cries out with a mix of pleasure and pain as sensation explodes in her core. Her back bows, but I grab her hips and push them down, suckling on her little bundle of nerves like a confection. Just like that, sweetheart. Scream for me. I torture her hard pearl with teasing licks and nips, making her leak arousal until all I can smell is her musky scent, my nose buried in her folds. I pull back, eyeing the slick opening between her thighs. I believe you're ready for a deeper exploration, my dear, I murmur, my voice thick with desire. I'm going to stretch your little cunt with my cock tonight. But first, I want to make sure you're properly prepared. Before she can respond, I dip my head again, this time positioning my tongue at her entrance. I circle the tight opening teasingly, gathering her essence on my tongue before pushing inside. I feel the slight stretch, the tiness, and then, the taste of her floods my senses, honeyed and wild, like the woman herself. Richard, she gasps, her fingers clutching at the coverlet. I didn't know you could, oh. I thrust my tongue deeper, savoring her most intimate flavor as I penetrate her with slow, deliberate strokes. Her inner walls flutter around my invading tongue, welcoming me as I explore her depths. Yes, Richard, she moans, her hips rising to meet my mouth, beginning to thrust unconsciously. That feels extraordinary. I grip her thighs firmly, holding her open as I continue my sensual assault, thrusting my tongue in and out of her tight passage until she's writhing beneath me, her cries growing louder with each stroke. Please, she begs, her voice breaking with need. I need more. I give her one final, lingering lick inside before pulling away, rocking back on my heels to survey my handiwork. Her chest heaves with rapid breaths, her nipples pebbled into tight peaks, her thighs trembling with unfulfilled desire. Her cunny glistens in the firelight, swollen and pink and ready for me. I'm going to give you more, give you all of me, I promise, rising from the bed to remove the last of my clothing. My cock springs free as I discard my small clothes, standing proud and erect before her. The thick shaft pulses with each beat of my heart, the broad crown glistening with evidence of my arousal, veins mapping the considerable length like rivers on a carnal landscape. Lillian's eyes widen as she takes in the sight of me fully aroused. Good heavens, she whispers, her gaze fixed on my manhood. I've never seen, that is, I've never beheld a real male organ before. Cock, my dear. You can say it. I smile at her innocent wonder, moving closer to the bed. Would you like to touch it? She nods, her eyes never leaving my erection as she reaches out tentatively. When her slender fingers finally make contact with my heated flesh, I cannot suppress a groan of pleasure. Her touch is gentle, exploratory, as she strokes the length of me with increasing confidence. Well, you have a rather spectacular cock, Richard, if I may say so, she murmurs, her fingers tracing the prominent veins that stand out along the shaft. Thank you for the generous compliment. Even the way she speaks, our verbal sparring is arousing me with those soft fingers wrapped along my length. She strokes my pole up and down, the friction making embers ignite at the base of my spine. Good God! You feel so soft yet hard, like iron wrapped in velvet. She continues to stroke, prolonging the torture. The veins seem to pulse beneath my fingers. Her curious gaze lifts to meet mine. Does it hurt? No, but it feels damn good. So much so that I might have to spill on your pretty fingers if you don't let me go soon. She gazes up at me, surveying my closed eyes and my tight muscles. In that case, I should let you go. After all, you promised me pleasure. Lillian releases my cock, lying back down. That I did. Spread your legs for me, I say, my voice hoarse with desire as I position myself between her thighs. Lillian complies, her knees folding open to reveal her most intimate place. I drink in the sight of her pussy, where I'm going to be soon. You're ready for me, I murmur, stroking her inner thigh with my thumb, perfectly prepared to take my cock. Taking my shaft in hand, I guide the swollen head to her entrance, pressing against her tight opening. The sensation of her heat against my sensitive tip nearly undoes me. With exquisite care, I begin to push forward, watching her face for any sign of discomfort. "Oh!" she gasps as the broad head breaches her entrance. Her body tenses, inner muscles clamping down on just the tip of my length. I lean forward, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. "It's all right, my darling. I'll take care of you." My voice is tender despite the fire raging in my blood. I push in a little more until I am stretching her, her fleshy walls squeezing me. "God, you're so tight, Lillian, so perfect." I kiss her lip. "Does it hurt?" Her hands grip my shoulders, nails digging into my skin. "A little," she admits, her breath coming in short pants. "But don't stop. Please continue." With infinite patience, I press deeper, feeling her body's resistance as I claim virgin territory. When I meet the barrier of her maidenhead, I hesitate, gazing into her eyes. "This will hurt, but only for a moment," I warn, stroking her cheek. "I'll be as gentle as possible." She nods, determination mingling with desire in her dark eyes. "I trust you, Richard." With one smooth thrust, I push past the obstacle, claiming her completely. She cries out, her back arching as her nails score my shoulders. I soothe, peppering her face with feather-light kisses. "It's all right. The worst is over now. The pain will pass, I promise." I remain perfectly still within her, giving her body time to adjust to my invasion while fighting my own primal urge to thrust. She inhales and exhales deeply as I stroke her hip gently to soothe her. "Kiss me," she whispers, and I oblige, capturing her lips in a tender kiss that gradually deepens as I feel her body relax around me. When her hips begin to move restlessly beneath mine, I take it as my cue to continue. Slowly, I push forward, filling her inch by inch, claiming new territory. Her body is unused to taking me, but it stretches to part the way, letting me go deeper until I'm fully seated within her tight heat, our bodies joined as intimately as possible. My balls rest against her ass, us joined in flesh. "Good God," I groan, the exquisite sensation of being completely sheathed within her overwhelming my senses. Her inner walls grip me like a velvet glove, hot and wet and impossibly tight. "You feel divine, Lillian, so perfect around me." "It's so," she breathes, wonder in her voice as her hands slide down to grip my back. "I feel so full. I've never experienced something like this before." "This is merely the beginning," I murmur against her ear, placing a tender kiss on the shell. "I'm going to take you to heights of pleasure you've never imagined possible." Her eyes widen at my promise, darkening with desire. Then, I begin to move within her, rocking my hips in a gentle rhythm, each thrust carefully measured to allow her body time to accommodate my size. The tight clasp of her inner walls around my cock is exquisite torture. I want nothing more than to drive into her with abandon, but I restrain myself, determined to make her first experience one of pleasure rather than pain. "Oh," she breathes, her fingers digging into my shoulders. "That feels different now, better." I watch her face carefully, noting how the initial discomfort gradually gives way to something else. A dawning wonder as pleasure begins to build within her. Her lips part, small gasps escaping with each careful thrust of my hips. "That's it," I encourage, maintaining my measured pace. "Let your body relax. Feel me inside you, claiming you, worshipping you." Her hips begin to move tentatively beneath mine, rising to meet my thrusts with increasing confidence. The sight of her, this proud, independent woman yielding to passion in my arms, fills me with a fierce tenderness I've never known before. I lower my head to capture her mouth in a passionate kiss, my tongue mimicking the rhythm of our bodies. "I treasure you, Lillian," I whisper against her lips, the confession torn from the depths of my soul. "More than you can possibly know." Her eyes shine with emotion, and she pulls me down for another kiss, her body arching into mine with newfound urgency. Taking her cue, I deepen my thrusts, driving into her with greater force, feeling her body yield and welcome me deeper with each powerful stroke. "Richard," she moans, her head thrashing against the pillow as I establish a more demanding rhythm. The bed frame creaks, her breasts bouncing as my thrusts grow deeper and more violent. It's so much. I didn't know it could feel like this. I sink deep into her before pulling out and slamming back in. She cries out, her screams the sweetest sounds I've known. The friction between our bodies is delicious, each scrape against her inner wall setting me off like a match. Her soft curves yield to my hardness, the slick heat of her gripping me like a silken fist with each thrust. I angle my hips to strike that sweet spot deep within her, gratified when she cries out sharply, her eyes flying wide. "What was that?" she screams as a wave of pleasure washes through her. "Your sweet spot," I growl, maintaining the angle that makes her tremble beneath me. "Does that please you, my darling?" "Yes," she gasps, her nails raking down my back in a delicious sting of pain that only heightens my pleasure. "Don't stop. Please don't stop, Richard. Give me more." I drive into her harder, deeper, my control fraying with each passionate response she gives me. The bed creaks beneath us, the sound mingling with our labored breathing and the wet, carnal sounds of our joining. I feel her inner walls beginning to flutter around me, a telltale sign that she's close. The wet sound of my cock squeezing in and out of her virgin hole expands the tension at the base of my spine, preparing me for a climax. I'm feeling something," Lillian gasps suddenly, her eyes wide with wonder and a touch of alarm. "Richard, I think I'm close to, oh God, it's like I'm about to explode." Her words send a surge of masculine pride through me. I've brought her to this precipice, this moment of ultimate surrender. I grind my hips against her sweet spot deliberately, feeling her inner walls clench around my throbbing shaft. "Then come for me, my darling," I urge, my voice a ragged command against her ear. "Let yourself be shattered by pleasure. Give yourself to me completely." Her fingers dig into my shoulders as I rock my hips harder, driving deeper into her welcoming heat. I angle each thrust to stroke that secret place inside her that makes her gasp and shudder. The bed frame protests beneath us, the headboard knocking rhythmically against the wall as I claim her with increasing urgency. "Richard," she cries out, her body suddenly going rigid beneath mine. "Richard, I..." Her words dissolve into a keening wail as her climax claims her. Her back arches sharply, pressing her breasts against my chest as her thighs clamp around my hips. The sensation of her pussy spasming around my cock is exquisite torture, rippling contractions that grip and release me in pulsing waves of pleasure. "That's it," I growl, watching her face transform with ecstasy. "Let go completely. Let me feel you clenching around me." She is magnificent in her surrender, her head thrown back, throat exposed, lips parted in a silent scream as wave after wave of pleasure crashes through her. I feel each pulse of her release around my shaft, her inner muscles milking me with a primal rhythm that threatens to undo me completely. The squeeze is too much to bear. My own climax approaches with startling speed, building at the base of my spine like a gathering storm. I feel my cock swell impossibly larger within her tight passage, the pressure becoming unbearable. With a groan torn from the depths of my soul, I withdraw from her cunt just in time, my seed erupting in hot, powerful spurts across her belly and thighs. "Lillian." Her name escapes me like a prayer as my release claims me, my body shuddering with the force of it. White-hot pleasure explodes behind my eyelids, rendering me momentarily blind to everything but sensation. My essence paints her skin in pearly ribbons, marking her as mine in the most primal way possible. Pleasure sears me to the core, a wonderful union, a crest of joy that I've never felt before. The moment is profound in its intensity, pulling me under until there's nothing but the pulsing awareness of Lillian and me, both ecstatic. I collapse beside her when the orgasm passes, careful not to crush her with my weight, my chest heaving as I struggle to catch my breath. For several moments we lie in silence, broken only by our labored breathing and the faint crackling of the fire. "So that is what the poets write about," she murmurs at last, her voice soft with wonder. I understand what all the fuss is about. If that is how women feel, she takes in a deep breath. It is no wonder they are so eager to be ruined. I turn my head to gaze at her, taking in her flushed cheeks, her tousled hair, and smiling at her form. You were spectacular, I whisper. So perfect in my arms. I press a kiss to her cheek as she huddles closer to me. I hold her, not wanting to let go for a moment, though I know I'll soon have to bring a washcloth to help her tidy up. I kiss her temple. I've never felt like this before. Trudy, she asks. I thought you had a lot of experience with women. All experiences are not created the same. You may have set an impossible standard, Lillian. She smiles. I'm glad to hear that, though I admit, you've set the bar high for me too. She leans over, her breasts pressing against the stringy dark curls of my chest, her gaze directed at me. In a low voice, she whispers, "Thank you." It is I who must thank you for the most magical evening of my life, I say, seizing her mouth in a kiss. She melts into me, her arms embracing me as I prolong the kiss. It is in that moment that I know the truth. I'm hopelessly, irrevocably in love with Lillian Hartman. She may have given me her virginity, but she took my heart in return. For after tonight, I'll never be able to forget the sight of her, the feel of her, the knowledge of the existence of such a perfect woman in the world. The realization slips on me slowly, and I don't resist it, burying my longings in her lips until I'm consumed by it.
Lillian. The first thing I notice is the light. It falls in soft ribbons through the heavy curtains, gilding the air with warmth. My eyes flutter open, consciousness returning slowly as I take in the unfamiliar surroundings. This is not my modest bedchamber. The ceiling above me is too high, the bed beneath me too luxurious, the sheets against my bare skin finer than any I have ever owned. Memory floods back in a rush of heat and sensation. I am in Richard's bed, in his townhouse. I bolt upright, clutching the crimson coverlet to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs. Good heavens, I spent the night with him. The entire night. Dawn is already breaking, which means servants will be stirring, fires will be lit, and breakfast preparations will begin. If I am discovered here... "You're awake," comes a deep voice from across the room. I turn sharply, and there he is, Richard, Earl of Westmore, seated in a leather chair near the hearth where embers still glow. His shirt hangs open, revealing a tantalizing expanse of his chest. His dark hair is deliciously tousled, as if he has run his fingers through it repeatedly. But what truly arrests me is what rests in his hands. One of my novels. "How are you feeling?" A little sore, I admit, but also very satisfied. My smile is genuine. I truly found ecstasy in his arms last night, a memory my body carries today. "Is that?" "Indeed it is," he says, his eyes lifting from the page to meet mine. "This might be the best sight to greet me in the morning," Richard murmurs, setting the novel aside. His gaze trails over my exposed form with such heat that I feel it like a physical caress. I am suddenly aware of my nakedness, the coverlet having slipped to my waist when I sat up. The cool morning air kisses my bare skin, raising gooseflesh across my breasts, my nipples puckered in arousal. I resist the immediate urge to cover myself, transfixed by the way he looks at me. In the gentle dawn light filtering through the curtains, Richard is devastating to behold. His cravat discarded, shirt hanging open to reveal the sculpted planes of his chest, dark stubble shadowing his jaw. This disheveled version of the always impeccable Earl stirs something primal within me. A lock of sable hair falls rakishly across his forehead, lending him a boyish vulnerability at odds with the knowing heat in his eyes. My heart thuds traitorously beneath my ribs, even as my mind reminds me that this cannot be more than a fleeting indulgence. "Are you reading one of my novels at the crack of dawn?" I ask, finding my voice at last. The intimacy of seeing my words in his hands feels almost more exposing than my nakedness. A faint smile curves his lips. "I wanted to understand you better." "And what have you managed to understand so far?" "Your words are very You, he says, his voice a warm caress in the morning quiet. Fierce, unflinching, yet with an undercurrent of tenderness that catches the reader unawares. I feel heat rise to my cheeks at his assessment. No one has ever spoken of my work with such perception, such intimate understanding. It is as though he has peered through the curtain of my prose and glimpsed the woman behind it. You flatter me, my lord, I murmur, suddenly conscious of my nakedness. I draw the crimson coverlet up to shield my breasts, though his eyes have already feasted upon them throughout the night. This strange shyness feels absurd after the liberties we took with one another's bodies, yet I cannot help it. To be admired so openly in the unforgiving light of day, not merely as a body to be possessed, but as a mind to be respected, is entirely foreign to me. Richard sets the book aside, his fingers lingering on its leather binding as if reluctant to break contact with my words. I speak only the truth. Your heroines face the world with the same courage I see in you. I glance away, unable to bear the weight of his tender regard. No man has ever looked at me thus, as though I am some precious artifact, a rare first edition to be treasured rather than a spinster novelist of 28 with ink-stained fingers and no prospects. I've never shared my home with anyone before, he admits quietly, studying my face with a vulnerable intensity that makes my breath catch. It feels oddly right. I pull away slightly, the sweet words landing like a blade against my heart. Reality intrudes upon this perfect morning, cold and unyielding. In this ornately draped townhouse, I realize how far apart outstations are. This tender interlude cannot be more than what it is, a brief, beautiful moment stolen from fate. Last night I wasn't thinking, but today I must. You see romance in everything, my lord. Even ruin, I say, my voice softer than intended, betraying the emotion I struggle to contain. His eyes, those penetrating grey eyes that seem to read every secret of my soul, hold mine steadily. Only when it's worth the ruin. The simple truth of his words unravels something tightly wound within me. I fear I have thoroughly ruined you after last night, I confess, attempting levity despite the weight in my chest. As you have ruined me for all other men. It hits close to home as it's true. I don't know how I'll ever look at a man with the same affection and desire again. His lips curve into a smile that transforms his aristocratic features, making him appear younger, almost boyish in his pleasure. It strikes me then how rarely I have seen him smile with such unguarded joy. I sigh, glancing toward the window where light grows stronger by the minute. The spell must break, as all enchantments must come to an end. I should get dressed and leave before the staff wakes up, I say, reluctantly sliding from beneath the crimson coverlet. The cool morning air falls over my bare skin, raising gooseflesh across my shoulders. Richard rises from his chair, setting my novel aside with careful reverence. Allow me to help you, he offers, crossing to a wardrobe where he retrieves a burgundy silk robe and drapes it over his broad shoulders. The garment hangs open, revealing tantalizing glimpses of his muscled chest and the dark line of hair that disappears beneath the waistband of his breeches. I gather my scattered garments from the floor, my cheeks burning as I recall how eagerly I shed them the night before. My chemise is hopelessly wrinkled, my stays twisted from where he cast them aside in his haste to touch my bare skin. I fear I've made quite a mess of my clothing, I murmur, attempting to sort the tangled fabric. Richard approaches, his bare feet silent on the thick carpet. Turn around, he instructs gently. Let me help you. I submit to his ministrations, holding my breath as he tightens my corset strings. I fit my dress over it, restoring a semblance of decorum. I am praying Mrs. Winters doesn't wake up early today. When I turn to leave, Richard gently catches my hand, bringing it to his lips. The warmth of his kiss against my knuckles sends a shiver through me, and I find myself reluctant to part from him. How quickly one night has made me crave his presence like a favored book I cannot bear to put down. Must you leave so soon? He asks, his voice husky with sleep and something deeper. I must. The servants will be stirring and I cannot risk being seen, I reply, though my feet seem unwilling to carry me to the door. Then allow me to see you again today, he says, still holding my hand captive. Not at some ball or soiree, but somewhere we might be ourselves. I wish to spend an afternoon with you, with Lillian Hartman, not Lady Amelia Ashworth. I arch an eyebrow, surprise mingling with pleasure. You needn't court me like some debutante fresh from the schoolroom, Richard. What happened between us was... I hesitate, searching for words that will not reveal how deeply he has affected me. Was what, Lillian? His thumb traces circles on my palm, each movement a tender provocation. Was a natural culmination of our attraction, I finish, my voice steadier than I feel. But you needn't feel obligated to. Obligation has nothing to do with it, Richard interrupts, his grey eyes darkening. You're worth far more to me than a debutante or a lady. I wish to spend time with you, Lillian, as I enjoy your company. All me denials die on my tongue. How can I refuse him when he puts it like that? I know what we're doing is wrong, and that I shouldn't encourage him further, but what is one more day? I'll pick you up at 2, he concludes, letting my hand go. As I sneak out of his townhouse, I realize we didn't talk about what we are to each other. I ponder that on my way home, and even later when I'm back at home. Precisely at 2 o'clock, Richard arrives in a closed carriage, its elegant black lacquer gleaming in the afternoon sun. When I step inside, I find him dressed more casually than I've ever seen him. A sapphire blue coat without the usual formal trimmings, buff breeches, and riding boots polished to a mirror shine. He looks younger somehow, less the formidable Earl and more the man I held in my arms last night. You look lovely, he says, his eyes warming as they take in my simple muslin walking dress. I've forgone the elaborate trappings of Lady Amelia today, choosing instead a modest bonnet and Spencer jacket that mark me as Lillian Hartman, a respectable if unremarkable woman of letters. Where are we going? I ask as the carriage lurches forward. Kew Gardens, he replies, a boyish excitement lighting his features. I've arranged for us to have a private viewing of the Palm House. The royal gardeners have just installed several new specimens from the tropics. My heart gives a peculiar flutter. How did you manage that? The advantages of being an earl, he says with a self-deprecating smile. For once, I find I don't mind using my title to secure something I truly desire. The journey to Kew passes in comfortable conversation. Outside the carriage windows, London gradually gives way to more verdant surroundings, the cramped streets and sooty buildings, replaced by glimpses of leafy estates and tree-lined roads. As we near Kew, my anticipation grows. I've read of the Royal Botanic Gardens in newspapers and scientific journals, but have never had occasion to visit. The expense and difficulty of arranging transportation had always placed it beyond my reach. When we arrive, I'm struck by the vastness of the grounds. Richard helps me from the carriage, his hand warm and steady around mine, and I feel a peculiar flutter in my chest at his touch. How quickly the body remembers intimacy. I've arranged for us to have the Palm House mostly to ourselves, he says, guiding me along a gravelled path bordered by beds of early spring flowers. The head gardener is a friend of my late father's. The enormous glass structure rises before us, its iron framework gleaming in the afternoon sun. As we step inside, a wall of humid warmth embraces us, so different from the brisk spring air outside. I gasp at the verdant splendor surrounding us. Oh, Richard, I breathe, forgetting all formality as I take in the soaring palms, their fronds stretching toward the glass ceiling. It's magnificent. Exotic plants in every shade of green imaginable crowd the walkways. Some with leaves broader than dinner plates, others with delicate fronds that tremble in the artificial breeze created by cleverly designed ventilation. The air is thick with unfamiliar scents, earthy, sweet, and spicy all at once. Come, Richard says, offering his arm. Let me show you the new specimens from India. We wander through the steamy jungle, pausing before plants with names I struggle to pronounce. Richard seems content to let me lead, watching with evident pleasure as I examine each botanical wonder. Look at this one, I exclaim, bending to examine a plant with leaves mottled in shades of cream and emerald. The variegation is exquisite, like marble veined with jade. And these delicate tendrils reaching outward, they seem almost to yearn for connection. Richard steps closer, his shoulder brushing mine. You describe these flowers the way poets describe lovers, he teases, though his eyes hold genuine admiration. I smile up at him, emboldened by the privacy of our surroundings. Perhaps poets are merely gardeners who tend the heart. His expression softens, and for a moment, I think he might kiss me. Propriety be damned. Instead, he captures my hand, bringing it to his lips. Your mind continues to astonish me, Miss Hartman. We continue our exploration, moving from the palm house to smaller conservatories housing orchids, water lilies, and desert plants. In each new environment, I find myself forgetting the constraints that bind us in London society. Here, among these flourishing exotic specimens protected from England's harsh climate by the walls of the greenhouse, I feel a sense of freedom I've never experienced in the drawing rooms of Mayfair. As we approach a small ornamental pond, Richard purchases a paper cone of breadcrumbs from a gardener. The swans are particularly sociable today, he says, offering me the cone with a playful smile. I take a handful of crumbs, delighting in the elegant creatures that glide toward us, necks arched imperiously. They're magnificent, aren't they? So regal, yet there's something almost comical about their haughty demeanor. Rather like certain members of the ton, Richard quips, and I laugh, the sound echoing across the water. We stand side by side, feeding the graceful birds, our shoulders touching. The simple pleasure of this moment, being outdoors on a spring afternoon with a man whose company I genuinely enjoy, fills me with unexpected contentment. Oh, I exclaim as one particularly bold swan lunges forward, snatching my glove, which had been loosely dangling from my wrist. You thieving creature! Richard bursts into laughter, the sound rich and unrestrained. I believe he thinks it's edible. Well, he shall be sorely disappointed, I retort, watching in dismay as the swan paddles away, my glove clutched firmly in his beak. That was my favorite pair. Richard's eyes dance with mischief. Shall I wade in after it, my lady? Prove my devotion by battling the ferocious bird for your honor? And ruin those fine boots? I think not, I reply, unable to suppress my smile. Besides, I rather like the thought of a swan somewhere making a nest lined with my glove. Perhaps it will inspire more refined behavior in the next generation. His laughter joins mine, and in that moment, I feel something shift between us. Here, away from the scrutiny of society, with no pretense of Lady Amelia Ashworth between us, we are simply Richard and Lillian, a man and woman enjoying each other's company. The realization is both thrilling and terrifying. As our laughter subsides, Richard's expression grows thoughtful. He takes my bare hand in his thumb tracing circles on my palm. I've been meaning to ask you something, Lillian. Yes, I reply, suddenly breathless. Have you ever considered publishing under your own name? The question catches me off guard, shattering the carefree mood like a stone through ice. I withdraw my hand from his, turning to gaze across the pond. That would be impossible. Why? He presses gently. Your novels have merit, real literary value. Why shouldn't you receive proper recognition for them? I shake my head, feeling the weight of reality settle back upon my shoulders. You know why? A woman novelist is barely tolerated in polite society, and then only if her work is deemed sufficiently moral and uplifting. My work is neither. I write of society's hypocrisies, of women who dare to want more than marriage and children. If it were known that M. Rutherford is a woman, and worse, a woman who masquerades as a lady of quality to gather material, I would be ruined. Richard's expression is fierce with conviction, his belief in me palpable. If London knew who you truly were, it would not diminish you. It would only make them realize what fools they've been. I touch his cheek, the stubble rough against my fingertips. You don't understand. The moment they know, I cease to exist, both Miss Amelia and M. Rutherford. His hand covers mine, pressing my palm more firmly against his face. The tenderness in his eyes nearly undoes me. However, he doesn't press the point. With reluctance, he releases my hand, offering his arm instead. Come, let us take one more turn around the water garden before we depart. I slip my hand into the crook of his elbow, savoring these final moments of our afternoon together. The gardens have worked their magic on us both. Here, among the exotic blooms and sheltered pathways, we have been free to simply be Richard and Lillian, unencumbered by titles or expectations. Perhaps he was right when he said we needed such an afternoon outing. As we stroll in companionable silence, I find myself wishing this day would not end. All too soon, Richard glances at his pocket watch. I fear we must be leaving if we're to return to London before dark. A sigh escapes me before I can prevent it. Of course. He studies my face, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You've enjoyed yourself today. I have, I admit, unable to dissemble. Very much so. As we make our way toward the main gates, a curious sensation prickles along my spine, that peculiar awareness one feels when being observed. I glance about, my steps slowing as we approach the entrance. There, just beyond the turnstile, stands a familiar figure, Mr. Perkins, one of the clerks from Gregory Ashworth's office. He is engaged in an animated conversation with a well-dressed gentleman whose back is turned to us. Something in their posture, perhaps the furtive way they lean toward one another, the quick, darting glances, sends a chill through me despite the afternoon warmth. The stranger turns slightly, his profile coming into view. Though I cannot place him with certainty, there is something vaguely familiar about his form. He's short, even ladylike to some degree, but I can't see his face. Lillian, is something amiss? Richard's voice breaks through my reverie. I force my gaze away as the stranger glances in our direction before turning to shield Richard's face. Nothing, let us leave. In the carriage ride back, a comfortable silence settles between us. I find myself leaning against Richard's shoulder, the tension of the day melting away as London's lights flicker past the window, illuminating our journey home. The gentle sway of the carriage and the warmth of his body beside mine lull me into a state of contentment I've rarely experienced. But we still need to talk about our future, of if we even have one together. As if reading my thoughts, Richard begins, "When this season ends and our farce is over, what then, Lillian?" Richard's voice is soft against my hair, his breath stirring the loose tendrils that have escaped my bonnet. The question pierces the tranquility of the moment. I've been avoiding thinking about the future, preferring to exist in this delicious present where I can have him without consequence. But his words force me to contemplate what comes after. I hesitate, choosing my words carefully. I would very much like to continue our more intimate acquaintance, if that would please you. My cheeks burn at my own boldness, but after the night we shared, there seems little point in maidenly pretense. The memory of his body joined with mine sends a flutter of desire through my core. You know I find you most attractive, I continue, my voice barely above a whisper. I have never experienced such pleasure as I did in your arms. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining in silent acknowledgement. But we must be sensible about what can exist between us, I add, the practical part of my nature asserting itself. Men of your station do not consort with women like me, other than as mistresses. The most we could hope for is a discreet arrangement. Even as I say the words, something within me recoils at the thought of being his mistress, tucked away in some pretty house he visits when the mood strikes him. Yet what alternative exists? Is that all you want, a lover's arrangement? What of your heart, Lillian? I swallow, knowing that he's right. The thought of seeing him with another woman, claiming her as his countess, sends a burn of jealousy through my stomach. My heart isn't involved in the bargain, my lord. We will be together until the risk is too great, and then we part ways, I force myself to say, though the words taste bitter on my tongue. You'll have your freedom, and I'll have my ink and paper again. Richard shifts beside me, turning to take my face in his hands. His eyes, illuminated by passing street lamps, bore into mine with startling intensity. You truly believe I could be free without you? He asks, his voice husky with emotion. I swallow hard, unprepared for the raw feeling in his gaze. Wouldn't you be? Someday you will have to marry a woman of your station and produce heirs who will succeed you. By then I hope this attraction we have would have waned. Is that what you believe? That this is some passing fancy that I have for you? The anger in his tone catches me off guard. What are you saying, Richard? Do you love me, Lillian? He asks, the passion in his voice bleeding through my doubts. Love. I've never dared dream of such a grand fantasy before, but as I gaze into Richard's eyes, I wonder if what I feel for him is far deeper than I can comprehend. My feelings have nothing to do with it. I want to know how you feel, he says. Am I just a passing fancy to you? I want to tell him he's far more precious than a passing fancy, but the words are tied in the deep, fearful corners of my heart. I like you, Richard. I find you desirable, attractive, honorable, and far too good for the likes of me. But surely, you know nothing can come from this. Why not? You must be sensible, Richard. The difference in our stations. It does not matter to me. You're what matters. Only you and the way you make me feel. My eyes are riveted to his. Ever since I met you, you've consumed my thoughts. I've met a lot of women in my life, Miss Hartman, but none of them will ever come close to you. Richard, what are you saying? Marry me, Lillian. His words shock me into a stupor. What? Marry me? The words echo inside the carriage. You've bewitched my heart and soul. Last night, I realized how much I needed you in my life. When I'm with you, life is an adventure, an exciting, joyful experience. I never thought someone could have such an effect on me. I want to spend my life with you, talk to you every morning and fall asleep in your arms every night. Be my wife, Lillian, he repeats, his thumbs caressing my cheekbones with exquisite tenderness. Be my countess. The words hang in the air between us, stunning me into silence. My heart seems to stop, then gallop forward at a frantic pace. My heart thuds, reason fleeing. I thought you never wanted to get married, that we were carrying out this elaborate ruse to keep away the matchmaking mamas. If he weren't so serious, I'd think he were jesting. But I've learned to recognize his sincerity, and it's my greatest weakness. Richard Morland's honesty affects me far deeper than his sexual prowess. I thought I didn't want to marry, but when I saw you lying in my bed this morning, it all made sense. The reason I avoided marriage was that I hadn't found the right woman yet. You're the one I was waiting to find. I love spending time in your company, Lillian. A lifetime of your companionship is what I desire more than anything. His eyes shine with emotion as he speaks, his hands still cradling my face with a tenderness that threatens to undo my carefully constructed defenses. I stare at him, my mind reeling. The intensity in his gaze leaves me breathless, uncertain how to respond to such a declaration. Yes, I enjoy his company too, perhaps more than I have ever enjoyed anyone's. But marriage? To an earl? The very notion seems absurd. I couldn't be a countess. Richard, I begin carefully, enjoying one another's company is not enough basis for a marriage. Is it not? He challenges. Most marriages in our world are built on far less. I shake my head, pulling back slightly from his touch. On the contrary, most marriages are built on lineage and bloodlines. I told you, I want a love match. And I love you, Lillian. What? His words make my heart still. There's nothing but ardent desire in his pewter gaze as he confesses the depth of his feelings for me. I love you, Lillian Hartman. I've been falling for quite some time now, but it was only last night that I realized that I had completely and utterly fallen. There is no redeeming me now unless you choose to marry me, my dear. I swallow, my heart soaring with elation, even as my mind resists his love. I cannot be a countess, Richard. It would cause a scandal that would follow you for the rest of your days. The ton would never accept me, and I don't want to damage your standing by proxy. Let them talk, he says with surprising vehemence. We can weather whatever storms come together. My position will protect you, and society has a short memory when confronted with a fait accompli. And you, his voice softens, you are remarkably adaptable, Lillian. You could learn everything required of a countess, just as you learn to impersonate a lady. And what of my writing? I ask, my heart pounding in my chest. Would you have me abandon the only independence I've ever known? Never, he responds without hesitation. I would never ask you to give up your writing. In fact, I insist that you continue. Any money you earn would be yours alone, placed in a separate trust for your benefit. I've already spoken to my solicitor about the arrangements. I blink in surprise. You've spoken to your solicitor? You've truly thought about this. His lips curve into a gentle smile. I have been thinking of little else since I kissed you in the Cavendish Gardens. Perhaps even before then. Something warm unfurls in my chest, surprised at his thoroughness. This marriage wouldn't be a shackle. It'll be your safe space, however you choose to define it. I won't expect the things that are expected of a countess or a lady, merely that you stay by my side as my companion. His words are everything I've longed to hear, yet the fears in my heart won't subside. Your reputation will be ruined. If your mother finds out who I am, she will never accept me as the future Countess of Westmore. The carriage comes to a stop, and when the door opens, I take the opportunity to move. Lillian! Richard's voice fades as I take the footman's hand and step out, turning back to bow to him. Thank you for a wonderful afternoon, my lord. I wish you a good evening. And with those words, I turn and start walking toward the front door, my heart in my throat.
Richard. The ball appears rather bland without the presence of Lillian. I scan the crowded ballroom with growing disquiet, my eyes searching for a glimpse of chestnut hair. The chandeliers cast their golden glow upon the assembly, illuminating the familiar tableau of London society. Ladies in their finest silks, gentlemen in stark black and white, all performing the same elaborate dance of manners. Yet without Lillian, the spectacle feels hollow, a stage play missing its most compelling character. Westmore, you appear rather forlorn this evening. I turn to find Lord Cavendish beside me, his portly figure resplendent in burgundy velvet, a glass of champagne held loosely between his fingers. His expression holds a curious mixture of sympathy and calculation that immediately puts me on guard. Good evening, Lord Cavendish, I reply, inclining my head slightly. A fine gathering this is, isn't it? Indeed, though I cannot help but notice your lady has yet to arrive. His eyes, shrewd beneath heavy lids, assess me carefully. The mysterious Miss Ashworth seems to have captured your attention most thoroughly these past months. I shift my weight, uncomfortable with his scrutiny. Miss Ashworth may yet make an appearance. May? He raises his eyebrows. I would have thought her attendance assured given your attachment. The whole ton knows you're courting her, Westmore. You've made quite the public display of it. Have I? I respond, striving for nonchalance while my heart beats an anxious rhythm against my ribs. The letter I sent Lillian 3 days ago remains unanswered. My invitation to tonight's ball, a transparent excuse to see her again after her abrupt departure, and subsequent note of apology that explained nothing. Cavendish chuckles, the sound lacking warmth. My wife was rather disappointed, you know. She had hopes you might consider our Georgiana. That's why we invited you to our little gathering last month. He sips his champagne, eyes never leaving my face. But then, that rumor began circulating, about you being spotted leaving Miss Ashworth's balcony in the early hours. Quite the scandal, though handled with remarkable discretion. I stare at him, startled. I beg your pardon? Oh, come now, he says with a conspiratorial smile. No need for pretense among gentlemen. I started the rumor myself at the Earl of Marlborough's ball. You? I cannot mask my astonishment. Why would you? Self-preservation, my dear fellow. He leans closer, lowering his voice. In truth, I was the one leaving a certain lady's balcony that night. When I realized I'd been spotted, I decided a diversion was necessary. That evening Miss Ashworth was there, and she was the name that came to mind as I explained my actions. I only said I'd seen you passing by outside her balcony, but the gossips turned the story into an affair. I do apologize if it inconvenienced you, but the rumor seems to have achieved quite the unusual effect, eh? The casual admission leaves me momentarily speechless. I recover enough to say that it did. But it could have been quite the damaging rumor, especially for the lady. Come on now, Westmore, Miss Amelia is no lady. Cavendish chuckles, his eyes crinkling with amusement that doesn't quite reach their cold depths. She had us all fooled, I admit. It was quite a stretch to say you left Miss Ashworth's house in Mayfair, since we both know she doesn't live in Mayfair at all. My blood runs cold. There's a malicious glint in his eye, the look of a predator who has cornered his prey. Before I can question him further, a ripple of murmurs sweeps through the ballroom. I turn instinctively toward the commotion, and my heart nearly stops. Lillian stands at the entrance, a vision in deep purple silk, the gown I had commissioned for her when our farce began. The candlelight catches the rich fabric, turning it nearly iridescent against her creamy skin. Her chestnut hair is arranged in an elegant chignon, adorned with a single amethyst pin. She is breathtaking, and the sight of her after days of silence makes my chest ache with longing. In this moment, I am struck anew by the truth I have been carrying in my heart for weeks. I am deeply, irrevocably in love with her, and nothing has changed. What began as a convenient arrangement has transformed into the most profound emotion I have ever experienced. How grateful I am for Cavendish's rumor, for it brought Lillian into my life in ways I never anticipated. I excuse myself from Cavendish with barely a nod and make my way across the ballroom, my eyes never leaving her. She spots me approaching, and for a fleeting second, I see vulnerability in her expression before her customary composure returns. "You came," I say, taking her gloved hand and bowing over it, breathing in the faint scent of lavender that clings to her skin. "I did," she replies, her voice steady though I detect a slight tremor beneath her words. "Your invitation was most persuasive. Besides, I wanted to see you again." Her words give me hope. I offer her my arm, savoring the warmth of her hand as it rests in the crook of my elbow. "You look magnificent," I murmur, leading her deeper into the ballroom. "That color becomes you." "The dressmaker assured me it was the height of fashion," she says, with the hint of a smile. "Though I suspect her enthusiasm might have been influenced by the generous sum you paid for the commission." "Money well spent, I assure you." As we make our rounds, I notice the curious glances cast our way. Whispers follow in our wake, heads bent together in fervent conversation. I think little of it at first. Lillian has always attracted attention. But the atmosphere feels different tonight, charged with something beyond the usual gossip. Lady Harrington approaches, her heavily powdered face arranged in a mask of concern that does not disguise the malice in her eyes. "Miss Ashworth, or perhaps I should address you differently. I've heard the most fascinating rumors this evening. In fact, the whole ballroom is abuzz with them." Lillian's fingers tighten around my arm, almost imperceptibly. "I cannot imagine what rumors would be of interest, Lady Harrington," she replies, her voice steady despite the slight pallor that has crept into her cheeks. Lady Harrington's painted lips curve into a predatory smile. "Can you not? How curious, when they concern you so directly." She leans closer, her voice dropping to a stage whisper that carries to nearby ears. "Tell me, my dear, is it true that you are actually the notorious novelist M. Rutherford, merely masquerading as a lady of quality to gather material for your scandalous books?" The question hangs in the air like a thunderclap. Silence spreads outward from our little trio, conversations dying as heads turn in our direction. Lillian stands frozen beside me, her face a mask of composure that only I can see is costing her dearly to maintain. "I beg your pardon?" she finally manages, her voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, don't be coy," Lady Harrington presses, clearly savoring her moment. "It's all over the club circuits how the mysterious M. Rutherford is actually a spinster who has been playing at being a society lady to spy on us all. And how conveniently you appeared this season, with no connections anyone can verify. The resemblance between your sharp observations and those in Rutherford's latest novel is remarkable." My protective instincts surge forward. "Lady Harrington, your accusations are both baseless and inappropriate for such a gathering." But the damage is done. Around us, whispers have erupted like wildfire. I see recognition dawning on faces, connections being made between Lillian's astute commentary at dinner parties and the biting social critiques in Rutherford's novels. The rumors had clearly been circulating before we arrived, primed and ready to explode. Lillian's composure begins to crack. Her eyes dart around the room, taking in the stares, the whispers behind fans, the open curiosity. I feel her trembling beside me, and my heart aches for her. Everything she has built, both as M. Rutherford and as Lady Amelia, stands on the precipice of ruin. "Is it true?" asks a young debutante boldly, stepping forward from the growing crowd. "Are you really the author who wrote that the aristocracy are nothing but peacocks strutting about in borrowed feathers?" A murmur of outrage ripples through the assembly. Lillian's face has gone completely white, her freckles standing out starkly against her pallor. I step forward, ready to shield her from further assault, but before I can speak, she straightens her spine. She begins, but her words are cut short by a loud crash as one of the footmen drops a tray of champagne glasses. The distraction provides just enough cover for Lillian to turn and flee, pushing through the crowd toward the exit. "I'm sorry," she says, her voice breaking, her mask cracking into pieces. It's heartbreaking to see her resolve crumple, her strength replaced by cold fear. "I think I will retire now. I seem to have contracted the most dreadful migraine." She moves away from me, and I feel her absence instantly. She's fast on her feet, running away from me, from the ballroom, as vipers whisper behind her back. The escape fuels the rumors further, confirming her true identity. "Lillian," I call after her, propriety forgotten in my desperation. I pursue her through the throng of onlookers, their faces a blur of shock and malicious delight. My heart pounds against my ribs as I watch her disappear through the ballroom doors. Damn society and its cruel games. Damn anyone who would hurt her. I reach the entrance hall just in time to see her pale face as she glances back, her eyes meeting mine for one agonizing moment, before she dashes down the steps toward the waiting carriages. The raw pain in her expression cuts me to the quick. I am about to follow when a firm hand grasps my sleeve. "Let her go, Westmore," Lord Cavendish says, his voice low. "The damage is done." I whirl around, fury building in my chest like a gathering storm. "You," I spit, shaking off his touch. "You're behind this." Cavendish steps back, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I merely spread a rumor someone else started. Isn't that how our little society works? One whispers, another repeats, and soon everyone knows the scandalous truth." His lips curl into a smug smile. "Or in this case, the truth about your scandalous lover." "Who told you?" I demand, my voice dangerously quiet. "Who started this?" Cavendish's gaze shifts, sliding past my shoulder toward the edge of the ballroom. My eyes follow the direction of his glance, and what I see there freezes the blood in my veins. My mother stands in the shadow of a marble column, her regal figure unmistakable, even at this distance. Her face is composed, but I know that expression, the slight lift of her chin, the cool assessment in her eyes. It is the look she wears when she has orchestrated something to perfection. Understanding crashes over me like ice water. The pieces fall into place with sickening clarity. Her unexpected departure from town, her cryptic warnings about Lillian, the strange sense that she knew more than she revealed. I cross the distance between us in long, angry strides, heedless of the curious onlookers who have gathered to witness the unfolding drama. "Mother," I say, my voice tight with barely controlled rage, "what are you doing here?" Several minutes later, we're back in the Earl for Westmore's townhouse, facing each other. My mother's gaze is a blade of ice as she regards me across the darkened expanse of my study. The fire has burned low, casting long shadows across the Persian carpet where we stand like combatants preparing for battle. I have not offered her refreshment, nor have I invited her to sit. My blood still boils from the scene at the ball, and courtesy seems a hollow pretense after what she has done. "Start explaining," I tell her. My voice is as cold as my heart. "What have you done, Mother?" "That is no way to speak to me." Her voice is sharp. "After all the trouble I went through to extricate you from that harpy's clutches." I admit, she had me deceived with her wit and manners. "I seriously encourage you to reconsider your words. I will not tolerate any insult to Miss Hartman." "Miss Hartman? So you knew her real name, did you?" My mother sighs. I did not go to the country as I led you to believe, she says, her voice as smooth and cold as marble. I stayed with your Aunt Eleanor to keep watch over you. To spy on me, you mean? The words escape through clenched teeth. She lifts her chin, unrepentant. To protect you, Richard. As I have always done. Protect me. I laugh, the sound harsh and foreign even to my own ears. By publicly humiliating the woman I care for? By destroying her reputation and livelihood in one calculated strike? She is an unscrupulous woman who has been deceiving you, deceiving all of society for her own gain. My mother moves to the fireplace, her silk gown rustling like whispers across the floor. Do you truly believe her intentions were honorable? A woman who masquerades as something she is not? You know nothing of her intentions. I know enough. She turns to face me, firelight catching the silver threads in her dark hair. When I learned you had purchased shares in Ashworth Publishing, I began to suspect something was amiss. The connection between your Miss Ashworth and this publishing house seemed peculiar. My inquiries revealed that your Miss Ashworth does not exist at all. She is merely a fabrication by a nobody named Lillian Hartman. That's when I realized that the Herefordshire Ashworths were a fiction too. Well, not completely. Gregory Ashworth is indeed a country squire, and his family hails from Hertfordshire. Lillian used his name to catch the eye of an earl. The way she says Lillian's name, like it is something distasteful she wishes to expel from her mouth, makes my hands clench into fists. She did no such thing, I tell her. When she doesn't budge, I ask. Did you also send the threatening letter to her publisher? I did what was necessary. I instructed Mr. Ashworth to convince her to break off whatever arrangement existed between you. When that failed, more direct measures became necessary. You had no right. I massage my temples, feeling like I'm the cause of Lillian's problems. I had every right. Her voice rises slightly, the only indication of her agitation. I am the Dowager Countess of Westmore, and you are my son. When I saw you being manipulated by a common woman, a novelist, of all things, using you to advance her publisher's financial interests. What? You have it entirely backward, I interrupt, unable to contain my frustration any longer. My interest in the publisher was genuine, and it had nothing to do with Lillian. Well, it did, but not in the way that you think. I was the one who insisted on buying those shares. It was my idea, my decision to remain close to her. She didn't know of it until last week. My mother stills, confusion briefly crossing her features before they resettle into skepticism. You bought shares in a publisher? That makes no sense. Did you know? Yes, I knew, Mother. I knew that she was M. Rutherford right from the start. I also knew that she was no lady. Lillian never deceived me. But, she blinks. How could you, with a woman of her station? Her station in life means nothing to me, I declare, the words bursting forth from depths I didn't know I possessed. I love her, Mother. I love Lillian Hartman with every fiber of my being. My mother recoils as though I've struck her, her pale face a mask of disbelief. Love? Richard, surely you cannot. You have completely misunderstood her character, I continue, pacing before the dying fire. Lillian is not some scheming fortune hunter. She is the most remarkable woman I have ever encountered. Brilliant, independent, passionate about her work. She would never ask me to invest in her publisher. In fact, she was horrified when she discovered I had done so. But her deception was a necessary shield against a society that would condemn her for having the audacity to write the truth as she sees it. I stop pacing to face my mother directly. Do you know that she supports herself entirely through her own talent? That she has carved out a life of independence, when most women must rely on fathers or husbands? She doesn't need me, Mother, but I find that I desperately need her. The fire pops and hisses in the grate, casting my mother's face in sharp relief. For the first time in my memory, she appears truly shaken. I thought, I continue more softly, that you of all people would understand. You and Father had a love match. He chose you despite your lack of dowry, because he saw in you a spirit and intelligence that matched his own. Was I mistaken in believing you would want the same happiness for your son? My mother's hands tremble slightly as she grips the back of a nearby chair. That was different. I was still the daughter of a baronet. This woman is the woman I intend to marry, I interrupt firmly. Her eyes widen, genuine shock replacing the carefully controlled disdain she has maintained throughout our confrontation. Marry? You cannot be serious, Richard. The Earl of Westmore cannot marry a tradesman's daughter who writes scandalous novels for the masses. I have already asked for her hand. The silence that follows my declaration is absolute. My mother stares at me as though seeing a stranger. You proposed to her? She finally manages, her voice barely above a whisper. I did. She sinks into the chair, all pretense of composure abandoned. And her response? She refused me, I admit, the pain of Lillian's rejection still fresh. She cited the very scandal you have now ensured will follow her as the reason. She said she would not ruin my standing in society. And now, thanks to your meddling, I fear you've destroyed any chance I had of convincing her otherwise. My mother's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something, surprise? Respect, crossing her features? She refused you? Perhaps the girl has more sense than I gave her credit for. She pauses. But I see you do not want her to be sensible. You want her to say yes. Of course I do. For years, I have avoided women, marriage, and all the trappings for my title because I longed for a genuine connection. Now that I've found it, I do not want to let it go. My mother stares at me, her rigid posture gradually softening as the weight of my words settles between us. For the first time since entering my study, she appears to understand the depth of my feelings. You truly love this woman, she says, not a question but a revelation dawning upon her. The firelight catches in her eyes, illuminating something I've rarely seen there: uncertainty. With all my heart, I reply simply. She presses her fingers to her temples, a gesture that reminds me painfully of my father. I had convinced myself she was manipulating you. That your interest was merely. She stops, her hand falling limply to her lap. I never imagined your affections ran so deep. Perhaps you might have discovered that had you approached me directly instead of orchestrating her public humiliation. My mother flinches at my words, and for a moment, I glimpse vulnerability beneath her carefully maintained facade. I believed I was protecting you. From what, mother? From happiness? She rises with deliberate grace and crosses to the window, gazing out into the darkness. When she turns back to me, her expression has changed, softened by something that might be resignation, or perhaps even regret. I see now that she is not a passing fancy to you, she admits quietly. She is someone you have come to care for deeply. She is everything to me. My mother draws a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Then if you truly wish to be with her, I shall do what I can to fix the mess I have made. She holds up a hand when I begin to speak. Though the rumors cannot be entirely rubbished. Society will always know her as a middle-class Silver Fork novelist, Richard. You must be prepared to live with that. I am well aware, I say, my voice steady. And I care not a whit for what society thinks. You say that now, she cautions. But the reality may prove more difficult than you anticipate. Not nearly as difficult as living without her. My mother studies me for a long moment, her gaze searching. Whatever she sees in my face must satisfy her, for she nods slightly. If Miss Hartman accepts your proposal, her voice catches almost imperceptibly on the name, I shall find a way to make amends to you both. The concession, unexpected and unprecedented, leaves me momentarily speechless. In all my years, I cannot recall my mother ever admitting fault so plainly. Thank you, I say finally. I hope Lillian will give you the chance to make those amends. I move toward the door, my mind already racing ahead to Lillian. I must find her immediately and explain everything. Richard, my mother calls as my hand closes around the doorknob. I turn. Good luck. I slip out without looking back. I waste no time. The moment I leave my mother, I order my carriage brought around, instructing my driver to make haste to Lillian's lodgings. The streets of London blur past the windows as my mind races ahead. How much damage has been done? Will she even receive me after such public humiliation? It is late at night, and I know merely my presence is enough to cause scandal. By tomorrow, news of her real identity will be circling London. But tonight, it is still quiet. Wait here, I command my driver, straightening my coat and striding toward the entrance. Mrs. Winters answers my knock, her plump face pinched with distress, as she is not dressed for receiving visitors. Her eyes widen upon recognizing me. Lord Westmore. She glances nervously over her shoulder, then back to the street behind me. I don't think, that is to say, Miss Hartman is not receiving visitors today. It is quite late, as you can see. Why don't you return tomorrow? I wedge my boot between the door and me. I must see her now, I insist, my voice brooking no argument. It is a matter of the utmost urgency. She wrings her hands in her apron. It would be most inappropriate, my lord. Richard? Lillian's voice interrupts us. I see her standing behind Mrs. Winters, swearing a robe over her white nightgown, her dark hair braided, a vision of quiet dignity despite her distress. Her face is pale but composed, though her eyes look a little shiny. Has she been crying? Lillian, I need to speak to you. Our eyes meet, and Mrs. Winters begins telling her how late it is. Let him in. Her voice is all the permission I need to push forward. Mrs. Winters reluctantly clears away. Thank you, I won't be long. I tell her, following Lillian upstairs to her rooms. Lillian's small sitting room is austere but neat, illuminated by a single lamp burning low on her writing desk. She turns to me once we're in, meeting my gaze with her equally resolute one. Lillian, I must tell you something, I begin as she stands by the hearth. The fire has nearly died, leaving the room chilled. Tonight's scandal, the revelation of your identity, it was my mother's doing. She looks up sharply, her eyes widening. Your mother? Yes, she confessed everything to me just now. I step closer, desperate to bridge the distance between us. The blackmail letter you received, the rumors at the club, they were all her machinations. She believed she was protecting me from you. From me. The meaning of those words hits her. That explains why the blackmailer demanded I end my association with you. I'm so sorry, Lillian. My voice breaks with the weight of my remorse. Had I known what she was planning, I would have stopped her. That you were hurt because of my family. It's not your fault, Richard. But it is. If I had never approached you, never drawn you into this charade, never introduced to her. You cannot control everything, my lord. She takes a step in my direction, her nightgown whispering against the floorboards. My secret would have emerged sooner or later, she says with surprising equanimity. And in truth, when those whispers began circulating through the ballroom, I found myself strangely undaunted. A small smile touches her lips. Because you were by my side. Lillian. Her dark eyes turn to me, and I can't help but look at her, her natural beauty radiant in the firelight. Unadorned and sleepy, she can still take my breath away. It was too late by the time I realized what you meant to me. It was only when I got home did I recognize that I felt alone, not because I was exposed, but because you were no longer by my side. What are you saying? I am too scared to believe. Perhaps it's time for a new chapter in my career. My novels have always been about society's hypocrisies, about opulence and excess, but of late, I wonder if it's time to write a different kind of story. A story of love, of courage and hope. You're not devastated? You don't detest me for turning you into a spectacle? I ask, scarcely daring to believe her resilience. No, I never detested you. I was devastated for a moment, though. I even cried. She turns to face me, the lamplight casting her features in soft relief. But then I realize something quite remarkable. She steps forward, her hand reaching for mine. I realize that you are the only person who has ever truly been by my side, Richard. Even when others pointed fingers at me and asked questions, you were by my side, always believing in me. You see me, Miss Lillian Hartman, not the novelist or the lady, but the heart that beats under both those guises. Her fingers intertwine with mine, warm and steady. You once asked me if my life had any place for love. It does, Richard. Today, I realize that even someone as fiercely independent as I needs an ally. And you, my lord, are the finest ally a woman could hope for. She threads her fingers through mine as hope beats in my chest, spreading its wings. I have been afraid to admit it, even to myself. But spending time with you has been the greatest joy I have known. To meet someone who truly understands me, who believes in me despite knowing all my secrets, that is a rare gift that I would be a fool not to accept. My heart pounds against my ribs as she raises her hand to my cheek. Her touch, featherlight. It is what poets and authors dream of, she continues softly. A rare feeling that can only be described, as one must be fortunate to feel it. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. I have been so fortunate, my lord, as to feel love for you. Lillian, I breathe, covering her hand with my own, pressing it more firmly against my face. Do you truly mean that? I do. She nods, a single tear escaping to trace a silvery path down her cheek. I love you, Richard. I have fought against it, denied it, feared it. But I can fight no longer. I love you, Richard Morland. Joy bubbles through my veins as I squeeze her hand tighter. Lillian. Does your proposal still stand? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. After all that has happened, would you still have me as your wife? Of course it stands, I reply without hesitation. My feelings have not changed. In fact, they have only grown stronger with each passing day. I take her hands in mine, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. I love you, Lillian Hartman. Whether you are M. Rutherford, Miss Amelia Ashworth, or another name you might adopt in the future, I want you to be my wife. I want to stand beside you through whatever storms may come, and love you like I've never loved anyone before. I lower myself to one knee before her, still clasping her hands in mine. The gesture feels right, necessary. A formal acknowledgement of the profound transformation she has wrought in my life. Lillian Hartman, I say, my voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm me. Will you do me the extraordinary honor of becoming my wife? Will you be my countess, my partner, my companion, and the greatest joy of my life? Will you allow me the privilege of loving you for all the days of my life? Her eyes widen, the lamplight catching the tears that gather there. For one terrible moment, she is silent, and I fear she might refuse me again. Then her face transforms with a radiant smile. Yes, she whispers, then louder, yes, I will marry you, Richard. Joy erupts within me like a long-dormant volcano, spilling over and consuming every rational thought. I rise from my knee, pulling Lillian into my arms with such fervor that her feet nearly leave the ground. The lamplight catches the sheen of tears in her eyes, transforming them into liquid amber as she gazes up at me, with unguarded affection. You have made me the happiest of men, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. I had feared after tonight's events that all might be lost. It would take far more than society's disapproval to separate me from you now, she replies, her fingers tracing the contour of my jaw with tender precision. Though I confess, I worry about the challenges that lie ahead. Your mother has agreed to make amends, I interrupt gently. She saw the depth of my feelings and, though it pained her to admit it, conceded that perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Lillian's eyebrows rise in delicate arches of surprise. The formidable Dowager Countess admitted an error. Perhaps miracles do exist after all. I laugh, the sound echoing through her rooms. Kiss me, she says, cupping my cheek with her hands. I don't offer any resistance as my lips come down to touch hers, sealing our love with a kiss that vibrates deep in my heart. I hold her close, feeling her lips move against mine, complete and fulfilled in our coming together.
Lillian. 2 years later. I sit in Westmore Park, twilight fading outside the window as I scribble a letter to Mr. Ashworth, my publisher. The stack of novels beside me awaits my signature, their leather-bound covers gleaming in the lamplight like jewels. I dip my quill once more, admiring how Lillian Morland looks in my flowing script, a name I still marvel at claiming as my own. My latest work, The Earl's Muse, has caused quite the sensation throughout England. A tale of a lady novelist, and the nobleman who falls in love with her, thinly veiled perhaps, but the public adores a love story drawn from life. I hear the door open softly behind me, and without turning, I know it is Richard. His presence fills a room like no other, bringing warmth and light where there was none before. His familiar scent of sandalwood and bergamot reaches me a moment before his lips brush the crown of my head. "Still at work, my love," he murmurs, his hands resting gently on my shoulders. The sun is about to set. I lean back against him, savoring his solid strength. These copies won't sign themselves. The booksellers in London are clamoring for more. My wife, the literary sensation of England. His lips brush my temple. "I'm so proud of you, Lady Westmore." I turn in my chair, my lips finding his in an effortless dance we've perfected over our years together. His mouth claims mine with the perfect balance of tenderness and hunger, as though even after countless kisses, he still craves the taste of me. My body melts against his as his hands cradle my face, his thumbs caressing my cheekbones, while our breaths mingle in the diminishing space between us. Even after 2 years of marriage, his kisses still ignite something primal within me, sending delicious shivers cascading down my spine like raindrops on a window pane. When we part, my cheeks flush with warmth that has nothing to do with the fire crackling in the hearth. No matter how many times we come together, in stolen moments throughout the day or in the passionate hours of night, the desire between us never wanes. If anything, it grows stronger with each passing season, rooted in a love that deepens like the annual rings of an ancient oak. "Mr. Ashworth has written again," I confess, gesturing to the letter on my desk. "He believes the public is quite ready for another novel from me. He suggests something with pirates this time." Richard's brow arches elegantly. "Pirates? How very adventurous of him." His fingers trace idle patterns on my shoulder. "If you require more time, I can certainly make Ashworth wait. The man grows more impatient with each bestseller you produce." "There's no need," I reply, unable to suppress a smile. "I've already begun the first 3 chapters. The words are flowing rather freely these days." His face brightens with that particular expression of pride he reserves solely for my accomplishments. "You shall conquer the world with your pen some day, my love. I have no doubt of it." I gaze at the stack of signed books, feeling a pleasant weariness settling in my bones. I believe I've had enough conquering for one day. I should prepare for supper. Your mother will be joining us tonight. "So she shall." Richard helps me rise from my chair, his strong hand steadying me as I stretch the stiffness from my limbs. Life at Westmore Park suits me far better than I could have imagined. After our wedding, which caused quite the sensation throughout London, Richard suggested we retreat to his country estate, away from the prying eyes and whispered gossip of the ton. Here, surrounded by rolling hills and ancient woods, I have found a sanctuary where my words flow unimpeded by society's expectations. "Is she still trying to make a countess out of you?" "Very much so, I'm afraid." Once standing, he doesn't release me, but instead pulls me closer, enfolding me in an embrace that feels like coming home. "You are already brilliant at it." "Only you think so, my lord. I think you are biased." I have made a decent effort at being a countess these past 2 years. The social protocols and intricate etiquette that once seemed so foreign now come more naturally, though I still prefer the freedom of my writing desk to the rigid formality of London drawing rooms. In this, the Dowager Countess has been an unexpected ally. "You have a natural grace, Lillian," she told me just last month as we prepared for a small dinner party. "Far more than many ladies born to the peerage." It was a remarkable transformation from our first encounters. After Richard proposed, the Dowager had requested a private audience with me. I had entered her drawing room with trepidation, expecting condemnation, but found instead a woman humbled by her own misjudgment. "My son has chosen you and I respect his judgment. If you make my son happy, and I can see plainly that you do, I shall do everything in my power to ensure society respects you as the Countess of Westmore. She has kept her word admirably. Under her tutelage, I have learned to navigate the treacherous waters of the Tun with increasing confidence. The whispers that once followed me have largely subsided, replaced by genuine curiosity about my novels, and occasionally even admiration. The scandal of our marriage, of an earl marrying a tradesman's daughter who wrote Silver Fork novels, eventually transformed into something of a romantic legend. Ladies now boast of having known Lady Amelia before she became the Countess, and gentlemen claim they always suspected Rutherford was a woman of uncommon brilliance. However, the best part of this life is undoubtedly my husband, who remains my most steadfast supporter, my most devoted companion, and a passionate lover who makes me feel loved and cherished every day. I turn in Richard's arms now, tilting my face to his. Our lips meet in a kiss that begins softly, a gentle greeting that quickly deepens as his arms tighten around me. His mouth moves against mine with delicious familiarity, yet each caress still sends my heart racing as though it were our very first embrace. When his tongue traces the seam of my lips, I open to him with a sigh that carries 2 years of happiness. He kisses me, and I kiss him back with equal passion, my body burning up with desire as my hands clutch his shoulders, my back pressed against the wall. He plunders my mouth, the intensity building before I pull my mouth away. If we keep going like that, we're going to end up in the bedchamber instead of the dining room. I like that idea quite a lot, Richard says, his hands still circling my waist. I do too, I admit. But your mother is coming over for dinner, so we must behave. It's hard to behave when one's wife is so beautiful, he says, not releasing his hold. Or when one's husband is so attractive. I stroke his jaw. You have all of tonight to debauch me, my lord. Are you sure you're not the one doing the debauching? These days, I cannot keep up with you. I smile, my gaze meeting his molten, steely gaze. A moment of silence passes between us as I realize how much happier, freer, and more loved I am now. Maybe Richard was right. Marriage has been my freedom rather than my cage, and I believe it's all thanks to this amazing, wonderful man who loves me as I am and gives me wings to fly. I love you, I whisper, more than words can say. I love you too, my dear, he says. More and more each day. I am so glad that you are mine. And then he kisses me again, and we forget all about supper, reveling in the glory of our love. This title was narrated with virtual voice